dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
lot of these people would really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
Envy's bad. Everybody's bad.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
And just winning everything.
I'm with a better team now.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Corner. Oh, line up. I mean, take what like now over to the first.
And they buy themselves some time. It's Spaz that could do it.
Look how quick this one. Oh, especially now.
By Rebellion Black, your Challengers champions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Valorant Challengers. It's been the first week here of Stage 2, and it's been so much fun, and I cannot wait with the final day for our opening week here, how these matches are going to be turning up, because you never know what to expect over here in Challengers. Sierra, Dawn, Roy, and Ash here on the desk. Ash, how are we doing today? I know in Canada where we're at, it's super rainy and cold, but I'm hoping these matches fire us up.
We're talking about weather next.
Yeah, I think they should be heating things up for sure. I think I'm super excited for today. It's been a really wild week, I feel like, for some of the upsets that we even saw on day 1. I'm still thinking back to that Ambrosia taking the matchup against M80, which is so crazy, and excited to see them again on stream today.
There's always something. There's always something. And this first week of Challengers is not disappointed whatsoever. And let's pull out the bracket and kind of talk about what we've seen. Because reminder, of course, we're looking at 4 wins, make it to playoffs, 4 losses, you're out. So these wins do matter. They do stack up. And being able to start off the season hot is definitely nice. And Roy, when you're looking at this round 2, so these are all our winning teams and how they're going to be seeded, a lot of these teams were kind of expected, but there's a few surprises amongst them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we saw glimpses of the newcomers. We saw a refresh on the old guards, right? We're starting to get an idea of where these teams are, what they're working towards. And I think for me, like we're kind of getting into the second wave of matches, right? We're starting to see how they're evolving, how their map pools are going, you know, with the addition of Icebox, with the addition of Ascent, what kind of compositions they're doing, what kind of role swaps they're doing, like how is their meta interpretation. So I think overall we're starting to see a lot more of these teams, and I'm excited to see even more for the second round of matches today.
And even with a couple of the teams that have made their way up, and this is their first appearance, we did get to see actually some really good matches. Prosperity, yeah, not enough for a win, but really close. And Nonverbal, I mean, this was a map then too, Ash, where they took the Stage 1 champs, SRB, to a map number 3 before a Paint Masterclass, but just ignore that part. But they took it to a map 3. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's so wild. It feels like, you know, these teams that have been working towards leveling up and getting into challengers, such as that Nonverbal squad. And then every other team that also like maybe just got cut off like during playoffs like pretty early or didn't even make it there have taken the time that we've had like the last couple of weeks to really level up their gameplay. And it really tells you how close the competition is still at this point, because SRB, they looked like they were unreal during that first stage, and to see that the competition's already like tightening up here at week 1 of stage 2, I'm really excited.
Oh, the match is going to be so good today. But before we get into some intense Valorant, we have a little fun mini game for us on the desk to try and see how well we know, out of all things, the sounds of the gun skins in the game. And I was going to be like, this is a light, little breezy game before we get into the intense action. But like, honestly, I feel like this is going to be intense too. How well do you guys think that we're going to do for this? Because I'm going to need carried personally. Like, this is not my forte.
Ash, you want to go first?
I don't know. I feel like the 3 of us, this combo has done a little bit of trolling for like the mini games that we've had previously. So I'm a little sus. I'm excited though. I'm a big skins enjoyer. I'm not going to reveal how much I've spent on this video game, but I'm not the best audio girl. So I'm going to lean on you guys pretty heavily for this. We're going to need some teamwork.
Listen, I think we can like mix and match our strengths and weaknesses to make a functioning team dynamic, okay? Because I will know the sounds probably, but I won't know the names. So as long as one of you guys is good with names, yes, there we go. We're chilling. We are chilling.
I can't help it all. I've spent too much money, but I've only used the same Vandal skin for the last 4 years. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But all right, let's start. Make sure you guys have your audios on as well. Any Twitch viewers as well, if you want to join in, throw your guesses in the chat. But let's start the very first one. See if we can get this right, okay?
It's Phantom. That's just default Phantom?
I don't use the Phantom ever.
No.
I don't know.
Wait, can we get a replay? Can we get a quick
No,
replay?
Yo, is that just the default Phantom?
No.
No, it's not.
Protocol.
Ooh.
I'm going with Protocol Phantom.
Wait,
lock
Protocol is the... Are you sure that's the one you're thinking of and not Recon?
No, Recon has the bass sound, doesn't it? But I'm thinking Protocol, like the robotic Optimus Prime
the
looking one.
robotic. Okay.
I think. I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. No!
Yeah!
It's the
Dude!
champion!
Oh my god! I need to trust myself. I even
Wait,
was
you
like,
said
no, I didn't say it. But like, I had a thought. My internet and like, I'm crashing out. My internet's crashing out. But my duo plays with this skin. So I was like, there is like a part. There is a part, but the second it was misled. Oh my god, it was just the only one I had a chance to get right, and I didn't. And I hate myself.
Yeah, this is so over. We have like 4 more to go, guys. Come on, lock
Yeah,
it
no,
up.
we're going 0 for 5. I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god. All right, let's send the next
I'm
one.
not a Phantom user.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually just a Vandal user, and that's my coke, so I'm cool with that.
Even on the bad days, like Vandal all the way. All right, let's get the next one. Let's send it.
I'm like anticipating.
All right.
Is that A1 Is that the A1? No, it's not. It's not.
Chrono Void Vandal or no?
Yeah. You know what? I do vibe with that pick because A1 is like more bassy. It has more of like a thonk to it, I think.
I feel like it's a Chrono Void. I was wrong on the first one. I was really confident on the first one and I got it wrong, but unless we have a better guess, my vote is Chrono Void Vandal.
We can do 2 guesses if we want. Not 3. I have no clue, but
do we have a second guess?
Ash, how you feeling?
No, no, that's Chrono Void. That has to be Chrono Void. I think so. I think you're right on this one. No, but if we're wrong,
snitching.
if we're wrong, that's so embarrassing.
All right, let's send it. Let's see. I mean, we already knew we weren't gonna do it, you know. So.
Ew. Sorry. I am an Arcane Vandal hater, and that is why I would not recognize it, because I refuse to use this gun, actually.
Same. I bought it, used it once, couldn't shoot straight, never again. Like, that was it.
No, I swear this skin is anti-aimbot. Like, on God. On my life, it is anti-aimbot.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. Like,
yeah, it's a debuff for sure, sure.
I knew I was going to be bad at this. I did not think I would be this bad at this.
All right, let's just get it over with. Send the third one. We got a couple more of these to do, guys.
Let's get the pain over. Let's get the pain over.
Send it. Send it. Pain.
Whoa. Wait. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's not Miss Bloom, right?
Which one is that?
No, it's not. Is this Singularity Phantom?
No.
Oh,
No,
wasn't that's the Miss Bloom sound.
That's Miss Bloom.
Yeah. That's a little sound.
I might like gaslight myself.
I'm down for that vote.
No.
I think it's Miss Bloom.
Second, I heard the kill confirm. That has to be Miss Bloom.
I was
Yeah.
just like, yeah, it's like a little musical sounding. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wait, I was actually
Wait.
right on the first try. I almost
Wait,
guessed
Ash,
it,
you're
but
correct.
Yo, let's
She's
go.
too
Hey,
good.
yo.
She's too good.
We
Let's
got one.
We got one. We got one. Team. We're
Let's
on the board.
Yes.
We're on the
Yes.
board. We're taking
The
the
first one's the
momentum.
hardest. The first one's the hardest. Let's go. Let's go.
Real.
Ash gets it
Yes.
right, and we convince her that like she's to trust herself. Look at us. We're
Yep.
go. We're such a team
Yep.
over here.
Strengths and weaknesses. Let's go.
My vibes merchants. Thank you.
All right, production said that's going to be the last one. We'll let you end on
Valid.
a win here. So thank you for that. Thank
They're
you, Ash,
saving
for
us.
getting one right. I'll never get over
What's up?
I'll never get
What's
over the
up?
champs phantom. I knew that. That's fine. It's in the past. It's in the past. We got a series to talk about for today. Okay.
Yep.
That's we get the bad vibes over and done with, because only good vibes ahead, because it's going to be a killer series to be starting off our day. We're going to be looking at the teams that have won in their very first round, which means it's going to be Qbert Academy and Winthrop University up first. Of course, Winthrop University, we've gotten to see them this week. We got to see a lot of them during the playoffs. Qbert Academy, though, Roy, strong win yesterday. And of course, this is like the team everyone talks about. Like, if you're not talking about the team, you're talking about the plushie. Like, what's not to love here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this roster is actually, just a reminder, this is the fourth place finishers. They're a superstar lineup. But there's a couple things about this roster that are kind of unique, right? One, they played against Winthrop University in playoffs. They got knocked down to lowers by them. That's one thing that we definitely have to keep in mind for this matchup. But this roster is definitely very well-rounded. They have a very good lineup from start to finish. They have a good IGL. They have good support players. They have good duelists. They have good controllers. When it comes to diversity, when it comes to flexibility, this roster definitely has that.
Yeah, you're talking about it also being like a strong win. It was a 2-0 up against Burger Boys Sierra, but that doesn't tell this whole story of that matchup. It was actually like pretty close, especially that second map on Split. It felt like it was neck and neck the entire time. And again, I think that says a lot about how the competition has come close. But you're talking about, Roy, the fact that they faced off against Winthrop. I feel like this squad is the type to come back with a vengeance.
Yes,
and
agreed.
this is one of those teams where you're going to look for them to get that revenge matchup here today.
Especially, too, the players on this team. I mean, we have some players that have definitely been veterans here in the challenger scenes that even if something, doesn't quite go their way, that they're able to bounce back. So we look at the fourth for the playoffs, water under the bridge. The match yesterday, okay. And one of those veterans wanted to talk about was Nismo, because of course, Nismo has been like the guy here, Roy, when we're looking at challengers the last couple of years. It's so close so many times, but definitely was a huge pickup for this roster, and he makes so much impact in the server.
Yeah, the Middle East beast is what I call him. He's the absolute rock of Qbert, one of the most dependable support players in the league, one of the highest APRs as well. But it's not just that. He's not just a support player. When it comes to fragging power, when it comes to impact, whether it's clutches, whether it's trading, he is that player. His stats are incredible on both kills and assists, and he's that type of player that really rounds out this roster and brings in that experience that this young team needs.
Yeah, it's been really nice to be able to see how he's able to step up. You're talking about that young team, and yeah, young team, but when you have players with this sort of experience, it's been really, really nice. And Ash, when we are looking at a meta that has so many of these initiators and how much impact they make all the time, and Nismo being just one of the top initiators, it's no wonder that we get to see him just light things up.
Oh, absolutely. I'm also just saying, we got a KO buff recently, guys. Nismo is like one of the KO players. And I'm really looking forward to that, especially with Ascent coming back into the map pool here for stage 2.
Good shout.
This is where I'm going to have my eyes on him to bring immense value to this team.
I love that call out. There is nothing like Nismo playing KO. That'll be a lot of fun. But another person on this team that we have to talk about, we talk about him every single time, and for damn good reason. Talk about Redux here, because of course this team was his creation. This was his baby. There wouldn't be a Qbert Academy without Redux here, and someone that of course there's a lot of eyes on. We're looking at the call up when we know that Redux is gonna be playing tier 1 one day. That is not a question of if, it's when, Roy. So it's been really fun to follow the progression of his team building throughout this.
Yeah, he had a great first split too, but honestly, I really can't help but feel like there's still some gas that was left in the tank for this player. I think he has a lot more room to show us. and I'm confident that he's going to be showing up in this second split. He's a great performer. He's playing really well, and he seems to be rounding out his roles as well. We saw him play the Omen yesterday, and he was popping off in that role as well. Mind you, it was on Icebox and on Split. I don't imagine he's the controller of the team, obviously, but in terms of like role diversity, in terms of evolution, this player is willing to take on those challenges, and his performances have definitely kept up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see that added flexibility coming into the fray with that Omen that you were talking about. And a big part of that was because we saw Knights actually slotting into that Yoru, something that was kind of missing here for Qbert because it's not really in the agent pool there for Redux. He's straight away for it for the entirety of Split. One was very solidly playing, obviously, like the Jet, the Raze, and the Neon that he's known for, right? But it did feel like they were lagging behind in the meta in that kind of sense. Not that they necessarily needed it. You don't always have to shoehorn your duelist into that, but it's cool to see the flexibility coming in to allow maybe some of those compositions with the Yoru come to play for Knights.
It's nice to see the flexibility from Redux to being able to pick up that Omen, and then the flexibility from the team as well. When you are looking at a team that a couple of these players are looking to develop, to be those next, like that next generation of superstars. So that's been really, really cool. But even if the playoffs didn't end quite how they wanted to, they have an opportunity to enact a little bit of revenge today, going up against opponents Winthrop University. We've already gotten to see them this week, Ash. Winthrop University, they switched up the script. They were the underdogs. Like nobody counted them in anything or stage one. They make playoffs. They're the underdogs. Now they're a team that we consider them like one of the top.
Yeah, it was crazy how they were a real dark horse, it felt like, at the end of Swiss stage, heading into playoffs as well. Like, stocks were going up there for Winthrop University. A big part of that was also Ali coming in for this squad, replacing Jerk, and how that has kind of slotted in for that team, and how some of the role swaps made them definitely look a lot more comfortable towards the end of stage one.
I think the one thing I appreciate about Winthrop University is how often they talk about their match prep, and it's something that they find a lot of confidence in. Like whenever we interviewed Ali, and whenever I interact with some of the players, they're talking about their match prep. That's how they get their confidence. They're not really scared, and it kind of reflects in their gameplay. Like, I rarely see hesitation. I don't see fear. They're almost extremely calculated in the way they play. And yeah, they do troll their comps. They do switch up their roles randomly, but even when they do, they still are a very well-oiled machine.
And you mentioned Ali, and that's the first person I want to talk about on this roster. Because when you're looking at that evolution of Winthrop University into where they were and where they are now, Ali being added onto the roster, Ash, was a big catalyst for that. We're going from coach, so you have all of this voice, bring it into the team, and someone who's really been able to step up in the kills department as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, is there's a lot of firepower under Ali's belt, right? And then the fact that he slotted into this controller after initially just taking on Jerk's role as that initiator, which is the role, even though Ali, okay, I'll give him the fact that he's a flexible player. You could put him on anything and he's going to frag out, but his controller is like his bread and butter, and he plays it in such an aggressive fashion sometimes there as well.
Is it just me that's lagging? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're having some issues with Discord. To back up what she was saying, I completely agree. I think he's one of the highest fragging controllers that we have in the league. He almost hit one of the best clips. It got stolen by Infiltrator, L teammate, by the way. That could have been clip of the season. But you know what? We're going to let that one slide because he ended up having an insane performance on the third map. And speaking of which, Infiltrator, this is the superstar player of this roster. He had an insane opening match yesterday, Sierra and Ash, and we're seeing his op evolving every single week. He's rifling, he's shotgunning, he's opping, and whatever he pops up, whatever he uses, he seems to find value in.
I don't have anyone else here with me. I don't know, they could also be yapping. This is great. This is fine. But long story short of what we were trying to accomplish, what we were trying to talk about here, Infiltrator, crazy. We know that, right? this is not something that you need to get into the games, into the server to know. Infiltrator has been somebody that from the get-go, once you see him, has always been like, why aren't we talking more about him, right? Every time he showed up, even when the team wasn't doing necessarily the greatest, the biggest, all right, what's going on? So to really be able to see him get his flowers throughout this, and it's just more and more about Infiltrator and showing that it's not just him going toe-to-toe with the top duelists in the league, but is one of them as well in a Challenger season that is so stacked with duelists. This has been really cool, really, really fun to see. And pairing these up for this head-to-head going on today, I think the numbers just even tell that story. When you're looking at Redux, someone who has been so heavily praised for being the next call-up, this is going to be the next duelist, guys, and seeing that on paper throughout their journeys, that Infiltrator, both numbers are good for both of these players. Do not get me wrong. But for Infiltrator to just a little bit cut above, at least at this point, has been really, really cool. That combined with playoffs and just this Winthrop University squad really being able to go toe-to-toe and even be the team that knocked Qbert Academy down into that lower bracket, I think is really cool. The fact we've had a matchup between these two before, and it was a Infiltrator that was able to come out on top, due in part with the fact, too, that he was able to bring out this Yoru, something that Ash and Roy, kind of touched on before, I think is absolutely huge. So going on into the matchup today, even if, it's still like, oh my goodness, Qbert Academy is the favorites throughout all of this, I think this is going to be an extremely close matchup. And the fact that we have the precedent for that, I think is even more. So yeah, I'm just, I'm looking through everything to see if I finally have co-casters, co-analysts back. Apparently Discord's working for some people. It's not working for other ones. So I'm just on a really big, awkward, oh my goodness, what's going on? But, I can at least talk about the map pool. So I think the biggest surprise for this is, first off, you guys just get the Sierra podcast now, by the way. Sorry you guys don't get proper analysts for this segment. Lotus, Icebox, and Haven. First off, Winthrop University, talking to Ali yesterday, Winthrop University, they have this confidence on Lotus, and it's not necessarily been turning out with these game wins for them. Winthrop University, this is like infamous at this point, that they pick up this Lotus first map, drop it, and then win the next two out in the series. So I do think that when you're already just kind of looking at that Qbert Academy have this opportunity on Lotus to really close things out. But I'm excited for this Icebox pick. This is one of the ones that we saw yesterday coming out from Qbert Academy. They were on the side stream. And when we talk about the roles and things switching around a little bit, it was the Icebox, the first one, where they actually just forego any sort of duelist. And it was the first one where we got to see Redux on this Omen instead. And really big step up from multiple players. Redux did have a really good performance, but this is why we wanted to highlight Nismo heading into the day. So I think this will be really fun with those two. Haven, I feel like for Winthrop University, there has been the upsets of upsets going on for this one, and it's something that was actually the 13-11 victory for Winthrop University when they played in that upper final. So I think if we get to this point, it'll just be a great series ahead. But apparently the others can hear, I just can't hear anything. So I was told through text to give the word to Roy. So Roy, I can't hear you, but just have fun, mate.
All right, guys, we are having technical difficulties with our communications, but we are back. So in terms of the map pool, we're here in the map select. Lotus has been chosen by Winthrop University, a map that they have actually been struggling on just a little bit in terms of their performances on it. They've picked it. They've not been able to convert it. It's been Sierra's absolute nightmare seeing them pick it. She even asked Ali about it in the interview yesterday, and even then, it still did not reflect well. But to see them pull it out, they must be confident in their solutions. They must have found some sort of answer on that first map. And of course, they're going to be getting the defense side, as it is a pretty difficult side choice. Of course, Qbert opting in for the attack side on Lotus. Now, moving into the second map, it is going to be Icebox. Of course, Qbert looked impeccable on that map yesterday. They pulled out the no duelist composition. We saw Redux on the Omen as well, and they seem to have found some sort of level of performances and solutions to that map, because I'm actually a huge fan of the way they played it. I'm a huge fan of the composition itself. I like the double initiator. I like the Omen. I think it provides a lot of mid-round options, a lot of solutions to the op problems, to the executes, to the pulse plans, and they're just so much utility to work with. And of course, Haven, the third map, the Decider, it has been a great map for both of these teams. I'm not surprised to see it on that.
I think it's super exciting to see these maps coming through. And you're talking about that Lotus pick, which I'm just going to focus back on because it'll be the first map that we're seeing for this best of 3. And I do think that we did see glimmers of brilliance from Winthrop initially, but I feel like with their composition, things just end up falling flat a little bit. It's tough with, you only have so many set plays that you can do with the information that you can garner, and the lack of space creation or crowd control that you end up getting from the breach that you usually seeing being played on this map. Because I think a big part of it is, sure, you have the double drone to try and push some of these ops off the angle and re-clear that space, but I really think that the lack of flashes and the lack of the stun for that rubble control makes it really difficult on this map. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they look to find some solutions. Maybe there's another comp that they were working on behind the scenes and whatnot, because even though Nasi is insane on the Sova, he has really cool ideas with it. I just don't think it brings as much value as other initiators that we usually see here on Lotus. And we are actually going to be right back because we're still struggling with some issues. So thank you so much for your patience, guys, and we will see you soon.
Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai! Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra
wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for your patience. I know never a good sign when the host is here all by herself. As you guys can tell by the pre-show, Discord did go down. It is still down for some people. So while the players are getting coordinated, getting in TeamSpeak channels or whatever, we're just taking an extended tech pause to get that ready. It's almost resolved on that end. So it should be just for a couple more minutes. So get your snacks, get ready. There's going to be a banger match on the other side. We'll see you all real soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. We got an agent select for you. We're going to start right back into things. Winthrop University going up against Qbert Academy. First map, Lotus and Roy. Thoughts on the agent select?
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop University, they're re-swapping back off the breach. I guess it just wasn't working for them, Sierra. You criticized them, you made them overthink, and look at that. Now you've caused some chaos. They've swapped up their composition. Qbert, of course, opting for a bit of a role swap themselves from what we saw before. Now, the thing that is kind of looming in my mind, guys, is the fact that we talk so much about Winthrop's, match prep and all of this, but there really isn't any recent footage of Qbert. Like, the last time they played this was in playoffs. It was several weeks ago. Now they're going into territory of like, oh, they're pulling out a completely different comp. Mind you, it is still a meta comp, so I think they'll be, mentally prepared for it, but there's really not much prep they can have coming into this map.
No, and I think that the fact that we're carrying forward with this role change is super interesting to see. It's something that we really have to keep our eyes on is, okay, Redux, again, when he came and had his start within Valorant, he was known as the star duelist player who is an up-and-comer. He's been around for a while now, and now shifting on to a very different role from what we're used to seeing him on.
Yep.
I'm really interested to see how this continues to carry forward, the comfort that we're going to see him develop here as a controller, and the different kind of value that we can provide. And then I think the Neon coming in to really shake up the tempo here for Sentinels Qbert Academy is going to be exciting coming out from Knights.
I am really excited for this because Knights was definitely such an aggressive player when we got to see him compete in stage 3 and of course rank David, and be able to see him pick up this Neon for this map. And it's not just an, okay, we'll see him when it's the Yoru. We're seeing other flavors as well. This will be exciting. So I'm excited to get into this one. And I know it's been a long delay, so we're not going to delay this any longer. It's time to get into the server, get into the map, and send it over to your casters, Tenric and Marks, to get you started.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, I 100% agree with the changes that Sentinels Qbert Academy have made to their composition. Marks, loving seeing this mobility from Knights on the Neon and Scuba on the Vice to just exude that extra control over the extremities of Lotus, as has the current meta really dictated. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, while they continue to look like, one of the stronger teams, the team that was able to actually beat Qbert Academy and show that this team was not, in fact, invincible, they look kind of stalwart after the performance on their last map against Prosperity, and they're maintaining their composition that they used for it. Ali apparently does not feel like going GOAT mode on the Clove once again and has maintained that omen. I'm perfectly fine with it, but I'm wondering, does Winthrop have it in them to beat Qbert today?
This is such like an interesting thing because obviously when you look at things on paper, oh yeah, let's take a look at split 1. Oh, Winthrop ran all over. It's great. They made 3rd place in the total playoffs here. But picking Lotus is such a big question mark for Winthrop University. And of course they are going up against Qbert Academy, which this isn't their best map, but Winthrop have struggled, and already it's a fast flood in onto the C site.
Lightning fast, and Knights is at the forefront of it, already letting that new duelist title, at least for this map, really shine.
Spike planted.
Really good to see him get the frag out as often as possible, and on this Neon, surely that'll be a possibility. Winthrop University now just poking and prodding around the outside of the site after Qbert has busted their way in. Really tough to be able to retake this on top of the smoke timing. We'll just break through these smokes into the stun, able to get a good amount of work done, and Flair has actually built himself a little bit of room on the outside of the back site. In he goes, not too much time to go with it. First swing on, and Flair's watching the wrong way. Qbert's got 1 with 2 standing.
Yeah, and once again, it was just such speed that you expect to see from Qbert. They're the ones who just love attacking, love rushing in. And like everybody at this point has been talking about, Knights moving over to that duelist role. I mean, we saw Redux be pretty proficient on the Raze, being able to take a lot of the space. But one of the big question marks from last season as well surrounding this Qbert squad was how well they were going to be like working together and allowing Redux to have some of those pop-off moments. So Knights swapping now onto the Neon, looks extremely comfortable. And with these role swaps coming through here, I mean, it's still looking really good for Qbert. And already, yeah, a lot of utility being traded out front of A, but it is going to be a trade early on.
Gonna get antsy with it, and with the Omen smoke back out, Winthrop University don't look to keep the fight going, but moves will win the do-si-do against Redux over in C-side as well. So Qbert got to split the diff from spawn again and go in with lesser towards wherever they end up choosing. Obviously, C still the lighter option, but A, the easier fight to take with still the better guns, and Infiltrator's going to take half his health for that peak.
And one of the players I want you to keep an eye on throughout this match is going to be Winthrop University's Moobs. I've highlighted Moobs previously in so many of these different matches, but Moobs is so effective on the flank and is usually good for at least 1 or 2 kills, if not just consistently applying pressure onto the backline. Especially with the momentum that Hubert tend to play at, Moobs may have a lot of really good opportunities to find those Valorant timings and get a kill as easily as we kind of saw at the start of this round. And now, Hubert Academy, they're 3 up against 4. They don't necessarily have that much of an advantage, but thankfully they do have the weapons here, and they're going to be walking into Moobs' territory. Moobs, very low HP.
Hubert have to have a good idea that he's relatively close to this, and so they'll get the peak before he can do too much more damage to T-Dog, who will take the brunt of the blow from it. 3v3 for the retake, once again on the C site, 10 seconds to go. Winthrop, good job of walling things out, and you really can never tell where Moobs is going to end up. That kid just has a knack for finding the right time to flank every single round.
Enemy remaining.
Reopening the C door, no chance of getting anything done if somebody's looking your direction with this gun diff, so Hubert should have an easy cleanup for the remainder of this round. That being said, T-Dog is a little low, so you'd like to hold on to this gun and this extra body, but might just have to part with it if Infiltrator's peak is better, and it is. Quickly get shut down, though, to once again standing for Hubert.
Yeah, not a fantastic round for Hubert. It really just came down to those initial conflicts that happened over onto A, over on C as well. Just poking through, a lot of utility being tossed out on the A side, something very characteristic of this Lotus map. But just Knights being on the, unfortunately, receiving end of a lot of those bullets that Winthrop University were just shooting out across. I think there were 3 defenders just trying to spray this person down. The gamble stack worked out perfectly for them. And as a result, Hubert Academy not looking super hot moving into this next round. Only 2 weapons available for that bonus. But of course, this is going to be Winthrop now. Full rifles across the board. And yeah, a lot of control being fought over that A side on the outside. Well, Knights going to be moving over here. Now we'll be potentially a couple ultimate orbs away from having that overdrive ready. But it does feel like Hubert are once again looking to potentially flood in onto the C.
Moves once again laying in wait here, and Winthrop pretty keen to it at this point, so they'll try and play a little proactively on top of it, understanding that Moves is going to have to back away regardless. Huge util dump on him, including those salvos to fully back him away into the hall. But it's not a fast take. Knights is not going to dive on top of it with this slightly lesser gun. He'll just creep up, and now he'll make his entry as the rest of Hubert can make theirs. 2 for 1 so far, but we're still trying to clear Waterfall, and Winthrop have pretty overwhelming control of that with Infiltrator at the helm. Scuba, nice shutdown on the slide, though. T-Dog goes for the Rolling Thunder and gets shut down early by Flare. Very ballsy play, but even still, Hubert remain with higher power. Redux, though, quite low and looking the wrong way against one of the better clutchers for Winthrop's side as well. It's Ali smoking himself on. How good is this Omen today, my guy? Jumping in, first shot down.
No way. Oh my
God. Good as well.
Clutch.
Good enough, at least for now. Bonus 1 by Winthrop.
Hubert, what are we doing? Oh no, this is not how you wanted to start out this map. Oh no, I mean, okay, obviously I don't want to, bully them a little bit too much for what just happened there, but T-Dog, honestly, I feel like it was just a misjudgment at the speed that Winthrop University were really pressuring them. It seems like Hubert thought that they had a little bit more time, not realizing that the players of Winthrop were already onto the site, and this is just a little bit of a fumble at the end zone for Hubert Academy. Oh man, that one's got to be tough here, but already Scuba caught in a very unfortunate position as Winthrop University just doing such a fantastic job right now of controlling A, and then immediately you see them disperse themselves throughout the map and leaving Moves alone onto the C again.
Feeling every opportunity to try and equalize that economy, which they are still behind on, but Knights, now that that overdrive is active, is going to get, once again, very antsy in the back lines. And just create that space the good old-fashioned way. Winthrop having to creep back up with this util drive. First the stealth drone, and they know they're running into a hell of a lot. Infiltrator on top of the one-way. Actually has the better overdrive and takes care of the ditto. Now he's going in, but he's got some company, and that'll give him a 3-piece for the round as Winthrop have to just barrel through Nismo now. And Salvo's still not even back. You actually have some extra time on your hands to get a nice free piece of this site and start tailing that spike down. No good angle for Nismo. Everything coming up Winthrop this round as they keep 3 up, get everything they could ask for going forward on the defense.
It was an interesting idea coming in from Qbert Academy there. You see that they put the spike so far deep into the site, and then they just try and push out towards the spawn side of Winthrop University and are expecting to be able to take that space and hold forwards. But Winthrop, I mean, they mentioned it on the desk. They love doing their homework. They had an inkling that was going to be happening. We see the overdrive get popped and a lot of supporting utility come out to make sure that Infiltrator just has the time of his life just moving in. All the utility in the world wasn't enough to get them the space, despite the fact that all those players were paranoid and stunned up. So just excellent awareness coming in from Winthrop University. And now Infiltrator will have that super big, expensive sniper rifle ready to go and ready to find a couple of kills. It's a different look utility-wise for this defense. Just outside of A, they're still putting quite a bit of pressure, but have swapped things around, moves in the back of B, and immediately find Knights.
Gonna try and back out of this. Qbert have no real choice but to find something to chase down, and their targeted choice is moves on that lower health, but Infiltrator has already turned around with this operator and is starting to make some headway on his own. Now Winthrop can just get aggressive on top of this spike that has been planted, but nothing really more gonna happen for Qbert Academy. A little bit of noise made. A lot more by Winthrop this round as they'll get the lead.
It's just so fast from Winthrop University. It feels like as soon as we see Qbert get into the position of like, all right, let's put that spike down, Winthrop are already jumping on them. And sure, we saw, you know, maybe Infiltrator did pop out the classic there for a second, but really it was just moves playing Overwatch from up top, being able to just make sure that nothing could really get through. Sorry, I said up top, but you know, it was just a wraparound. It was Flair actually who was making sure that everything was more or less organized. And Winthrop, they're just so quick on these retakes. Qbert, they don't have an opportunity really to get themselves set up. It seems like as soon as they get the spike down, they're already under a complete ambush from Winthrop.
Now it's that Hunter's Fury that'll play the aggressor for Infiltrator's sake up A courtyard, and what a surprise, it'll convince Qbert Academy to head back over to C, where Moves is posted back up again. Ollie as well, but Redux has the read on the TP and will quickly silence that. A lot of options now for Qbert Academy. But it seems like they'll still commit to the C. In goes Knights, and Moves has already taken that place. Again, quick to the punch every time on the lurk. Steel Garden now on the trade back, and Redux continues to frag as he'll make his way on with that controller role he's taken up.
Finally, the spike should go down. Only 2v4 here, make it 2v3. It's going to be the Salvos finding a lot of value here. We're Infiltrator now swinging around from Waterfall.
Erno up first to open up Infiltrator. Aggressive peek, has to. And Nismo shuts it down. That was your one window, and Flair, tough call to make here, but no real choice. Good shot. And actually, you found your exit with that operator on the way. Solid bit of coping that Winthrop can do this time around as Qbert can play the waiting game this time around and tie us back up at 3.
Yeah, great job from Qbert Academy. They're able to find super important picks very early on their way in. Moves being the one, once again, that I am always going to be focusing on here. But Qbert just kind of storm in onto the site. This time they've got adequate time to get themselves set up, and it feels like a near impossible situation for Winthrop. Winthrop really were hoping to keep a couple of their members alive so that they could stall things out, really play down the clock a little bit longer so then they can get their pounce retake ready to go. But Qbert just a little bit more aggressive that time. Redux really leading the squad on Omen and making sure that that is going to be a win for Qbert. So it's all tied up 3-3 here. Have a little bit of a tech pause because it would be another day of Challengers without that. But still, I mean, okay, going back to the discussion about how the map choice is coming through, I do have to wonder whether or not this is like Winthrop coming in like, all right, we know we can beat Qbert Academy. Right now, Lotus is our weakest map. Let's try some stuff out and try to get the practice reps in while it's still early on in the season so that we don't, you know, get forced into a Lotus situation again. And then we get like a thing where suddenly Prosperity is winning the first map against you type of deal.
Yeah, I think you make some great points. You know, you're kind of multitasking if you're, you know, getting this map done. You're staying in character. You know, trying to make sure everyone still knows that you're willing to lose that first map and continue to go to 3, because that's what Winthrop does. You get your reps in on your worst map with the confidence that you can go into the next 2 regardless. as the superior team, which Winthrop can still hold their heads high as of now. Of course, stay on your toes. Hubert's starting to come alive, and they also got rubble control for the first time. That'll cause a little more action from Winthrop University to try to sate the hunger over here on the rocks, but with an Armageddon going the other way through the baby door, that stealth drone just popped out. Oh, that'll be a guaranteed kill onto Flare. And now the gate is wide open for this A site for Cubert Academy to rush through, and they will spare no gap in the opportunity to take over this site. They may not get to that often this time around with how well Winthrop's been holding it down. Rolling Thunder, into the back they go, and Knights gets to rush in pretty much completely scot-free. Infiltrator, though, with that shorty will make me eat my words, and Knights has kill feed for a moment here. Popping on with the Infiltrator. Operator, classic jump peek from 2 feet away. Unfortunately, won't get too much done this time around. Cubert Academy should have a guaranteed round from here.
Yeah, should be nice and easy for them. And actually, we do see Winthrop University backing off. Gonna just hold on to the guns. It's a little bit interesting given the fact that LA only does have that Guardian, but the economy is gonna be starting to get a little bit weaker. And at this point, it's a good time to talk about good old-fashioned map control, because what we were noticing from these defensive rounds from Winthrop University is we see that heavy util dump outside of A mound. Cubert Academy have they want nothing to do with that A site, and so that forces them to funnel either into C, which will be running into a lot of that Cypher utility and up against moves, or they'll funnel into B. And at that point, it is a lot quicker for that retake to happen with the members from that A site ready to flood in, and then hence the pounce retakes that we have kind of seen. What we saw in that last round is what happens when Winthrop University doesn't necessarily have control of that A and can't force Cubert Academy to try and go on to B or C. They left a lot of their members just kind of hanging out in these awkward positions, and Cubert Academy, you know these guys are aimers as well and can take you down, especially if you yield those individual fights. So a little bit of a, a chip in the armor that was this Winthrop University defense, but this time around, we're seeing those salvos right off the bat. Doesn't matter though, Knights has already moved things forwards with that fast lane.
Yeah, Cubert is well aware that the traps they executed last round don't necessarily have to be done with ults. It's just a lot easier that way. So just maintain that sheen that they have so far on this attack, and they'll be able to execute on this courtyard ad nauseum, which is why Winthrop is still paying so many resources to it, despite the fact that there's no noise being made, and rightfully so. Knights is still hanging out, waiting for somebody to pop their head out. They won't, but Cubert won't either. They'll stick their heads into the doorway at C main, not like what they see, and then skitter right back on over to A lobby.
And really, Ali here is going to be the first line of defense, but more importantly, has to make the call to the team to let them know that this is going to be that potential A side hit. Will try and teleport away, gets away just in time. At this point, Winthrop University, they're very aware that this is going to be an A side attack, and so all the reinforcements are going to be coming through as soon as they make sure no one's coming in through B.
Now a TP from Redux to get freely onto the site before the door fully procs, just to make sure
30 seconds left.
You got that immediate front line cleared away, and is it worth it? We'll find out. Infiltrator's doing enough with the Stinger from behind. He's doing now more than enough. And Winthrop will take over yet again. There's that pounce you were talking about before, Marks. Scuba on the outskirts, though. He's the only one to come up with anything this time around. And so 4-4 now. Once again, we're tied.
I remember years ago, I was on a school field trip, and the class had just crossed the street. And then I saw a yellow light happen, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't know if I can go. And so I hesitated. And then my teacher looked at me and said, you know what happens when you hesitate? People die. And that's kind of what happened. We saw coming through from Cubert Academy. Ditching the side effect that a grade 8 was traumatized that day. Basically, Cubert took their time at actually moving in onto that A site. They were doing their due diligence. They were clearing out all of these individual corners. And yet Winthrop University, as soon as they realized what was going on that A site, they pounced on it. They were there and ready to fight. Now, Cubert Academy, so slow at making their way in. And honestly, I say slow, but they were just doing a regular pace. It's just the speed that Winthrop University was just taking over that site and making sure to take those fights. Infiltrator obviously kind of lighting up the kill feed with the Stinger in hand, and the Stinger is fantastic for those close range quarters, but you could tell that Cubert Academy were just simply not expecting them to be so quick at moving in onto the site. And I think that that speed right now is going to be what Winthrop University need to really maximize on to make sure that they win out this first map.
Winthrop continuing to find just creative ways to trip up that blistering speed that Cubert's trying to go for, and that TP from Ollie was one of them. Just a forced util dump, blistering takeover of a place that Winthrop didn't even need to care about at that point. Did the dirty work and then let Infiltrator do the talking. That's just how Winthrop operates. More Rebel control, but nobody from Winthrop there to answer this time around. The Cypher util's been set up on A site for the most part this time around. Hubert's going to go window shopping regardless, as we'll start the early defensive util dump in the other sight line so that Winthrop can try and get their ducks in a row early on to retake this A site that Hubert will now set their sights on.
You know, we see that Winthrop University as well are going to be going in for a pretty aggressive flank. But thanks to the shear, we'll give that information out. See, just kind of stuck behind, but Infiltrator taking a lot of space. And now, let's see how this goes. This is another opportunity here where Hubert have had adequate time to get themselves set up.
Aggro salvo into the baby door to try to stave off Ali, but Infiltrator's already inside, so Winthrop, again, the fight happens on their terms more often than not when it comes to the defense right now. Moves another early aggro peak, so now it's just the presence on site, and you've got some cyber cages that Winthrop can work with, as well as that neural theft to guarantee your peaks, but very little time left on this spike. You've got to wrap things up soon, and Cubert's not going to let that happen. Knights and T-Dog playing. Bop it, twist it, pull it. Get it together to grab that lead back 5-4.
Damn, speaking of things from my childhood, haven't heard that chain of phrases in a long time.
We're bringing up trauma. We're bringing up Christmas gifts. We're doing, we'll go everywhere.
Hey, those two things can be linked if you think about it. But it was so interesting watching how that round kind of played out there, because for a second, it really looked like Winthrop University should have had the advantage there. They're playing close together, and it isn't until Knights goes on a crazy phantom spree to really just stall things out. You're right, the spike was ticking down, and you could tell that Winthrop were definitely feeling the pressure after having to wait through on that flank to get set up there. So an excellent job from Cubert at making sure that they maintained their ground on the actual site. And this time around, we're seeing that aggro pressure from Winthrop, recontrolling that A site. And so Cubert, once again, are going to be going over to C. But at this point in the map, we've seen a lot more between these two squads, so this one might not be as cut and dry as Winthrop are expecting.
Yeah, we've seen these stories before, really speedrunning the flowchart, which means you get creative. Scuba in the smoke, and Infiltrator still susses him out. But a trade on the front line makes it still a little touch and go. Winthrop actually will end up getting stalled a little more because of it, so got that extra space on site, except for Moves. Guess what? He's creeping up on you. Backline still taken care of, though. Redux continuing to frag out despite the smoker roll. Oh, Moves, what have you got up your sleeve? It's got to be massive on the Stinger. Two back to equalize yet again and prevent the spike from getting planted. Now Ali back up. Knight's preventative, though. It's got to be all down to Moves, and he cannot carry the whole round on his back this time. Cubert will make the gap, too.
Yeah, and honestly, for a second there, I believed, okay? I thought for sure Moves somehow was going to pull off a miracle, and honestly, looking like he was just wearing the invisibility cloak or something, completely undetected, walking around the site, an imposter among us, and yet Cubert just were simply not aware of the presence of this Cypher and is able to walk away with two very important kills, also two stalling out the spike. But of course, the rest of Cubert Academy, they spin their head on a swivel and take a look around at the actual site and make sure that everything is clear. So, like you said, a nice, easy round win. As Cubert Academy, this time they're taking a lot of space here onto this A site. Uh-oh, distraction technique not quite working out.
Yeah, very much a hodgepodge that Infiltrator just relishes. May migrate and give this Vandal back if he has a say in it, but too dangerous at the moment. We'll just crowd around Rubble and wait for Cubert to make their inevitable shift in decision. Back over to C site we go. I'm so glad that we can avoid all the small talk that happened in the first couple rounds here and just get to the meat of the bones.
Cool.
Tripwire activated for Nismo. Hey guys, they're at C site. Did you know? In we go. Scuba early peek out. Moves can't land the shot in time. So still effective 3v2. Infiltrator continues to be quite low as well. And Spike ticking away has been one of the biggest things to set back Winthrop. Yeah, we will give that rifle over.
Keep in mind, too, this was actually a save run coming in from Winthrop. The fact that they've gotten this much value already is kind of nuts.
Russian from Infiltrator, the setback, and then the double swing. Very well executed by Winthrop to take care of that nice and tidy. So they will, once again, lessen the gap. And I mean, unfortunately, that was just so chaotic at the very beginning that you sort of had to claw back from the jump. And normally Qbert would not be as prepared for that. I wonder if this last round on the attack, they will completely question their aggression they set towards the field.
Yeah, honestly, it just once again came down to that early fight.
Ow.
Yeah, right here. This is the pivotal moment. The fact that Knights was taken down immediately and Infiltrator got so deep in front of Qbert was the reason why that round did not work out for Qbert. Infiltrator has been so annoying to deal with. And Qbert Academy, once again, there's still a 1-round lead here. But what should have been a pretty easy round for them just immediately disappears. And so they change up their strategy yet again. This time just leaving Scuba to be that vanguard onto this A site while the rest of the members are playing a little bit slower. And Winthrop University looking for a little bit more information. Stealthbot will go out and at least see one person here, but it's not exactly the best buy from Qbert either. You see Knights only having that judge. T-Dog only with the Stinger. The overdrive's active.
And it's going. First onto Ali's skull. Nasi would be the next target, and seems like he might have already been poked at. Knight's using the rest of that overdrive just to get an aggressive position, which he will now use to kill moves with that judge. Now he has his pick of the litter with what he can do. He'll extend a little more and grab that rifle as Qbert gets the plan. But Nasi has maintained this position on the steps the whole way through and has an early cut on top of the first pick. Has to nail this next gap, and he does on the Redux. Nismo, next point of attack, and the stun is too late. Now the Armageddon onto the site. Flare good for the one on top of it. An Infiltrator has all the time and space to be able to circle around and grab this next one. Flare actually steals it, grabbing 3 for himself on the round on top of that ultimate. So it's a tied up half. Going into the swap here, Marks. Neither team really fully budging. It really will just come down to, how the responses differ when we switch over. Is there going to be that same level of aggression in the courtyard? Is there still going to be that same level of prowess on the C entry, or do we see something completely different?
Honestly, I'm really interested to see how this round is going to be coming out, especially too, we've got the Vise up against the Cypher difference, right? Obviously, Moobs, generally speaking, always going to be playing that Cypher, but it's a little bit of a question mark for Scuba on the Vise. I haven't really seen enough to make a judgment call on whether or not that is going to be a big difference maker, but I think the utility kit that Vise is bringing runs counter to the Neon extremely well, especially that Sheer going in can just isolate the duelist and then things kind of go wrong from there. And there's no Yoru really to bait that out either. So this is going to be a really interesting defense coming through here. We see a 4-stack from Qbert Academy. They're playing patiently this time, waiting for Winthrop University to fall right into their trap.
We really just want to scrap. These teams live for it, and they're willing to dip for it. 1 for 1 on top of the stun. You got a TP away, but this gap is still open for a man like Knights. He will not poke the bear too much, though. Stay humble, because they know they got their work cut out for them on this C site that Moobs, surprise, surprise, has gotten to sneak onto.
Moobs now going so far deep. It's just going to be aware, but actually gets taken out by Nismo. So at this point, it is going to be the go signal for Winthrop University. Nasi not done yet, as Ali's so far forwards.
Just continuing to creep in those gaps like water on a sidewalk. Every time that air starts to poke in the holes, the second that there's a Winthrop member available, they will just fill in the blanks. Very easy game to keep away from here in theory. Yeah, throw some shock darts in there, man. Go for it. Flare not even giving away. You don't need to. Nasi's got it covered. The whole way through, in fact. Covering for moves on top of the first kill and doubling back on the waterfall and just grabbing the... He covered everything that time around.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because Winthrop University, they're the ones who this time take the aggression forwards. Moves obviously gets taken down pretty early on, despite the fact that claiming so much space for the team. But that space was instrumental at making sure that Winthrop University had that backup plan ready to go. As soon as we see Infiltrator just kind of get spammed down to oblivion by all this utility, the pivot immediately happens. And Moves is already on the site, so they know they can save their utility for that post plant. And already we're seeing just Infiltrator run so far deep onto this A site. Qbert Academy are going to be moving their defenses around to try and compensate for potentially where Winthrop will be going. But Winthrop University have already gained a lot of ground. And of course, they're going to have the better weaponry after winning that pistol.
and gladly exercising that freedom, not really giving a care about how Qbert decide to respond to it. They'll pile drive him either way. Infiltrator giving himself away on the noise cue. Scuba's got to react pretty quickly, but he'll get absolutely elbowed by this Winthrop squad. Rest of the team should follow suit pretty quickly. Infiltrator, you might not want to be the one to go for that next time. Yeah, there you go. Let Moves handle it. So, yeah, nice and clean. Qbert deciding to speed run that fight as well. How often do you think we go to the A courtyard first for these like full-blown brawls, man? Does it continue, or do we start slowing down a little bit, maybe playing through the walls, just, you know, throwing some salvos in?
I'm gonna be honest. You can't spell Lotus without that A-site brawl. I know that doesn't make any sense, but I swear every single team, like, it's just such a default thing that you've seen. Even before Tejo got into the mix, everyone was just brawling outside of A. Usually it was like paint shells and then have a little bit of an aftershock get tossed in there. But it's always this A space that a lot of these teams like to play over. And this time it is going to be Qbert a little bit more advanced forwards. T-Dog does get taken down, as Moves once again trying to claim this space, but the rest of the squad are already leading onto A and potentially going to bait out Knights here. Ooh, Knights at least good for one onto Ali, and smartly backs up, makes the call for the rest of the squad as well about the members that have been spotted.
Moves continuing to maintain some defenders over here on the C site thanks to the Arc Rose getting procced. So Winthrop will use that to gain some extra pass control of the courtyard. Like a ballroom dance, these two teams, each round designating a leader to decide who takes control early on and how to respond and fight from there. Through the baby door, Winthrop University will trollops into the B site with Nismo covering the spawn. This will get sandwiched pretty quickly if Winthrop's not careful, and Flare unfortunately cannot be. Outlaw shots going well for Infiltrator, though.
Wow.
Extra well. The double on top to save face and keep two standing for the advantage. And suddenly, Winthrop take away the third and a half.
It felt like there was just a little bit more hesitation coming in from Qbert there. I'm gonna be honest, like, they had the numbers there, they could have just pounced in there, but it was that slow clearing that we see again. And then Infiltrator, you know, 2 bullets in that Outlaw, that's gonna be 2 kills for Infiltrator. And it just all falls apart. This is not looking good for Qbert Academy at this point. Nismo, I do have to say, this was a pretty sick kill, but unfortunately, it just simply wasn't enough to make sure that things could work out here. And the weaponry rescued from Qbert Academy on that round, Winthrop University have all the rifles that they need, and Qbert are going to be on a little bit of a save. We're not getting the barnyard brawl outside of A side, but it is going to be fast aggression coming in from C as they take that mound control, but Moob's just so aware. The game sense is just unreal, looking for those long shots. Can't quite secure it, but will be able to escape most importantly.
He's just rage baiting that C stack, trying to just get their aggression on at least one guy they can take down, but unfortunately, no one's really able to make a dent. In fact, that attempted flank pile is gonna go ahead and turn tail and meet back up over here with Nismo on the steps. Perhaps just to die with a little less of an advantage giving to Winthrop University. It seems like that's where we're headed this time around.
Cover going out.
Yeah, you can see they're just right now posturing, trying to find potential pick, get closer to a couple of those ultimates, at least drop a little bit of the weaponry here. And honestly, it's really going to be Nismo who might be able to get one. It would be the Infiltrator with the shorty in hand. They just dance on the other side of this. A little bit of timing might come through. As, yep, that's going to be potentially, okay, no, not 2 kills here, but still an excellent job from Winthrop University. They're finding themselves now at double digits already and are really flipping the script on how we expected this Lotus to go. Lotus is a pain point for Winthrop University. Between just not having the best win percentage on this to losing the map against Prosperity, Winthrop University, they really need this win, and it could really impact how they feel about continuing to play Lotus.
Yeah, this is definitely a confidence booster for the team at the right time here in that Swiss stage where, you know, there's nowhere to go from up for this still prospective 3 seed. Qbert, once again, going to try and push that narrative down the yard now that they have the guns back. Winthrop finally going to slow down and not really go band for band, at least at first, but we'll see what Nasi throws at the problem here. Recon dart into the fast lane, so that got the full opening for Infiltrator. He's got control of Rubble. Never mind, Knights is able to shut that down. Armageddon, just to make sure no one else can get on top of it, and they won't. Winthrop's already made their way into B site. Moves the only one in fact, with that sheer active, but he's able to hold his own long enough for Ali to TP in as well, and now it's a full-blown two-person brawl on site. Luckily, though, Qbert have enough resources to slow that down to a complete halt. Redux now with 3 for the round, and just cleaning things up with Nasi at the end. So the streak ending here in the half, Qbert winning their first defensive round here, and I mean, it looked, you know, as clean as you can get. Looked pretty full of denial the whole way through.
Yeah, and on top of that too, I mean, we see a very early Armageddon get kind of tossed in just to force people away. And I actually think that that was a really smart move to kind of corral the rest of Winthrop University to try and push into one of these other sites. Immediately just going into B, and somehow Move's able to stay alive despite the fact that the shear goes up, separating Moves from the rest of the squad. But it just kind of came down to a deathmatch at the end there, with Redux, who else, being really good for it. So excellent job from Qbert Academy. And already Infiltrator facing a lot of difficulties. It's really hard to see when you're walking over to seed.
Really willing to fight this out this time from Mounds. Hunter's Fury going to attempt to clear the board here, but it won't be on top of any sort of push from Infiltrator just yet. And of course, the Lurk must now switch over to the other side, so Moob's creeping up the courtyard as Infiltrator has in fact nailed that first kill down. Could enter with an overdrive raw if you wanted to. Qbert's still spread pretty thin as well. But in with the drone, they'll be able to enter very safely and fully clear out this site.
Yeah, just excellent take coming in there. Of course, Moves just adding pressure onto the A side as well. Make sure that Qbert Academy on this retake have to be watching their back, as they do get themselves set up in a 4v5 retake scenario. Couple of ultimates online, but this is still going to be a pretty tough retake, especially too with Moobs finding Nismo, and now the Neural Theft just going to reveal all of their locations.
Quick reposition here from Qbert, but they'll sense that not enough time or opportunities to make something of it, and going forward in the match, could say the same. 2 rounds from Winthrop, taking this first one decisively after this attack half, in theory. But still, these pinpoint moments that Qbert is able to slow down Winthrop the same way that, you know, the opposite happened on the previous half. It is proving to deal the same critical blows to those attacks that they did on that defense. So there's every ounce of potential for this to suddenly go Qbert's way, especially with the ults in tow. You just have to find those right moments to really trap Winthrop. And the issue is, every time that these moments are coming up, it's Infiltrator removes most of the time coming up on top.
Yeah, it's like those individual gun battles where you just see Infiltrator or Moves walk in there, and somehow they're able to just win out one fight and escape completely unharmed. It's what's really allowing Winthrop University to be able to have these clean site takes. And this time around, it's a lot more hesitant. Pumping the brakes a little bit more. Winthrop University just playing very far back, leaving Qbert Academy to kind of guess what could happen. Ultimate-wise, still, Flare does have that Armageddon online. It's a good bail me out strategy. If Winthrop University get this round, the economy of Qbert's not going to be looking too great.
E-Dog pretty flooded here, but Knights, with that cover fire, can take that Infiltrator on the early entry. Still stuck, though. Winthrop is going to brute force their way to that trade. So we're back to the neutral with the 4v4, 50 seconds to go. Qbert making that early rotation to A site as Winthrop starts to duck away from it with Ollie fading away with that smoke. And he's actually going to choke up on that door, see if he can poke and prod at Knights, and he can! Grabs that kill too, but it's still a trade on the other side as Scuba has managed to grab his and is now creeping back up from C.
30 seconds left.
WU still on a bit of a time crunch here. 25 seconds to go. Potential sandwich inbound. Ollie questioning the TP here. Where do you go? Looks like to the back site, indeed. On front of the boxes to make sure the whole place is clear. It is. You're hiding inside the smoke. Redux drop down. Early reaction time to take care of Nasi. Now Ollie has to try and get on top of the fight. He can't either. We'll just paranoia the planter to make sure he's got to stick it, bare his teeth, and grin out this fight. There's one for Flair, but that's all he'll get. And Qbert, excellent response time this round to get them to 8.
And I can't emphasize how important it was for Scuba to be able to find that pick onto Moobs. You can see as soon as things were not looking too great onto that A side, Winthrop University, they start putting the car in reverse and start to back out of that site, and they start making their way towards C. But as soon as Scuba finds that pick onto Moobs, Winthrop University, not a lot of time in their favor. Now they have to force into that A site. And that's where things just all went wrong. Just crazy, just missed that there actually, but it worked out perfectly. Like, I can't stress how important that was to really force Winthrop University to move in onto that A site, where Qbert Academy just looked a little bit more comfortable. They had the numbers and they had the utility advantage. It just worked out so nicely for them.
Well, we'll see Moobs give it another go. This time, the B entrance. Qbert not trying to entertain any angle that isn't pre-checked at this point in time, and the sheer will force Moobs to check it openly. We'll get responded to very aggressively here with the door from Redux, and so Winthrop, they'll press the button on the 8 push and get a whole lot of purchase from it. Armageddon on drop as well, to make sure that this is fully clear to allow for the spike to go down. You don't know how many members of Qbert are waiting to pile onto this, but now you have a good idea. Infiltrator's ready for it anyway. Sun on top, doesn't matter when you've got a shorty. Nismo, 30 HP. Close call, but at this point, the damage once again may have already been done. Scuba, so much is on him, and Moobs has the gun back up in time. Timing, he is not a victim of this round. And thus Nismo, tough conversation must be had. Do we hold on to this lone Vandal in the eyes of a game point? Or do we go for the 1v4 clutch, chat? Let's see the ultimate clip. Let's go. Here we go against Ollie. Okay. All right.
Ah, yes. I love my clip with a long-range shorty, huh?
Match point.
Can't wait for this one to go viral. But honestly, too, like, I think it was just a really good understanding of the overall macro coming in on this map from Winthrop University, understanding, hey, their economy, it's not looking so hot right now. Maybe we hit them with the Armageddon, and it's going to be fun times for us. And yeah, we see those ultimates come through, and you know, Qbert Academy, they try to respond with a couple of ultimates of their own. We see Scuba pop the Steel Garden, but it just simply isn't enough, given the fact that Winthrop University have already just swarmed in onto the site and taken advantage of everything. So very clean coming in from Winthrop. Qbert are going to be calling this timeout, but finally it feels like there's a little bit of hope. Winthrop University might be able to get this win on Lotus. They're just one round away from being able to do it.
The space making has really just been the crux of this attack so far from Winthrop University. Like you said, the gun diff doesn't really shine too much of a light on the fight when Winthrop already have so much of the space that the fight is taking place on, to just play keep away and just continue taking these off angles and crossfires and just snowballing these advantages at a lightning pace. Beauty of attack on this map that they only need one more round of. And they could once again set their eyes on the courtyard, but Qbert spread just about as evenly as can be this time around. Of course, you've got Nismo cooped up inside that baby door again now that you don't have that Armageddon back in stock, so you can get aggressive on this courtyard, which looks like Knights is gonna.
Yeah, it is early aggression. Keep in mind as well, Knights does have the overdrive online. Another fragging out tool, electrifying your opponents. And it's going to be Redux just alone onto the C site. Does have a bit of Vi's utility to support here. Paranoia as well, but as soon as that information is given, it's very clear that this is going to be a C-side hit. And yeah, Qbert Academy, they're ready to pounce on them. Just hanging outside of Waterfall pretty soon.
Redux doing a great job of stalling out, shooting that drone nice and early to make sure that they still had to do a preliminary clear. And now the Rolling Thunder coming from T-Dog on the other side. Let's Redux enter dry. That'll be your first one. Winthrop can try and play stall, but Redux is in for good for 2. And now the rest of Qbert should be able to just completely annihilate this. Only one member of Winthrop still standing. And Qbert will beat Winthrop to the punch this time around. First from Redux is good reaction time, and second, that great calling that, you know, while Knights was still kept up, with that trap wire and the smoke on the A door, they still had a good idea that Winthrop was going to use that time limit on the smoke to go for that C push without, too much of a defensive pile being there. But they were so much more ready for it than they expected. And with Redux shooting down that stealth drone, all cylinders were firing at that point for the defense.
And I really got to give a shout out for T-Dog using that ultimate as well as the fault line in this round to really just stun up the entirety of Winthrop University -1. We saw T-Dog, unfortunately, use the ultimate and not get a lot of value, but definitely made up for it that round, keeping Cubert Academy in this one. They are still alive, 3-round difference here. An Armageddon coming out, though, is going to make things very awkward for Winthrop.
Yeah, you've got to get in front of this, and they do inside the tree. They win the fight against T-Dog. They win the fight against Knights on the box. Winthrop makes it all work on top of the Armageddon that tried to silence them. And now it's Cuberts, whose mouths may have to be shut for 5+ minutes between maps that they will have to clutch up. But Scuba, nice peek taken to at least get one back around. Ali maintaining that spawn check, but the stun necessitates the TP again, and so we're spread quite thin, but the spike continues to tick away. Nasi on the field, flips around for Nismo. How do you find that? But Scuba, next to the spike, grabs the 2 back. So low, but so little time as well. And he's got to hold this peek against Ali first before getting onto the spike. It's so over here. Moves has the easy turnaround. And Winthrop will grab a 13-9 victory here on Lotus. Immediate turnaround from what was considered one of their few weak points going into their Swiss stage. Marks, this team looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, I was going to say, after Split 1, Winthrop University only had a 33% win rate on Lotus. And then they go up against Prosperity, the new kids on the block, and they lose this map to them, shocking pretty much everybody, including myself. And yet going up against Cubert Academy, it feels like they've gotten a lot of their stuff put back together. That looked really good from Winthrop University. It felt like all the duels were kind of going in favor of them. And of course, Moob's Infiltrator being so effective at making those timings, making sure that they were finding the kills necessary. And Cubert Academy, you could tell that they had a couple of ideas there, but they just took a little bit too long to get some of those rolling. And by the time things were finally starting to click, it was a little bit too late. Winthrop University just steamrolled them through and win out map number 1.
Yeah, that confidence was looking really electric by the time that attack half had really concluded. No longer are they fighting upwind on their own map pick. We'll see if they feel as comfortable on Cubert Academy's home turf of Icebox after the break. Don't go anywhere.
give up and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to this end.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left. Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Winthrop University and always first picking Lotus. Sometimes not necessarily going their way today. They're going to rewrite that, though. 13-9 victory over at Qbert Academy to be starting off this series. I mean, Roy, when we get into it, maybe the last showing wasn't it, but they're going to show up this time, and that's what counts, right?
Yeah. You guys know that one basketball meme where he's like, I don't care if I'm 0 for 20. I'm going to keep shooting because if I stop shooting, it means I've lost confidence. That's quite literally Winthrop University and Lotus. They heard your feedback. They swapped up their comp. And honestly, it looked great. I'm actually a huge fan of their double initiator. I think it suits their style. It lets them unravel rounds at their own pace. It lets them make more calculated decisions. They're not really like shoehorned into playing in a specific pace, feeling forced to play off the breach utility. I actually really liked what I saw from Winthrop University. I think this comp suits their style definitely.
Yeah, I think it works really well for them as opposed to the Rays that we'd previously seen too, because of the fact that you're talking about that lack of breach, something that we were kind of questioning initially. But when you swap in that Neon for it, the ability to throw out those concusses for yourselves, Infiltrator really great at setting himself up in that regard. And then also great follow-up coming out from the team too. Like I felt like Ali had so much impact with a lot of those paranoias, the zoning that he was able to do in combination with the salvos that Flair was throwing out there as well to catch a lot of players off guard, whether it was zoning them out of spots or just having them blind and having to actually die to that util as well was really well done there from Winthrop.
It really was. So the fact that, all right, it's kind of like an overnight switch. I think it's been 2 days. I don't know. I'm losing track now. To be able to pull out this little bit of a different composition. That's something with this Winthrop University is they'll always switch kind of something up. So Roy, when it is time, push come to shove, they're always just going to be coordinated on it. But I want to then talk about what we've seen from Qbert Academy here too, because it was not just Winthrop University coming out with switches on the day. Qbert Academy more so. It was the roles. We got a little mix up here for everybody.
Yeah, so we actually thought that the Redux swap was maybe just like a split icebox thing. Maybe, they wanted Knights on the Yoru, but no, I feel like Redux, at least what we're seeing is Redux is now the controller of the team, which has forced Scuba into the Sentinel role. Now, controller of the Sentinel is honestly not a huge change in my opinion, but the duelists, from Sentinel to Duelist, from Duelist to Controller, that is a massive change. But honestly, Redux looked great on the Controller. I feel like there's really not a massive loss in performance. He played very well. He got his openers. He performed well in the post plans, and he was able to have his impact probably in the scenarios he wanted the most to have, which is in the late rounds.
Yeah, and I want to talk about those post plans a little bit too, because we're looking at some of the numbers here on the scoreboard, right? And having secured that spike 10 times on the attacking side there for Qbert, but only succeeding 5 out of those times to win that round, I think says a lot also about the information comp on the side of Winthrop. We talked about how we weren't like the biggest fans necessarily of the Sova coming in. Something that, yes, Nasi does look good on this agent, but it previously felt like it was falling flat on this map. But now with Infiltrator onto that Neon, it felt like they had really great recipes for that retake potential, just so much info that they could play off of. For Qbert, it was really difficult for them to deal with it. We even saw them trying to like push into spaces here and there, but the spacing just wasn't quite there for Qbert and locking down those post plans, and the adjustments from Winthrop are really nice to see.
I want to talk a little bit more about one of the role swaps coming out from the team and compare and contrast it with what we got to see from Infiltrator from the other side. Because Infiltrator has been someone we've been talking about a lot, right? That is absolutely no surprise, no joke whatsoever. And normally when we would do this duelist head-to-head, we'd be looking at Redux on the other end, but Knights, like he used to do a lot of duelists and then forced into the Senti with this team. Now going back, but definitely for this first map, Roy, it was a little bit rough in comparison to what we got to see on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we have highlighted Infiltrator as that duelist for so long, right? He always levels up to the competition. It doesn't matter who he's playing against, whether he's playing the bottom tier teams, whether he's playing the best teams in the league, he's always putting up pretty consistent performances. And Knights is new to the role. Like, yeah, he might play it in ranked. Yeah, he might have played it previously, but this is a whole different ball game, right? We're talking about like finding tiny minuscule gaps in a very util heavy meta. Everyone kind of has an idea of how to deal with the duelist, right? Like Knights just seems to be struggling to find his impact, and it really did feel like he was maybe slightly overcompensating and felt a little bit forced and obligated to make a lot of like individual plays, and it just felt a little bit off. And it really did feel like Winthrop University was just providing the better system overall for Infiltrator.
Yeah, and I think that I do want to throw them a little bit of a boon, though, for the side of Cubert, because for Winthrop University, this squad, another one of the teams that did not make any changes from stage 1 to stage 2, and Infiltrator has kind of just continued to heat up, it feels like, as the competition's gone on. Meanwhile, for Cubert, even though we know that Knights is a great shooter, we've seen him even taking a lot of space here on Lotus as well. He was doing his job to be the tip of the spear, but it still is a huge adjustment to have this kind of like triple role swap coming in for the team and adjusting to a completely different role from what he was playing before, you know, being on that Sentinel. And obviously, you're talking about how comfortable he can be on that duelist. I do think we see, you know, some of the ideas that are forming there, but the synergy with these role changers just hasn't quite been built up yet.
I mean, it's just still the start of, you know, stage 2 here. So they'll get a little bit time if this is how they want to be running things going on forward with all these role swaps, get a little bit of time to cook. But I love talking about this kind of just being a smidge newer in terms of our competitive play here. And hopefully every map at a time, we get to see a little bit more and more coming out from Knights. But let's talk about the next map, because Lotus, at the end of the day, it was Winthrop University's map pick. Now for Cubert Academy, this is where we get to see the Icebox come on through. And for Icebox, this is something that we've gotten to see actually just yesterday. This is one where they didn't necessarily opt in for the duelist, but Roy, I'm still excited to see what they've got, and it seemed to be a decently strong performance.
Yeah, I think this no duelist composition on Icebox probably suits their style the most, because there's really, everyone's in their strongest roles, the most rehearsed roles. Like, yeah, Redux is playing the Omen, but Omen is basically a duelist. Like, let us be real. Like, he has the most duelist kit out of all the controllers, right? You have the double TPs, you have the elevation, you have so many ways to just reposition, find your plays, play your one and dones and get out. Like, he's basically a duelist. And on a map like Icebox, where you can get so much value from the one ways, you can get so much value from the TP plays, right, with Omen, I think this composition really fits Cubert's side, and I honestly would not be surprised if this was an absolute stomp in the favor of Cubert Academy.
Yeah, I think even leaning into that narrative, the fact that Winthrop choose to start on attack. Okay, to be fair, we don't really know what they've been cooking with this squad.
Yeah,
right?
we
have
do not.
yet to see them on Icebox, so maybe their attack is insane, but defense, to let Cubert start on that when they were so strong with those retakes every single round that they won up against Burger Boys just the other day was a retake round situation for them, and they ended that half like, I think it was 7-5. So, or am I mathing right? Am I math? Yeah, it is 7-5. Okay. You know, I can count. All good, guys. All good, guys. I'm counting the squares on VLR right now. But yeah, it was a 7-5 half with all of those being retake situations. And I think that is insane, and something that Winthrop are going to have to keep in mind headed into that. They're really going to have to lock down those post plans. Something that we did see was going really well for them on Lotus. So I do still have high hopes for Winthrop to make this one a close one, if not even taking it 2-0.
Yeah, and the one thing that I honestly, okay, let's discuss this theory just for a little bit, right? It is still Icebox attack side. Like, that might be one of the easiest halves to play in the game, besides maybe Lotus. Like, Lotus attack is relatively easy. Like, Icebox attack, you only really have so many options. Like, the mid is underutilized, it's too awkward. You're either going A or you're going B. So, like, I feel like Winthrop University are on the right half for sure. I feel like defense is so much harder to orchestrate just because of how awkward playing on the sites are, and you really need to have a very good idea of, you know, what are we countering, what crossfires are we running, and there's just so much to the defense that makes it awkward for these teams. And I can understand why they would choose the attack side, but I think you're honestly right in saying that we don't really know what to expect from Winthrop University. We have no idea what comp they're going to pull out. They could pull out do a double duelist. They could literally pull out anything. It really, the world's their oyster at this point.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. But at the same time, you're talking about, okay, yeah, it can be really easy to execute, to get onto those sites. But again, it was the retake that they were prepared to be playing there on Cubert, which I think really changes the game plan and the approach of how they're going to be approaching that defense and not looking to get isolated on those islands. And I'm really excited to see how that head-to-head is going to look between these two teams, because I don't know. I know it's a little controversial. Icebox is one of my favorite maps to watch as well. So I'm just stoked to have it back in the map pool for today.
Valid.
Man, I'm the opposite. I see Icebox, I see Viper, and I'm just like, oh, brother, like, let's be real.
Icebox or Abyss, though? Which one would you rather see?
Abyss, at least we have people sometimes falling off the map, and it's funny. Like, Icebox, it's like, you know what's happening every round? The same wall, the same orb, just, yeah, it's a lot. But we're already on a little tech pause as we're getting the game ready. It'll just be another moment or so. But since we didn't get an opportunity in our pre-show, thought that we would pull back the predictions right now. And especially, too, because up 1 in the series, Roy, we're just 1 away from being right to be ending off our week.
I think we're sitting nice right now, Sierra. That's all I'm saying. Listen, I will never underestimate the people that have to finish their matches and then go submit their homework before the deadline's over. Like, those guys got a different level of work ethic. I'm here for it. Winthrop University, they've won my heart.
Okay, you know what? Fair. That's totally fair. I'm still thinking back to that one interview that Moobs did, and he was just like, yeah, we're on spring break right now. Like, we're gonna go grab like some brewskis after this. Like, that was mad aura. That was mad aura. I'm not gonna lie.
Party right after.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That was mad aura coming up from Winthrop. I think that, you know, I did have high hopes for the side of Cuber. I think that it is a little bit more difficult now, considering the role swaps. You were talking about how Redux does look good on that controller, but then it's also like, okay, I think Sentinel, it does make sense for how Scuba does like to play, but his controller was just so iconic that you would not have thought that role swap would have come through for this team. But I'm curious to see if, like, with more time, if the cooking will occur. But I don't know. It's low-key hard to be a Cubert predictor today. I'm not gonna lie.
And yet there's 3 of you. But hey, Cubert Academy, they have a stacked roster. They've definitely shown some good things on Icebox, and they got a good side. Let's head over to the agent select again. Cubert Academy, a bit more of a known quantity going into this, whereas Winthrop University, well, who knows? We could be throwing darts at a dartboard. You know, sometimes they don't even know going into something what they decide to play. And
I told you.
Wait, whoa.
Okay, Reina, let's go.
Not even just double duelist though. Moves Reina, Flare on the KJ. So he's just like continuing to show us the flexibility that he mentioned that he could pull out for this team. Yeah. And honestly, I high-key actually like the moves on the Reina. I feel like he's been popping off on those lurks. I'm expecting him to still slot into maybe some sort of lurk role potential here, just to have that flexibility and like swap that here and there with Flare as they look to like work this map on the attacking side. And Moves has just, you have to keep an eye out on him, especially now that he's on the Reina. He's found so much value with those flanks previously.
And I think the one aspect of double duelist that we need to kind of consider, right, is you talked a lot about the retakes, the Cubert Academy, you know, the trademark retakes that they have. Yeah, that's a thing. But when you have 2 duelists, people don't overvalue their lives. Like, this team is going to be willing to just like imprint themselves on your game plan and kind of push and be proactive in these pulse plans. And whenever they get on site, they're going to continue like pressing space and kind of disrupting your flow of retakes. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that. But that being said, guys, I am seeing a slight glaring concern with the Winthrop University side, because the side of Sentinels, they have so much plant denial utility. If Winthrop end up falling into the trap of going, you have the Mosh, you have the Nano Swarms, you have the Fragment, you have the Viper Molly. Like, there's just so much to work with to deny that B plant that if Winthrop University falls into that trap, it might be awkward. So my prediction is we're going to be seeing Winthrop University headed towards that A site a lot on their attack side.
And even if they do decide to lean towards B, like here and there, it's going to be that mid flank that's super important. I'm going to be expecting those plays where you see that Viper wall up, you call for that drop down to fight into backside there as well, just to deny as much space as possible to Cubert Academy if they even want a shot at getting that plan down. But I do love your prediction about that A site lean. I think that the mid control is going to be huge here, as it usually is on Icebox, right? But I'm just going to be constantly having my eyes on Moves for looking to thread the needle for these backstabs.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Always love a double duelist coming on out and a potential lurking Reina. Dan Dryad is somewhere kicking her feet like, let's go. So let's get into it. It'll be exciting to see nonetheless. Yeah. Is this going to be a Winthrop 2-0 over this Cubert Academy, or is this the opportunity for Cubert Academy to bring it back on their pick? Icebox is ready, and so are your casters. So let's head on over back to Marks and Tenray.
It's giving Jaws. That's the vibe I'm getting from this Reina pick. Moves is just ready to stalk whoever he wants. He feels so blasphemously confident And I adore it, frankly, Marks. I think it's a great way to try to wall break this Qbert Academy defense that looked pretty dang solid on Icebox just recently against Burger Boys.
I can hear the dun 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 starting to build up as Moves is going to be obviously navigating that map exactly like Ash said, threading that needle as we've seen Moves do on previous maps. And I tend to agree. I really think that this Reyna pick makes sense, assuming that Moves is going to be that lurking presence that Qbert Academy just have to be so aware of it. But two very different ideas coming into this one. One saying, we'll take map space, we've got a lot of utility to do it. And the other being like, we'll take map space, we've got a lot of bodies to throw at. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two especially clash off against each other, simply because the compositions, well, are favored for attacking if you are Winthrop University, and for Qbert on that defense as well. And I really want to harp in on what Roy mentioned with just the molly potential that Qbert have. There is a lot of chances to just deny space. So that's going to be something to keep in mind.
Very true. Easy to find a rut against this defense, especially if they decide to get aggressive first on top of it. But Winthrop have the shots to back it up. Good couple sheriffs on the side of this, I guess technically also Academy roster, but they're on the A site. They've got the 4v2 effectively. Ollie quite low though. But this screen, they'll at least be able to cut the board up and let these two players individually kind of work their stuff. There's Redux with one. Waiting for that next poke as soon as Knights brings up the rear. Here he comes, and there he goes. Ollie the next to fall. Nasi, immediate reaction onto Redux though, and so Knights has got to get the foot to the floor, pedal to the metal, and make his way up this site. Trying to find a proper line to get both of them at once. Nasi! First headshot's good. Infiltrator's quite low as well. Rope already given away, and there's certainly no time at this stage unless Knights nails the shot. He does! Is that enough?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's going to be really close here, but no. 1 second off. 1 second too late. Maybe that hop just off of the rope. Unfortunately, maybe stalling things out, and Qbert Academy are not able to get that defuse there. But still, I mean, we're already seeing these compositions really butt heads against each other. Winthrop University just kind of steamrolling their way in, despite the fact that Qbert Academy had already done so much to try and deny the space, and they thought that they could get a timing and the pounce onto them, and Winthrop University were just simply ready for it. So they're going to be the ones buying up quite a bit. Nasi actually has a Phantom coming into this one this time, and that is going to be quite a bit of pressure to apply. Although I'm curious to see how Qbert are going to try to respond to this one, because once again, a lot of utility to just deny space and potentially zone people out, as Moobs once again might be on that flank, just lurking around. And so Qbert have a lot of things to keep in mind here.
And now it's Qbert that's got to do their homework, waiting for this second duelist make himself known. Winthrop gonna take their sweet time doing that. Noise on the A site though, with the shots on the turret. Still no rush though. Willing to go for the bare knuckle brawl if it needs to come to that.
Here.
The entirety of Qbert Academy are now set up. Ali finding that first pick on Anismo as well, and yeah, Flood comes through all the utility and soup.
Double swing on the pistols. This will do some good damage, but everybody from Winthrop's able to watch it. So they will clear the board again.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
So Knights, we'll see what he can do on this drop down, but everybody's pretty set in their ways, and Ollie's got the outlaw. That'll be 2 for him this round. So, I mean, this A execution looking quite solid so far when Qbert are willing to fight on top of it. Obviously, when the guns are the other way, we'll see if they try to re-enter that conversation again. But proactivity, not necessarily the answer every time from Qbert. Like you said, we can lean back into those trap plays a lot more with all of these mollies. Just go for setback after setback, and I don't know, maybe try and time him out a little bit, force him over to mid, maybe try and coerce that lurk.
It's just so hard to do that though, because no matter which way you look at it, if you toss out those mollies, if you try and deny some of that space, well, Winthrop University, like, they just want to go forwards here. They just want to take that advantage, take that brawl, and that's exactly what's going to happen. T-Dog, though, able to find the better half of Infiltrator. This time around, Qbert do have the better weaponry, and will be just holding their ground on the other side of this Viper's wall.
I think Winthrop are going to be keen to fight it. At least Moobs is. He'll make his step out and grab a kill with that Guardian. Step right back. Now Hunter's Fury from Nasi to try to cut into this A side as well. But with no real prior intel, it's a bit difficult to do much more than just scare the members of Qbert into maybe stepping out, which is what they'd like them to do, because Flare is waiting in the window of the tube to catch whoever may step out a little too far. There's Scuba gone. Nismo able to waltz past. Redux can at least deal with that. Winthrop 40 seconds on the clock, and now they're reconsidering their reconsideration, heading back over into the A site that Moobs is re-cleared after Qbert's abandoned ship. Knights now the one to circle back. Redux the sightline back. Moobs can take care of that quickly enough, but Knights again cuts the head off the Hydra. It continues to grow as the spike goes down on A.
And now the spike is down. Keep in mind, Nasi will have that recon dart ready to go. 2 shock darts still available. You can see that the pull off is, of course, going to be happening here. Ali, no utility left, is going to try and take that fight.
It's a little grimy, but he gets the job done. Nasi the frag back, but with the fragments, Nismo can stall for half. Not long enough, though, and Nasi will win another fight. To get a third for Winthrop on the board here. Attack continuing to look crisp, slowly gaining those advantages over time. The very same thing that Qbert feels suppressed from doing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, like Qbert Academy, it feels like they're just a little bit confused as to where the spike is going, what is really going on. They completely yield that A site, allowing for Moobs to move up and get a cheeky little kill. And you know what? The rest, it just makes it so much more difficult. They got to get themselves back onto that A site, get ready to defend. They just simply made the wrong call on where Winthrop University were going to attack. And now things are not looking good. They've got just pistols on the board right now, building up to a couple of ultimates, but not quite there. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, it's a little bit slower this time, but you can tell they're like, hey, this A site, it's worked 3 times in a row. Surely it's going to work again, as already Infiltrator finds Redux.
And staying nice and close and personal, so we can let that push go at the drop of a hat. Still suppressed, so can't dash in, but we'll just make do with the shots. Toxic screen to at least stall out whatever else they may try to burn in this, but as that fades away, so too do the chances that Qbert have of defending on this site. Infiltrator's good for 3.
Spike planted. Toxins going up.
More for the road? We'll see. Now, scurry on back right into the waiting arms of Flare. So we'll keep pressing that A issue until it's figured out by Qbert.
And it's really interesting right now because one of the things we highlighted on the desk, as well as I was anticipating to see in this matchup, was that, oh, Moobs taking space. Oh, Moobs with the lurk. Oh, Moobs, you know, on the other side of the map. And that's simply just not the case in a lot of these rounds. We're actually seeing that the Reyna is playing right ahead of the squad, trying to take a little bit more of that attention, as Infiltrator is the one just swinging off of those leers. An excellent example on that last round. But generally speaking, they're just relying on the utility coming in from Flare to check whether or not there are people coming from behind, and then we'll promptly deal with it. This time around, it's just been kind of full send onto a site, allow for both of those duelists to be active and find enough kills, and honestly just set up Infiltrator to have a crazy frags in order to make sure that Winthrop University win out that round. A bit of a different style this time. Redux, though, does have the operator, misses that first shot, does catch a little bit of a foot there, but unfortunately doesn't secure the kill. And so now Winthrop University are aware that the op is on the other side, and looks like we're finally getting that potential switch up as they decide to pressure in towards B.
And Qbert crept up while Winthrop tried to play that neutral, and Nismo found a cheeky angle, getting Nasi down to 17, and yeah, that op shot getting Infiltrator down to 26 as well. Worse for wear against the potential stray down, so they'd like to have the better end of it. Heading on to that B site now, Infiltrator ducking through the smoke. Gonna go for the one and done on top of the dash and gets nothing done with it. But on top of the Viper Molly, who was immediately aggressed, so he'll get traded away. Meanwhile, Knights from the kitchen, which was getting watched this whole time so that Winthrop couldn't infiltrate through that. Doing his job. Now on the exit, Nasi waiting just a little bit longer than I think most people are comfortable with, but get the job done. Nismo trading that back out, but Time waning here for Winthrop University on the plant. 7 seconds to go. They've got to get back to the front line. Flair trying to play bodyguard, but that'll get shot back down, and they have no time. Winthrop, they're going to lose out on this round. Hubert, they were able to eat away at this enough.
Yeah, it felt like Cubert Academy that time, we're just kind of chiseling down the offense from Winthrop University. Slowly weaken them down, slowly space them out a little bit more, and then just decide to cut them in half when they needed to. We're seeing Redux as well be able to get a couple more shots with that operator, making it come online just a little bit stronger here, but it might have just been a little bit of an overcook from Winthrop University. As soon as they kind of give out their positions, a lot of this utility that we see from Cubert Academy is excellent for kind of playing for those 1vx frags. And oh no, Redux misses that first shot, and Ali's able to take that Omen out. So that's that operator, the very expensive sniper rifle that's already down onto the ground as Winthrop go to good old reliable moving in on A site.
It's going to be it's going to force Scuba to get a little more actionable on that passivity in that same spot. But with the lockdown, everybody on Cubert has an excuse to not be on the A side at the moment, as Winthrop will make their case loud and clear. Moobs finally getting that front line going himself instead of Infiltrator, who is rounding up back this time. Moobs will grab the first. Both duelists now down for Winthrop as Cubert made their first drop. That was Knights getting both of those kills, but
Spike planted.
Rest of the crossfires pretty clean. Scuba, world of work ahead of him. Nice first shot into the high-low. Flare above Ollie. First entry is good. So 5-1 now on the attack for Winthrop University, continuing to make this A site look like mincemeat.
And they've got a lot of ultimates coming into this next one as well. Of course, I'm looking at that Hunter's Fury as well as the Viper's Pit. We know that the Hunter's Fury probably just gonna come out in response to the lockdown if Scuba decides to put that one down. But yeah, this just feels really controlled by Winthrop University. Cubert Academy haven't really had those individual opportunities to kind of swing the rounds back. It's only when they're able to kind of isolate those duels, isolate those weird, awkward fights where if they come out on top of them, then it tends to work out. Infiltrator already popping the knives here. It's aggressive from Winthrop.
Waiting out the flash, and still Nismo wins it out. That's a great start for him. Still winning out that fight even after Winthrop was able to time it out a little bit. Gets out scot-free. Beautiful flash coming from him. Winthrop, unfettered. Still walk onto this A site. Through the screen, and Nasi gets two off rip.
Oh,
the collapse,
no.
Are you kidding me? And there's your one cry for help gone for Cubert Academy. The gun advantage is now gonna pierce right through again. Got to play at a snail's pace, and it starts with this lockdown. That won't fully extend past the Viper's Pit. That'll get set up to counteract it. Now Hunter's Fury as well, just to keep things safe. But in the process, Cubert's actually gotten on here and at least dealt with Flare. Now the wingman sent on to the Spike. You got to use your resources on that with the shock darts, but Spike is still half procced, and there's a good, decent chunk of Cubert still on this site. You've got to come into the fight, and you can't. Cubert are the ones that can overwhelm this time around, and the ult trades win in their favor, 2-5.
And Winthrop University that time, as soon as the spike goes down, you can tell it just looks a little bit discombobulated. The Hunter's Fury comes through. I think Flare might have gotten caught in the midst of all of it, just getting pinged up by their own friendly Hunter's Fury, but it just felt like absolute chaos here. In what should have been a bit of an easier round for Cubert Academy, Nasi being able to find that double kill, honestly just even things out, and then at that point, it was a bit of a scramble. So Cubert Academy take advantage of that. Most importantly, they get quite a few high-impact ultimates out of Winthrop University. Meaning that Cubert Academy, they've got the ultimate advantage here. They also do have the gun advantage here. We're seeing Infiltrator only have an Outlaw and full shields across the board for Cubert Academy. And so sure, it's still gonna do a lot of damage, but it isn't gonna be enough to secure any of those kills. And yeah, we're seeing a bit of an adaptation. Winthrop University, they say we've done enough of A. Let's move over to this B side, potentially contest it. It didn't work out too well for them on that last round that they tried to pressure B. Let's see how it goes this time.
Well, it's Moves really asking for the fight at the moment up yellow, and Flare, who's been relegated to this lurker a little more often on the attack, who's going to take up that responsibility again up the A creep. See if anybody from Qbert wants to get a scuffle going. Moves is making the creep up on top of the Lear, and he'll win his fight. Ollie also against Scuba after that creep up from mid was successful, and Winthrop have once again found the cracks at the perfect time. 5v3, and
30 seconds
these guys are just about everywhere, but Nismo, his escapade, can at least re-clear that mid line. Move's gone. Ollie having to commit to this stick. A lot of mollies thrown his way. He's still standing though. Running away now. One-way smoke to try and play keep away all this time. Flare though creeping around back from the kitchen. Is it gonna be in time though? Hubert's getting this done quickly. T-Dog with 2. It's all on Flare at this stage, and I believe the sightline's already been given away. Nismo the one to turn to it. And it's Qbert that acted quickly enough this time around to grab a third.
Yeah, and honestly, just excellent job coming in from Qbert there. I love the way how they played off of their utility. Just kind of go and flash, set up the smokes properly, just play it very classic and move in there. And honestly, Winthrop University's kits don't really have anything to, counter that, play for the longer time period. A lot of how they want to play is a lot more fast forward thinking. And unfortunately, they just get zoned out completely by it. So excellent job coming in from Qbert Academy. And once again, they're starting to stabilize themselves. There's only 2 rounds now separating these two teams. And Qbert, I mean, they're starting to get their ducks in a row. They're understanding how to counter this composition, find the holes where necessary. And we're not seeing a lot of those highlight clips anymore from Winthrop University, which really this composition should only allow for those types of things to happen.
It's very interesting seeing a team like Winthrop develop where so much of the weaknesses that they were able to prod Qbert for, previously, along with the other teams that they, made some headway against on their way to their 3rd place finish in that previous bracket, was the fact that they were able to, out-mechanic and out-shoot at the perfect moments and execute these trap plays on top of it. You see now, especially with Ollie playing on the team, you can see him trying to set up a couple more dominoes in that row before they knock them all down, go for, a lot cleaner set plays, a lot cleaner trap plays. And it's definitely going to work out in the long term, but in the course of that, Qbert Academy, which is much more used to that, and of course still prone to getting these insane frags thrown at them from these players on Winthrop, they're able to collapse on that 2nd or 3rd domino falling, and Winthrop hasn't been ready for it a couple times at this point here on Icebox. Luckily though, they got all reliable over here on the A site, more often than not, been pretty successful, but the KJ util's finally here to try to react to it. We'll see if this stack from Qbert is good enough to hold it down. Elbows for moves not yet shown, but it's getting pretty dang close. Everyone just itching for the fight, and here we go. Jumping on top first from Infiltrator. Nasi the one to get the frags though from Winthrop's side. Now waltzes right into the Nano Swarm where he will take his last breath. 3v3, and everybody's got to take a breath from it.
A little bit of gunk in your eyes and the gecko from the gecko, and you can't see what's going on right into the Nano Swarm. But it's so interesting because previously we've seen the confidence from Winthrop University being that motivating factor. You know what? We can just go in there and we're going to frag out and everyone's going to have a good time. But this time around, they have to use a lot of their utility instead to try and get some of that space. And you can see that the confidence is slowly slipping away from them. And those are the moments that Qbert Academy are going to be ready to just counter utility them, make sure that they're ready in these awkward angles and find a couple of kills. And as soon as that confidence starts to get lost from Winthrop University, not only are they down in their potential utility to clear things through, but also in manpower. It's going to be the spike down. It's going to be 3v2 now onto this retake. Ali just playing up top, but dodges the paranoia.
And gets back up on top. I don't know if Qbert's ready for this, but Flare is actually the first to frag out anyway, and now partially protected by that toxic screen. Now the wrap back from Ollie, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1.
Wow.
And Redux can't do a thing. You can just walk right through the smoky setup on that fight again. It's just a little too slow. And now Winthrop, the ones to spring the trap on that A site that they will once again win.
At Qbert Academy, I mean, you take a look. Oh, we're going up against a Viper. Oh, we're going up against a Killjoy. Surely they're going to be back off site. There's no way that they're going to be hanging out and playing so close by. No, that's not the case at all. Completely catching the members by surprise. See that first kill come through, and then Ali with a wraparound is able to get that second. And, it's just so difficult because Qbert Academy are simply just not anticipating it. And that's not to take away the value that Nasi was able to find so early on, as the Redux this time will be taking moves out. we see a different look from this offense. They're going mid here as a T-Dog. Oh, spotted someone out. Yeah, okay, you got it.
Should be okay here. Infiltrator, though, from the window.
The bait.
Another perfect tip for Tap. That'll bring us back to even footing, 3v3. Great opening frag there, though, from Qbert on top of Nismo's flash. Redux, some beautiful shots to be able to find the end of Moobs' health pool there. Oh, Infiltrator, you've been gifted another. Let's send him some more. Give him the ace. Oh, please.
Oh, my goodness me.
You should have seen your faces.
He's him, bro. He is him. That is unbelievable.
Just walking out one after another like lemmings there. Lighting yourself up, and quite frankly, it just came down to Infiltrator being very on the ball. I thought that was an excellent first pickoff there. And sure, Nasi does actually avoid the thrash. A little bit surprised there, but Infiltrator just uses Nasi as bait. And then, of course, just, you know, holding so closely. The rest of the team are completely moved themselves around, unmoved by the wingman going through. Infiltrator finding that ace. And that is going to be the injection of momentum that Winthrop wanted to make sure that they continue to feel dominant here. Qbert now forced only on 2 pistols. They do have the Viper's Pit as well as the null command available, but I don't think you use them this round. You want to hold them into your pocket for the next one, try and continue your economy forwards, and potentially swing around with those high impact ults.
Yeah, keep it respectful. These duelists for Winthrop sure won't. Hunter's Fury, as soon as Moves confirms Knights' position, he'll just wait for him to get flushed out by that Hunter's Fury. And while we're at it, we'll go ahead and chip away at Scuba's health pool too on the site. Qbert's already here to fight, obviously. They like being in front of this with just the Sheriffs. But unfortunately, really tough to poke your eyes out here when there's so much staring back at you. Paranoia tossed one direction to at least give them one opening to work with, and it's enough to grab a couple picks on the board. 2v3 here with Redux still having some time to step in front. Infiltrator, land your shots, buddy. Or else you've given him a little more window here. Flair luckily able to pick up the pieces from afar, and Winthrop makes it 8-3.
What should have been a very easy round, suddenly everyone was sweating for a second because we see that Redux somehow, just with a sheriff in hand, able to find a couple of heads, completely swinging things back into potential win territory. And now just one more round left in this half. Qbert Academy looking to potentially get that 4th. Otherwise, well, both me and your Preds are going to be going right out the window. Winthrop University, on the other hand, looking so strong and dominant here, really controlling the pace of how all of these fights have went. Sure, Redux pretty good at finding that first kill at the start of the round, but after that, it's just Winthrop University really controlling the pace of the round.
Toxin screen down.
Good early shot again from Redux. Now holding this operator yet again. Gotta really get used to seeing him on this Omen. Apart from the icebox, of course.
Right here.
Get out of my way.
And I gotta say, like, with these composition shifts, everyone highlights Redux on Qbert Academy, but I was a really big Scuba fan, especially on that Omen. And I have to question whether or not the swap of Scuba onto the Sentinel instead is kind of hindering the amount of fragging power that Scuba had in him, because I mean, we've seen that Omen just kind of light things up individually, and the kit is built around it.
Oh, perfect response time from Infiltrator, despite Knights' terrific do-si-doing around his Viper's Pit.
Oops.
Spike
it's all right. We reset and we enter, still a little too early. Nasi again, the back, he's fully blind, and he's good for 3!
One enemy remaining.
Unbelievable!
You should run.
9-3 on the half.
Wide open after that. Somehow, very consistently, I would like to mention, Nasi not being able to see is somehow always good for a double kill on that A site. Just in all of these different positions, somehow just completely unchecked. And once again, I'd like to highlight, Redux has been the one who is usually getting first kills in this round, and yet still Qbert Academy can't really convert it into any round wins. We're even looking at the kills right now on this scoreboard, and Knights leading Sentinels Qbert Academy with 10 kills. And on the other side, Nasi has 17. It is just unbelievable numbers being put up by Winthrop, but this is going to be the real test. 9-3 now, Winthrop on the defense. This comp is very interesting to play defense with. Let's see how this one plays out as Cubert Academy. It's going to be very heavy util, very heavy zoning in order to find some of this attacking power.
And I can already hear that Jaws music starting up again. His moves is the first person to start trekking up that A flank. But again, Cubert, very quick to the punch. They're going to pile this. And Ollie already gone. Very close in front of it, actually. But understanding this potential rotation from Winthrop and the potential flank from moves, Cubert turn their heads back and deal with the lesser problem. Now, the canvas is completely clear for them. They can head back over to A site. They got the time to. Winthrop has to change course before Cubert even makes a call on the attack. Oh, but they won't. They'll double back. They'll recall it. They say, no, we got to stick to the guns. Make sure that this isn't what they commit to, because it is. Cubert extends, takes over yellow, and sends little guy on over with the spike in tow. Now Winthrop gets on top of it. Oh, just a little too late to try and shoot him down, and at least try and extend this fight a little longer. But Cubert, it's overwhelming control from here on the pistol round. They've got every bit of the territory, and almost everybody still standing. If Nasi, bless his heart, doesn't have something to say about it. 9-4 for Cubert now.
Yeah, an excellent pistol round, and this is something that I think we're going to be seeing a lot of on the attack for Cubert Academy. It's going to be a lot of zoning, a lot of control, and then very small areas of flash and clear. You know, cut the site in half, take our space. We've got a lot of smokes to work off of and a lot of flashes to work off of. This way we can make sure that when we see those members of Winthrop University, it's just clean, easy kills. There's going to be a more reliance on the util here. And with Winthrop University's composition, like, they're naturally not going to have a numbers advantage anymore, and they can't get that train rolling as easily without those guarantees. And so it's going to be a lot more difficult on this defensive half for Winthrop to be able to find the same value they were on the attack. But still very early rounds. Shoulder spotted out by Scuba, as yeah, it's going to be the spike down very early on.
They're going to start the swarm Scuba here. We'll see how much of a fight he's prepared for. He's got the nano swarm to try to deal with the off angle, and moves can't land the shot. Winthrop luckily able to deal with the rest of that, though. Issue is, rest of the team still on the other side of the map. So Nasi, the only point of contact at the moment. Looks like he's just trying to get a good angle to at least fish out some util. There's the Dizzy, at least gone. Winthrop doesn't seem like they'll fight too heavy into this, though. They know their time's quite cooked, and they'd rather just get their orbs, get their creds, not hand Cubert anything extra for what they know will be an arduous half in still an unfinished game. Cubert Academy, not walking in with a whole lot. Gotta say that much.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to say, like, Infiltrator going on the flank, completely unnoticed. Also, too, has a bit of a bulldog in hand. That could be dangerous. And Cubert Academy just not wise to it, just assuming, yeah, they're probably just going to die to the spike. Keep it simple, silly. And instead, Infiltrator in the back line, the man who got the ace previously, makes sure to punish absolutely. And now the economy for Cubert Academy is going to be looking a little bit dicey here. It looks like the investment is going to be coming in. They're going to try and match tit for tat, go for rifles here. It's not exactly the best. And T-Dog gets quite a bit of information as Ali shoots down the Dizzy right off the bat. But still, they should be aware of what's lurking on the other side.
Oh, there's Infiltrator with the creep up. Can anybody from Cubert get on top of it? Yes, they can. In fact, they deal with the whole kit and caboodle, and they'll, once again, rush down this lane to get an early advantage on the site itself. A little bit of homework they have to deal with these nano swarms, so it does give time for Nasi to throw a shock dart into the mix. I believe that clipped Knights, but now its Flair's got to do the majority of the damage. That's a easy headshot to start things out, but Cubert will not exactly be too motivated to poke their heads out too much more here. Nasi at least deals with the outskirts, but again, same kind of conversation has to be had here. And Flair only good for the one. Keeping it tight, though, as Cubert will take their 6th.
Yeah, and honestly, once again, the weaknesses in the composition are really showing their face here. We see Winthrop University, Infiltrators specifically, the one who's been popping off, finding so much value, are just like, all right, let's take the fight right to them. And we see that brawl happen so early on. Cubert Academy, just simply with numbers, are able to win out that gun brawl. And so it swings very heavily into their favor to be able to come in and just take over the site. And the rest is going to be history. So annoying. I'm getting annoyed watching the screen, seeing all this utility fly in your face. If you're trying to retake Icebox on C, oh my God. It's definitely tough here. But still Winthrop University are trying to force the issue. An excellent headshot from Moves and able to get the escape as well.
That's the kind of moment you're looking for is Moves. We'll see if he can farm another one as Ollie pokes his out again too, just to play distraction, and it's working pretty darn well. Everyone is behind this, but Knights has circled again too quickly for their comfort, and that'll be the one cry from Winthrop, silenced again. Hubert now up to 7-9. Continuing to just barrel through this B site, and like you said, the weakness is really starting to show themselves for this comp. Only so much you can really do other than just gun it down and be better.
Yeah, at some point, if you keep on holding on to that gas pedal, your engine's gonna shut off. Let me tell you that much. It's still just like, you can see on that last round, it's like, oh my God, they put the spike down. Quick, guys, we have to go. And it's just, there's not that level of coordination on that retake anymore. It's just, we just gotta go in there and find kills. Everybody move in and try and find kills. And it's just a mad scramble from Winthrop University on that defense. And so Cubert Academy, like, cursed believers out there, watch out, because it's looking like that might be in front of us right now. I don't want to call it just quite yet, but Winthrop University, this defense has left a lot to be desired. Still not able to pick up a single round in this half yet, as Cubert Academy have strung together 5 in a row. This time are stretching their strategic legs and going to be moving over to this A site, something we haven't seen too much of yet. But the Thrash is ready to go from T-Dog, and that's going to be excellent entry.
And Winthrop's going to need to, book it on down. Moves somehow, wins that out. And with that Empress active, we'll be fully kitted up for the remainder. Nasi, easy entry kill onto T-Dog as well. And this attack feels a little more stunted from Cubert Academy. Feels like Winthrop may be able to get a solid grip on this, as the spike still has yet to be planted, but Redux has crept up, found the first angle on the screens, and is now ready to smoke back out to heaven so that Cubert can make their second approach in open sight lines. Infiltrator on the operator finds Redux! In what world did you think he would? Flare now secondary, and Winthrop can begin their secondary collapse onto the remainder of this Cubert squad, which is once again, Knights has to do his dirty work, make sure nobody's creeping up the flank before he accepts his fate at the timeout in 15. But that is how you respond to this properly, as Winthrop is nailing those shots, the moments that Cubert showed themselves ISO'd, and those are microsecond long windows at this stage in the game. Nevertheless, double digits for the favorites here.
That would have been nice if Knights was able to get that ultimate orb just at the end there. Like, oh, Viper Spit, yes, please. But no, not going to be able to get that one. Simply just not enough time there. And yeah, once again, when I talk about how you want to approach this Cubert Academy, using the smokes to section off different areas and then clear those methodically, we didn't really see that time around. They just decided to walk in onto the site, maybe feeling themselves a little bit, and Winthrop makes sure to keep them humble. Nasi specifically, still the top kill person in the leaderboard, has 20 kills on the board right now, and just goes in and completely shuts down any push that was going to happen. Winthrop University, like on that defense, they just kind of dipped in, found their kills, dipped out, and Cubert Academy were left more or less scratching their heads. So I might have cursed it, I might have jinxed it, but Winthrop do find their first in the round and are looking to potentially get 3 more, and they could clear out the series as things are not looking good for Ali.
Proactive Hunter's Fury, though, from Nasi. That's still going to slow down wherever Cubert is. Moves now the next point up, and he'll once again get an early frag. Again, the one weakness that Cubert has on this attack, and it's starting to show. Knights now creeping up himself, able to catch Flare watching the window. T-Dog as well, getting rid of Moves before he can do any more damage.
Look at this, like, they've got the Viper's wall all the way up onto that B side, and Winthrop University, they saw 3 of them onto A, so they have to try and reinforce it, making sure that this is going to be nice and easy here. And at this point, I want to talk about this Gecko because this Gecko has been so good. T-Dog has been very effective at making sure just to use Wingman, get the spike down pretty consistently without putting themselves into harm's way. And still the flashes have been so well coordinated with the rest of the team. And so yeah, Wingman gets that spike down. Infiltrator still has this operator, still a threat, but Qbert poised to win yet another round.
He's got to be almost belligerently brave here, and Redux already on the outskirts, so Yellow here to try and hold it down, but Infiltrator given a lifeline after that recon dart. He's going to dash up with this. Oh boy. Redux now TP's back over. Different target for Infiltrator. He can't nail it down, and that's too much work for Nasi to do. So Qbert will hold it down again on the B site, get themselves to 8 here, and I mean, Marks, I really don't think you cursed it. This defense is still prone to becoming rice paper the second Qbert get the first frag.
I mean, some might call it a numbers advantage. I like to call it the power of friendship because Qbert Academy, like every single time they kind of go into one of these fights here with a couple of exceptions, there's like 2 or 3 of them just peeking around the corner. And that way they make sure that even if we see Winthrop University find a pick, they're instantly ready for the trade. I talked a lot about their utility, but it's also too just the ape strong together mentality that's really been helping Qbert make sure to equalize the round or at least find a lot of kills and just shut people down. Look, Move's already down thanks to Scuba, and that's just such an opening that like they more or less got gifted the Reyna for free.
He's really trying to double down that issue. Infiltrator was trying to babysit moves up to the window with that Sheriff in play on this half-hearted buy that Winthrop have for themselves. Flare will get away with one from the maps, but this side is unquestionably Qbert's, as will be the round, no doubt. Ollie, unfortunately, the only one who did not have a Sheriff, got a shotgun. We'll see if he can throw his body anywhere fun. We'll actually pick up a Sheriff here, so can at least get something done. Potentially. Ooh. Hey, nice. It is Ollie after all. Oh. Against the shotgun. I had some questions, but we make it work.
Now, if that ain't friendship, I don't know what is, Cedric. Jeez. 3 people just hanging out there. The up, down, up. Or sorry, it's the down, up, down. Yeah, just
high,
once again.
low, lower.
Yeah, the high, low, low. But once again, just great stuff coming out here. I have to say, like, at this point, Winthrop University, I want to see them take a little bit more aggression. They can't just kind of send the Reyna out on its own to try and find a couple of kills. We need to see a little bit more of that combo utility. Enable your duelists to find those early picks. I think if they do decide to push the issue, take a little bit more space, play a little bit more aggressive, they could be rewarded from it. But simply, it's just a one person at a time pushing out and taking that space, which is when Qbert Academy are just going to be able to win every single duel. So excellent job already, and it should be a pretty easy spike down, and already they're getting all the Killjoy mollies out. Flare gonna use the lockdown as well, so this is a lot of tools already expended.
T-Dog's still gonna be able to plant this before Infiltrator gets the kill, but he will get that kill. The lockdown will force everyone to step out. Redux no longer able to be aggressive, steps into the kill. Nismo now able to start fighting again. Infiltrator with this angle on the operator has to be the saving grace once more. Nismo can't clip him, but the lockdown about to proc onto Infiltrator, and so it's Moves that has to protect him. But with that devour, with that dismiss, he's able to hold it down. Scuba with the kill against Infiltrator with this operator, but he's back up and running and can head back over to Spike to at least tap it, force the fight one more time. But Scuba has the angle, and Infiltrator loses the guessing game. We are tied up at 10.
I can hold an arrow.
Yeah, map 3 looking like a real potential possibility right now. Qbert Academy, what a recovery here. Winthrop University will finally use their time out after getting beaten round after round, 7 rounds in this half. Only able to find one on their own, but still, once again, like, a lot of that setup, a lot of that making sure you're playing aggressive but playing together, that's what I want to see from this composition. At this point, it almost feels like they're just like a pug team running at the offense, trying to find those timings, trying to find those moments. And when we see it's a little bit more of like an even gunfight, that's when Winthrop University are able to come out on top. But you can't be just relying on guys like Infiltrator to just come out on top of like a 1v3 duel at this point, because Cupid Academy, like I said, they have all their members looking in the same direction with that power of friendship, ready to just punish any single person that they spring upon. And just the pure numbers advantage for Cupid Academy with some smart placed util has made all of the difference on this attacking half. Winthrop University are just, once again, relying on those individual frags to carry them across the finish line. But right now, if that's simply not working, we got to go back to the drawing board for this one.
And it appears you have a little more time too, at least internally, as we do have a quick technical pause. I want to shout out in particular here on the attack, Redux, and how he's been continuing to be the one to step out and be aggressive, which not only shows how much responsibility they're willing to hand to Knights, becoming that primary controller should he not come through, but Redux having so much control over these set plays and having these guaranteed peaks on top of stuff like T-Dog's Dizzy, like we saw in that previous round, just executed so perfectly that it really is impossible for Redux to fail on an approach like that. Winthrop, unfortunately, would love to press a lot of these attacks, would love to do more than just send one guy in and you know, hide him away in a cupboard. But unfortunately, when there's these like absolute 100% kill opportunities that Qbert has, thanks to Redux just immediately getting that far up the lane and being able to entry off of that guaranteed a blind, it's a really tough back and forth that Winthrop has to play with the respect they give this attack. And when they're actually able to spring things, again, one of the many weaknesses that this composition has, where it's just your opportunities are so slim to make a connection that'll actually carry you all the way to a round win, apart from, you know, just an opening frag that won't lead to a trade back.
And you bring up Redux here, and I think that's a player really to highlight, because I'd be so curious to see the stats on Redux's first bloods, especially with how that defenders have
crazy. Yeah.
Like, the operator was just simply always hitting. And so that was something that, you know, if you're Winthrop University, okay, we know Redux is coming online. You got to kind of account for that a little bit more. You got to understand that, yeah, these players are starting to heat up. And, you know, the good vibes were all on your side when you ended the half 9-3. But that immediately kind of got shut down. And you can tell that Winthrop University are really struggling to figure out how they want to play some of this. And it's just Qbert Academy now riding off the high right now of getting so many rounds in a row and looking really pristine. And I do think a lot of that is just coming down to pure practice from Qbert Academy. Like, a lot of the swings, a lot of the utility is very well coordinated when they want to enter in onto the site. The reason why Redux is able to take so much of that lane space is simply because, you know, the other team is, or sorry, your teammates are doing a good job at smoking out the right areas, flashing things, scouting things out. It looks very rehearsed from Qbert Academy, and it's just weeding out these singular individuals from Winthrop on this defense. And Infiltrator, yeah, got a little bit of carry syndrome right now. Still trying to take these advanced forward fights. Does not have really any support, and the only Vandal on the team gets spotted out immediately, but still is going to be double dipping.
I'm aghast that he goes for that again. And I couldn't agree more. I think Qbert are in a state where, you know, coming off of the playoffs, no one was really, you know, trying to clap back at him for any sort of like freezes or like deer in headlights moments, or like their game sense wasn't trash. It really was just like chokes and not being fully like sheened when it came to your set plays and your executions. And you can tell in the offseason they have been just polishing and polishing and polishing. This looks so refined, so clean so far from Qbert on this attack. Now, once again, make that approach up the lane now that all of the util has been conversated. The Nanostorms are actually going to get prodded out a little early here by Redux's shots as well, so T-Dog's little guy gets in a little bit for free here. Now, I'll spray it back down. Winthrop's here to respond. Got two members in the fray here. Still a spawn watch with Nismo as well, so it is kind of a half-hearted fight, but Scuba does not care.
Okay.
He grabs two off rip here. And that should be all. No, Scuba's going to grab three. And 10 seconds to plant, but nobody available. Sure, give the guy 4.
I was gonna question, like, I was watching the mini-map. Oh, here comes Qbert Academy walking over onto the B site. This is gonna be a great. And yeah, instead I'm watching Scuba just walk forwards. Not usually the Killjoy, even in this comp, to be the one who's taking the space there. Usually you use the Killjoy to set up stuff on the flank, make sure you can't get the... Nope, yeah, Scuba's just walking in right now. And Scuba just taking so much far forward space that once again, Winthrop University, like, they're relying on those hero plays. They're relying on one singular member to be able to find a lot of value and just not expecting... you know, Scuba, the Killjoy, right up in your face, and Scuba gets away with so much. So Hubert now at 11, 2 rounds from sending us to map number 3, and Tenric, it's looking more and more possible as this continues out.
This is definitely what we're on the road towards. Seems pretty inevitable. Oh, especially if that's happening.
Spike down A.
Tough start. Off the ping. Beautiful recon from Nasi.
They lose T-Dog. And I've talked about the impact that Gecko has been really bringing to the fray. You know, bringing out all the zoo to the battlefield is always a good option, but it's just a lot of utility that was really helpful at helping Hubert move in. They still have the numbers advantage here. Infiltrator is popping the knives. Let's see if they want to try and stop them from planting. It looks like Infiltrator is going to try and take a timing. Ali up top.
No flash to enter now. Nismo already used his, and like you said, T-Dog already taken care of.
30 seconds left.
So lacking confidence on this A entry. They'll go for what they can be shrouded for. We'll see if Winthrop can leg it over in time to be able to respond to this, because again, hard part about this composition is even when you guess everything perfectly, even when you're 1 man ahead, it's still going to be such a monumental exercise to be able to deal with this. The snake bite does not land on the plant, so you've got to spray through. Nasi luckily can. Will immediately get counter. No moves, able to watch, and Winthrop is in fact here in time. The response team makes their entry in spades, and everybody might stay standing here. Infiltrator even staying respectful, making sure he doesn't get a bad shot, handing it to none other than the top frag of the lobby yet again. Make a wish, Marks. Winthrop University might just have theirs come true if they can have a defensive round like that 2 more times.
Yeah, and once again, like, I think this was a lot more dialed in. You know, we got the leashes on, we can pull them back in a little bit, and we didn't see those opportunities where Winthrop University were just kind of throwing their lives away with like one person moving forwards and immediately getting got, and then Hubert Academy can just walk over them. Of course, starting out with a first kill onto T-Dog, shutting down that Gecko makes it a lot easier for those things to happen. But like you said, like, there's a lot of opportunity for Hubert Academy to walk completely onto the other side because they've got a lot of utility to just control it. But this time around, Winthrop, when playing together, are able to properly counter and properly retake that site. So great job coming in from them to tie things up. Redux, though, still walks away with the first blood onto moves.
That's, again, just lightning fast response time from him on this Omen of all things. He's playing like he still has a dash available. Oh, Infiltrator is playing like he can't use his at all. Traded out by Nismo far earlier than he had bargained for, and so it's still advantage Hubert, and it's about to be worse. So T-Dog, okay, he cannot shoot that time around against Ollie, and that'll actually signal the push on to A side. So Winthrop against once again be early to this. You have a Hunter's Fury to try to stave this off. Wingman can get the plant down. You're not going to be able to... Oh, you do stop this in time. That's massive. Viper's Pick going to get committed to this as well from Hubert, and it's basically all or nothing at this stage. Hunter's Fury now to, again, slow things down. You can't get this plant, and Hubert gonna hightail it. They might have to just fully rotate. It looks like that's what they're gonna do.
This is an interesting strategy, but once again, a lot of utility here to remain in control, especially with that 0 point getting tossed out. At this point, you have an idea on this rotation around, so it's gonna be a mad dash here for B. T-Dog in a great position.
Oh, and he can't find the shot against Ollie again!
Spike planted.
That changes just about everything. Knights, though, again,
revealing area,
able to choke that out, and it's still such an adventure here to get up in front of this toxic screen with so few resources, no blinds, now just Ollie left. 1v3. We've got so much to check. Turn on to 1. Nobody immediate response. Immediate watch on top. Scuba now in front of this orb. Is he ready for it? No. Hubert crawl to 12 here on Icebox.
The gonads of Hubert of just being like, they're all over here. What if we just like left, huh? Yeah, let's do that. Such a obviously the right call in hindsight, but it's just like, wow, you got the Viper's Pit down. You invested so much onto this A site. But oh yeah, that's right. Our composition is built around a lot of rechargeable utility. We can just rotate over and everything will be fine. And yeah, they completely just kerfuffle Winthrop University, not aware of what to do. And then we see that fragmenting in the retake come through yet again. Cubert Academy now 1 round away from sending us to Haven. Winthrop University, it's been a rough second half for them. Only 2 rounds rescued. And this is once again Cubert's map pick here. Winthrop thought that they had this one. Infiltrator starts us off on the right foot.
No check from Knights. It's potentially no backup plan for Cubert. Have to prepare for this flank or the watch for it. They'll already send Scuba long ways over to spawn. Are we gonna have a little fight or flight against Nasi here up mid? Well, the Owl drone is gonna prevent that. Infiltrator is close and personal with this approach on the lane, which is why Cubert really hate going any further on it. So they will, in fact, back out again, and then now relying on Scuba to play mid-patrol to potentially get them over to A site, unless they reconsider, just as Winthrop's leaving. Timing could be on their side if they make the right call.
And this is finally one of those rounds where it doesn't seem like Cubert have infinite time to do whatever they want. Down to 30 seconds, they have to commit onto this site. Most importantly, Infiltrator's still alive from Winthrop University. We're seeing the lockdown get invested now. And Viper's Pit going to come out in response. No Hunter's Fury available for Winthrop, though. So I wonder if they're just going to try and stick it.
Seems like that's what they're going to do. Scuba getting aggressive. Nismo spraying through the smoke to counteract that. Viper's Pit set up, but that'll immediately, get short-circuited here. Oh, T-Dog again. Bad angle to give himself away on, but he readjusts and takes care of Flare. And that might be all she wrote. Winthrop might not have the resources to get through from here. Cubert can keep tossing stuff and throwing shots at this, but Mooms has the lineup on yellow. Both players on it, back into the wall. And it's T-Dog alone with no resources. Ollie holding the spike, but Mooms isn't ready on the sideline. And Spike wasn't hit for half. Ollie, does he hold it? He does! T-Dog clutches it for Cubert. And they make the comeback work all the way to map 3 where we're going.
Everybody feeling a little bit more superstitious after that one. The 9-3 curse breaking Winthrop University down. Cubert Academy, especially on their attack, looked like they were fundamentally just dismantling anything Winthrop threw at them. Once again, I think it really came down to that compositional difference and Winthrop not really having a well-rehearsed plan on their defense, but it just felt like so many of those rounds were just expertly executed by Cubert Academy. They always found the right timing, always found the isolation, so many first bloods, and this time able to convert into actual rounds. Just honestly, a great job at Cubert, just staying calm, realizing that they are not out of it yet, keeping their head in the game, and forcing out now this map number 3.
Yeah, continuing to look just tremendous when it comes to this icebox execution on both sides now. They have had their own showcase for at least one game. We'll see if that choreographed action continues on Haven map 3, where we're going after this.
People really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to this end.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
They might have been down at the half, but certainly not out of anything. Hubert Academy, they make the climb back, and they're going to win their map choice in the series 13-11 and officially take us to a map 3. Going into Icebox, I mean, Ash, we got to see a little bit of him yesterday here for Hubert Academy, and they're going to show up again today, though. Winthrop University definitely kept it close, at least for the first bit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think we looked at that first half and we're like, yo, this is a stomp high key. I know it was a 9-3 half there coming out from Winthrop. They looked insane. Roy was on point as far as, running that A simulator the entire time there for that squad. And it was really great looks, I think, with the entries that we were seeing. It was the double duelists going in together. Moobs only looking to go for some of those flanks every once in a while, but for the most part, sticking with the team like the casters were saying there. And I thought it was insane follow-up that Nasi had in that first half. It wasn't even necessarily watching Moobs or Infiltrator getting those first picks. It was them being that distraction tactic. You see the updraft dash into sight, and then Nasi's just like running in on the sidelines and getting those initial picks. And it was really great to see, but then they struggled on defense, where Hubert, I think they had really great game plans as far as cutting noise and looking to go for some of those re-hits, starve them of a bit of that information, and punishing really well with their utility in spades.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Hubert's comp is just so oppressive on the attack side because they have so much utility to work with, right? The Omen smokes towards B, shutting down the op lane, shutting down information. They have so much pulse plant utility. They just have a lot to work with at every phase of this map. But this is basically a tale as old as time, guys. Like, the most horrifying comebacks have been done on Icebox, quite literally. Like, every time you think an 11-1 or a 10-2 half is over on this map, you swap to the attack side, and it is just such a slippery defense side on this map, and it can be very awkward.
Yeah, it's crazy that both these teams started out 5-1 on both of their attacking sides. It just tells you so much about how this map is structured. And I honestly got to give kudos to the fact that Hubert were able to bring it back from that 3-9 deficit and take this one all the way home, especially that last round where we're like, okay, Winthrop, we're surely taking this to overtime, right? We believed. And somehow T-Dog is just going to pull up, get his 2, and just, that's kind of slipped away there a little bit for Winthrop, I'm not going to lie, in that last round.
Listen, guys, I think I've solved it for Hubert, okay? They need to hire me for this tip that I've discovered. Whenever Nismo is playing the KO, they seem to be winning. So we just needed more on the KO, and we're good to go. You're welcome, Hubert. I got you.
Wow, this is why they pay you the big bucks, honestly,
100%,
Roy. Thank you so much for your analysis. It was actually, I think, Ash's analysis from the pre-show.
I just completely yoinked it, so
like,
it's like, she's not going to say it, I'm going to say it.
You're stealing it, man. That's crazy. But I mean, when you are talking about the impact that was being made, I mean, yeah, there was definitely efforts from Infiltrator and from Winthrop University to get this done, but you cannot deny this MVP effort coming out from Nismo. And let's talk a little bit more about this initiator, because Ash, he was the one that we did talk about at top of show, and Nasi on the opposing end put up a hell of a performance. But yeah, Nismo, KO, good.
Hey, I mean, Nismo plus KO already equal W, but Nismo plus KO buff? That's all I'm saying.
I'm picking up what you're going down.
Exactly. Quick math here on the desk, right, guys? Yeah, this is hella cerebral conversation right now. But I think that the big thing is you also look at the fact that this KO, who is now buffed within his flash utility, is also being paired with this double controller composition where he has the opportunity to do those underhand pop flashes out, which are stronger now past those smokes, and a lot of their entries relying on those set plays, especially when you're trying to push past that Viper wall, if you're trying to take just a little bit more space and whatnot, and just so much post plant available there in spades. And I do think Nasi, we're giving him a nod as the fact that he was a huge hero here, and that's why we want to talk about this head-to-head.
Yeah, I feel like Nasi is the type of player that he's not really a mechanically weak IGL. He just doesn't really get opportunities to pop off because you quite literally have stat black holes on your team in the form of moves, in the form of Infiltrator. You got Ali. Flare, like everybody on this team just does their job, and whenever it's whenever it's functioning, there's really not much left for Nasi to do. But on that attack hat, man, Nasi went crazy. So shout out, really nice to see that. But guys, I have some bad news here, because the next map we're going into is going to be Haven, and there's really no KO on that map, unless they're planning on cooking something. But there's no KO, there's no Nismo on the KO. It's going to be a good old brawl. And the last time these two teams played that map, it was a 13-11, an 11-7 choke by Qbert Academy.
I mean, you're saying bad news, but for Winthrop University, maybe that's good news, especially too, since this is a map that, it was close, but they were able to win it out. But yeah, the fact that we get a third map in the series is certainly exciting. And with Haven, I mean, it's been a couple of weeks, you never know if there's going to be a little shift up. But I mean, Qbert, they got a little bit of momentum now. I'm curious, Ash, if this is where they can bounce back and try and take down Winthrop University, try and get their little bit of revenge here for realsies.
Yeah, I think my question lies in the fact that they were trying a little bit of a slightly new style comp initially on the side of Qbert, where they're running like a Neon Tejo Vice. And then for like the last matchup that we saw, that was them up against Envy, was them running back the OG, bread and butter Haven comp with that Jet, the Cypher, the Breach, the Omen, and the Sova. I'm curious to see now with these role changes on the side of Qbert, if they're going to actually lean back into that just because it's like a little bit more comfortable, or if they're going to be looking to take this opportunity to innovate.
Yeah, that's honestly a really good shot, because now their whole roles are scrambled. Like, are we going to be seeing the Yoru? Because that's not something that, I mean, we did see Redux on the Yoru, but it wasn't, I think it's safe to say that it was not his best agent, right? But now we have Knights who's shown the Yoru. He looked good on it. Are they going to be trying the Yoru on that map? Are they going to be sticking to the Jet? Are they going to be going on Neon? There's really a lot of questions up here for Qbert's side, and I think it's slightly confusing to what they're going to be running.
I would love to see him reprising that Yoru role that you were talking about there, Roy, because if Winthrop are going with the previous comp that they have been running, the Yoru is just so key with dealing with that Vice wall really early on and just breaking some of those setups. And I think that's going to be a really important piece of the puzzle, just because it gets so easy for that Jet to be zoned from the rest of the team. So I don't want to see them going back to that stale composition. It does work, but the meta has been moving forward. We're seeing a lot of more iterations of different tempos for play, and I want to see them taking a bit of a risk here in map 3.
I mean, considering Qbert Academy is switching every which way of role going into this stage, I feel like if they're going to be playing something a little stale, a little something outdated, that's just not matching up with all of these changes that they're making. And so hopefully getting into it, we'll get to see something a little fresher, a little new, and another opportunity to show us what these role changes are really about, because that's been the conversation. Even when we looked back at Icebox, it wasn't a Scuba then on controller, so nice to be back on Senti. It's all kind of over the place. So I think it's really interesting to see that this has been a consistent thing for the team, and I'm just so excited to learn more about it. But the agent select's ready, so let's start heading into this as we get into the third final map of this series, Haven. Again, for Winthrop, probably going to be something a little bit more of the usual, but Roy, here for Sentinels. All right, Knights, Yoru, here we go.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing some changes on both teams, actually. Winthrop University opting off the Vice. They're going to the Omen as well from the Astra, so there's a couple changes on that side. And of course, Sentinels, the Qbert side, they're finally unveiling their Haven composition. They are, in fact, going on the Yoru. Of course, I've been a huge fan of Yoru. I think the agent has opened up so much on this map, and his ability to bypass a lot of the utility, as well as having an ult that just always gets impact, is definitely going to play a factor here on this third map.
I think it'll be interesting too to see like the dichotomy between Flare being on that Tejo versus T-Dog on that Sova as well. You do have a drone for both of these agents, but definitely a lot more information gathering that's possible here for Sentinels Qbert Academy on the attacking side first. Meanwhile, for Flare, I love him on the Tejo, to be honest. I think he's always had really great impact on this agent. His salvos are great. The combinations that he has with Nasi are going to be really nice to watch. And I think it'll be interesting to see that Scuba is actually reprising this Killjoy. I think a lot of teams have fallen off the Killjoy pick here for Haven. I'm curious to see what kind of difference that's going to make here in this set.
Winthrop University with tiny changes. Last time they faced moves had the Vice instead. Ali was on the Astro, but kind of sticking to a little bit more of the norm here. But for Qbert Academy, I'm excited about this. I've been so excited about these role changes. Time to see a little bit more of what they've got and if they have enough to take down the series or if it's going to be Winthrop University yet again with a win over them. It's time to head into Haven, third map, and back over to your casters, Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. 100% agreed. It's so great to see both of these teams shift these comps to where they are now. Two comps that can really be anywhere, anytime when it comes to fighting or clearing space or even just scaring you a little bit. I know that both these teams are going to get a little disrespectful. They're going to get a little cheeky over the course of this game. Everybody's just going to throw some wanton util, and it's going to find its way. But coming into this, Mark, Qbert Academy, obviously more eyes on them with Knights picking up this Yoru. We saw it on Split against Burger Boys, doing pretty solid. But as Roy said, it's so strong on this map at the moment. And with Knights holding on to it, I can only assume good things.
It's so funny to me too, because I think just the general narrative for Qbert Academy was always like Redux's squad, Redux building the team around him because this guy's going to be in VCT as a duelist sometime soon. And then it's almost reminiscent of the actual Sentinels roster where, Tens was the duelist and then suddenly is on the Omen all the time. And it feels like that same idea is being put into place here with Redux continuing to play this Omen. And yeah, just like that, Qbert Academy have already made their way onto this C site. Spike goes down nice and early. 5v5 here, as players really just haven't run into each other just quite yet.
Boobs would be that first point of contact. He likes it that way. The Knights will get the first blood for Qbert's favor in turn. Rest of the push from Winthrop is up in Link, and Nismo the first to enter right into the hands of Nasi, but it's another 1-for-1. Now it's Winthrop that has to aggress. It's a little bit mandated at this stage with Redux holding down the front line of the site. Ollie's shot's just a little bit better, and at this point, Scuba's wraparound might be a little too late. Good shots on the Sheriff for the one. No reason to peek out, though, here until the very end. An Infiltrator will do his little dance to get Winthrop to 1.
Yeah, and just great retake coming through from Winthrop University, especially, too, once again, the fact that they are bringing in the Tejo. That's what we expect to see. A lot of just those salvos being used to reposition people. Nice and easy. Force them out. Force them into your crosshairs, and things are going to be good. I like how the desk also highlighted the difference between the Tejo and the Silva. Silva's like one of those mainstays that you can't really go wrong with on Haven. But when it comes to actual active, let's push in, let's take this space, Tejo is just going to get a little bit more value with the salvos being able to force the repositioning. That's something simply Silva does not have. However, there is still great information gathering thanks to that recon bolt, which should allow a lot of these takes to be quick, especially with Knights being able to teleport this way, that way, and all over the map.
And with that gate crash, they're able to just force that the aggro right from the front door instead of from the courtyard, make that noise just a little bit sooner, and it'll give them that inch of an advantage they use to take over the site and grab the majority of the kills. Infiltrator flashes himself back out of this smoke that has been set up by Ollie, who will also start making his steps out. And with that, Spectre can do a hell of a lot of damage. Nice turn onto Scuba to make this a 2v2. Infiltrator with this Outlaw as well can kind of just peek wherever, but it's a little touch and go, and T-Dog on the way back around. Infiltrator holding this spike, and Ollie able to play Puppy Guard on top of it. So they'll be able to, once again, keep 2 up to grab this next round. But Qbert, already some great ideas we're seeing with this Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, already I liked how that kind of round just broke down to a fight inside a bunch of smokes on this B site. A lot of pistols flying around, shooting in all sorts of directions, just trying to make it as scrappy as possible, which was really the only way that Qbert were going to be able to win out that round, given the gun difference. So still make it expensive for Winthrop University here. A great util dump as well. You can see a lot of those ideas starting to come to fruition. The eggs are starting to hatch, and now Qbert will have rifles across the board. So this is going to be their high impact round, and I'm excited to see what they've got cooked up. They will be going up against Moobs back onto the Cypher, arguably stronger than what we saw on the Reyna here. But still, if they can deal with this Cypher, then that C site is wide open for the taking.
Yeah, he's back in his element, but how far can he go against an attack like this? Gets duped by the Yoru clone, but still can't find any connection onto him until the follow-up. Redux is there. Knights quickly dealt with by the flyback onto Link, but Nasi is by himself before this blind can come through, and Sight's been handed over on top of a TP ult for that matter. Nice entry by Infiltrator, but you've got 150 effective health at this point, and that's enough to get Qbert over the line, get this spike down, and keep 4 players standing.
Planted.
Yeah, Ali just left it a 1v4. does have a Spectre, but this is still just a tall order. All the people just watching all the different directions, steps out there, gets shut down. And I really got to commend Redux on that round for just staying alive on that actual C site. Gets flashed up, that's okay. Is able to somehow duck away, buy enough time there for T-Dog to be able to swing out, find another kill. The protection is immaculate coming in from Qbert Academy. And once again, based off of what we were talking about on Icebox, where, you know, their coordination feels really on point, we're seeing a lot of those teamwork elements continue to shine through from Qbert Academy. And sure, Winthrop University, they aren't no slouches either in the teamwork department, but especially in rounds like these, it comes so much easier to highlight the work that clearly Qbert Academy have been putting in.
Jeez, Redux already stepping out into the fray, grabbing his first, and now Ali forced to encroach, and he'll fall as well. Flair now trying to take that fight up and grab a piece for himself, but he'll get traded out as well. And Qbert, they will gladly accept the stepladder of kills that Winthrop has given him. Now it's Nasi's turn. He won't be so easy. Aftershock to play keep away, steps back out into sewer. There you go. Still a 1-for-1. Qbert will keep playing this game as long as Winthrop wants to. I mean, they're perfectly content with it. Moves, heads back over to a site that he can't do too much with unless he's moobs. Hint, hint. Nismo fault line. Step out. Nismo the first to catch him. Check is impossible.
Yeah, once again, great job from Qbert Academy. Like, they're so good when they just decide to push in there. Redux that time, really looking like the duelist. Obviously playing Omen right now, is in charge of the smokes, but so far, just this aggression has been so good from Qbert Academy. It's a completely different look than what we saw in their previous composition, where they wanted to play it a little bit slow, especially bringing in a Sova on this one. To me, that's a little bit slower than if you brought a Tejo in, but it just feels like pure confidence right now from Qbert Academy, and they're rolling things forward. Winthrop University haven't really been given that many opportunities to try and even contest them, as once again, they're forced back down onto a half buy, saving as much as they can. Moves alone on the site. Does have the Sheriff going up against the entirety of Qbert.
A double back TP from Redux. It's inched in perfectly, so Knights is the one who steps on first. That is such a fun fake out play. I wonder how many times they practiced that. And Winthrop once again boxed out immediately. Not necessarily playing with your food, but I don't know, you're like making airplanes with the spoon a little bit if you're Qbert this round.
You can fold your spoon like that? That's crazy. That's what you meant, right?
Sure, yeah. No, that's, yeah. Flare. Working it a little bit. Entry from Link. Blinded away. That'll be the time. Will it be the kills? Yes, it will. So yeah, I mean, definitely emanating confidence after an attack half like that from Icebox. You know, this side in particular at least has got to be invigorated here, and still got some ults in the bank to work with. Whole lot of options to cycle through as well. I mean, this playbook has barely been opened.
Oh yeah. And so many of these rounds are just like over in a second, right? Like the first initial engagement happens, and immediately Winthrop University are able to find some kills.
That's
Here's
such
that
a
really
sick play, dude. That's so sick.
It's so good. Like, it's so rehearsed and so well executed. And once again, it's just over before it even begins right now for Qbert. Like, Winthrop University, they're just getting picked off and then immediately are forced into an uncomfortable position where they're down numbers trying to retake a site. It's so decisive coming through, and already Redux finds Infiltrator right off the bat. T-Dog uses the Hunter's Fury to scope out the back as well. Finally, Nasi is able to take Knights out, but immediately falls down. This is what I mean. It's over in a snap.
Qbert are double dog daring Winthrop to try to fight them on their terms, and Winthrop, unfortunately, having to acquiesce time and again. This time, thanks to that dimensional drift that'll, again, just make this entire map under the control of Qbert. But Seaside is what they'll settle for the post-plant yet again. This time you got rifles and two players that are a little annoyed at this point, so they'll give it the old college try. But unfortunately, I think they said they're still on spring break, so they might be a little...
Yeah, I do have to say, like, if you are Qbert, oh my goodness, these rounds have been so decisive on to C. Why would we go anywhere else? You know, like we know exactly what we're going to be walking into. Moobs is going to be hanging out onto the site. We've got some sick plays ready to go, fresh out the oven. Let's just run those over and over and over again until Winthrop present us something that is difficult for us to figure out. And they've already showcased that they can go onto that A side as well. And if you're Winthrop University, like, you're forced back down into not the most ideal economic situation, you got to start changing something up on this defense, because Qbert are just completely running over it. Like, Moobs still not really standing a chance, has been eliminated so early on, which is very different than what we expected from this Cypher player. Moobs usually is always good for at least 1 or 2 kills when defending one of those sites solo, but does need more support this time, as Qbert will be flexing the strategic prowess, changing things up a little bit, putting a lot more pressure onto mid, but watching just outside of A, as we do see the Winthrop University people play a little bit more aggressive.
Yep, the A lane. Infiltrator's gonna sit, at least momentarily. Qbert have done a really great job of, like, exacting upon a site and killing whoever's on it before Winthrop can opt to play for the retake. And so they have a really tough decision in that immediate moment of how many players do we try to contribute to this pre-plant fight, and how many do we keep away and just let watch this carnage that's about to unfold on site. And almost every time, Qbert's able to twist the numbers, so Winthrop always comes up short. So Winthrop will dare to go even further forward. Now Infiltrator given a distraction with the salvos. Of course, a tough round with the guns that Winthrop has in hand. Unfortunately, the execution just is not there enough this time around. Okay.
Ultimate is ready. 30 seconds left. Cage 3.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, we'll stick around. Grab one more, run it on back. A laundry list of around here, I think.
It feels so weird because you see Qbert, like, attacking from main, and yet somehow one of their team members is already behind you. And I feel like at this point, Winthrop University are struggling to kind of deal with that, because, you know, that's almost 3 or 4 rounds now that we've seen Moobs get taken out of that position, just not looking the right way, not checking garage window. It feels like consistently Qbert Academy are just really in control of the map, and they're getting these little micro flanks thanks to this Yoru, thanks to this Omen. And of course, Nismo just kind of popping off here. Doesn't need to be playing KO to do that one, but there's so many just weird little opportunities where Qbert are finding the timings onto Winthrop, and Winthrop, they can't even put a foot in the door at this point. Qbert now up 5-2. A lot of ultimates online for Winthrop University. This is where I expect to see a lot of them. However, Qbert Academy still have quite a few to counter in their pockets. And okay, that's a good start from Infiltrator. At least find Knights really early on.
Fantastic start. That'll completely slow down Qbert. Their biggest weakness, especially on this map. They're gonna send T-Dog up to check. And even a smoke to the window, but no further commitment. Qbert relying a lot on individuality in this mid round, and it's working so far. Scuba catching the one to equalize.
Still going to be tough here. I like the defensive setup from Winthrop University. Player 2 on A, player 2 on C. And at a moment's notice, ready to send that Armageddon out. Keep in mind as well, Nasi does have the Rolling Thunder as well, and combo together, that could be devastating here. It is going to be the Killjoy ult that gets utilized first.
We've got to let this go. Armageddon immediately going to get used on top of it, though. And so Qbert have just got to send it, I think. They will. Good util dump onto Nasi, but he's ready with the Rolling Thunder, and that'll catch everybody. Qbert yet again reset, and there's 15 seconds on the bloody clock. Rolling Thunder forward, and everybody avoids it. But, oh, whip from Flare. Nasi's got to hold it down on side, and he can't. Infiltrator's still stuck in the dimensional drift. Blinds himself back in, so you've got to pause the plant, but misses the op shot. And you have just enough time to get the spike down in the backside for the 2v1 reset that Qbert will not win. Moves! Oh, you dirty dog!
survives throughout all of that. I was going to applaud Qbert Academy. They get beat up, hit down, tossed around the site by all of this utility, all of these ultimates coming through. Respond with one of their own. It's not the best. It doesn't catch enough people. Redux coming alive, saving the squad, and yet still at the very end, Moves finds a double, securing the round for Winthrop University. That was one of the scrappiest rounds I've seen between these two teams. It could have gone either way, and yet it's just Moves with individual gunplay to be able to win things out. Excellent job from that Sentinel player.
Gotta shout out Nasi for that stall work as well with the Rolling Thunder first that caught all 4 members of Qbert, both on the lane and on the sewer. They were on the edge of that hitbox up in sewer, and that slowed down everything. They could have done a split push from there, maybe poked out with a blind or something. But then after that, the double kill as well, after Flare came up short. Incredible work from that breach that's now sitting on top of the scoreboard from Winthrop, which unfortunately is still lagging as they're 2 rounds behind. But, I mean, a response like that can't be asked for every single time. Certainly, that early frag was a godsend that Infiltrator was able to manage with that operator that he still does hold on to. But you can't find those every time, and already, so far this attack half, I gotta say, Infiltrator's been caught far too often in these open spaces, just peeking into nothingness.
And Qbert Academy just ready to pounce on him as well when it's looking the wrong way. Regardless, though, I mean, after that one, Winthrop University have to be feeling back into this a little bit. Sure, it was very expensive. They had to use a couple ultimates there. But on the flip side, I mean, so did Qbert. And now Qbert have almost nothing in their pockets. We're even seeing just the outlaw from Redux come through. Thankfully, all of them only have those light shields. And so it is going to be a one shot here, but a lot of damage kind of already pinging up as Nasi going to be taking point here, uses the fault line, spots one out. T-Dog goes down. A very different story than what we've seen on these previous rounds.
The second he steps out, it was primed. That was just such incredible intuition.
They call that game sense in Valorant.
I call it good old-fashioned know-how. Oh, Ollie's close. That'll get punished, but quickly traded upon. Flair has got to just make it work, and he certainly will this time. That's a redemption on this A-side. Hold it 5, and for scene 1. 4 this time. And Winthrop can say the same. They're only 1 round down.
Wow, excellent. And now Flair's at the top of the leaderboard. I'm noticing a trend right now with how many kills Winthrop University players have. But still, I mean, this is a rematch ever since Split 1 in the playoffs. And we got to see Winthrop go up against Qbert. Winthrop won 2-1, sending Qbert down into the lower bracket before Qbert got eliminated. And then Winthrop went on to make 3rd place in playoffs for Split 1. So this is one of those like rematches that, you know, you want a good show from. And right now we are getting that exact thing. Qbert Academy now going to go back to Old Reliable, spreading a lot of pressure here onto the C site. They yield that A pressure nice and early on, but given the fact that we hear the gate crash happen, at this point, Nasi playing smart is going to be just backing things off. Dimensional Drift, though, going to be online, so that's going to call for the retreat.
This is basically a guaranteed round last time for Qbert. We'll see what Knights does with it now. He TP'd into it last time to get that extra space, and he can't do it this time. Does it short Flare circuits for a second. And Nasi's already playing damage control on the util dump onto him, which means nobody can fully commit to the push. Nismo can at least deal with that one threat, but now Flare's re-upped. T-Dog, quick swing onto that. And Sight's finally cleared up for the 3v3 post plant.
Okay, now Spike gonna be going down here. Still 3 members ready to go. Paranoia still online, 1 more flash. So some utility available for Winthrop to be able to do this retake.
Camera taken out.
First shot from Infiltrator, no good. Have to find another way to open him up, otherwise almost a 2.5-man push, and yeah, can't do a damn thing. Moob's drop down is now so crucial to this. That's the first one, and no available trade. Moobs swings on to T-Dog. He just keeps on doing it, man, and he'll have to again after Scuba deals with Ali. A bit of time on your hands, but every advantage still for Scuba on the boxes. Moobs is coming for you, but not enough. A clutch for Qbert that gets them to the halfway point here in regulation.
Boobs finally feeling a little bit back in control after we saw that Reyna on the last map. left a little bit something to want. Fortunately, now is back. Sorry, not unfortunately. Fortunately, is back onto that Cypher role, feeling a lot more comfortable. Was getting steamrolled at the beginning, but now is starting to get back into things, but still not enough to cross the finish line here. And of course, it's against Scuba, who is on a bit of a role shift as well. Now playing that Sentinel agent, but still as deadly as ever. Down to the wire there. An excellent try from Winthrop University, but still now they're forced down just onto pistols, and already Knights finds Ali. And Redux looking for a little something, has to get out there as the first shot goes wide.
You can still kind of continue toying with these opening chokes. Looks like Winthrop are just trying to slow things down, but the picks are starting to escalate.
Portal closed.
And so too will the attack inevitably. Scuba no reason to migrate just yet. As soon as this crossover happens on the door, you might see that approach a little early. Shotgun's dangerous, man. I'm sweating.
Not the Bucky around the corner.
Yeah. In front of the trap wire, too, for that matter.
Yikes.
Big fan of that. Nobody on C-site. The sacrifices we must make as Winthrop University. Oof. Yeah. That should be your one chance gone here for Winthrop. I don't think you just have enough, period. Scuba Step's finally taken care of by Infiltrator, but Recon Bolt will actually land on him, so. Indecent health pool entering on. Good blind, but Knights has got it covered. That'll be 3 for him this round. And Qbert have a pretty easy path to 7 now after a couple picks and prods will lead to some easy map control in the long game rather than the short. Marks, we had to have a little discussion this time.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, so many of these rounds were so quick, especially in the beginning there, and now things are starting to slow down a little bit. And I think that that's just both of these teams really respecting each other. We're in this last round now in this half. Winthrop University have a couple of ultimates available to them. If they're able to get Nasi one more ultimate orb, then that's going to allow for the Rolling Thunder to be online as well. We saw how that brawl is going to play out here. Nismo as well, just one away from getting that ultimate online. Qbert Academy, I mean, everything looks pretty good about them. I haven't seen Winthrop University look this uncomfortable, especially with the Yoru just kind of running Vanguard outside of A. And yeah, like, until they kind of deal with that, kind of clean things up, dial it back in a little bit, Qbert Academy definitely feel like they are in control here as Scuba. Fortunately, just misses a couple of those shots right off the bat, but this is going to be tough for Nasi to stay alive.
And you got a much easier way to box him out with this Hunter's Fury, but can't seem to track him down. Moves tries to collapse on top of the chaos that's going on downstream, but can't manage to find anything on top of it. But Ollie now going to get on top of it. They got a sense that somebody's watching it!
Spike down mid.
But they should not have dared counteract it. Ollie, is statement 3.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Ace potential.
Potential? Buddy, it's written in the stars. Oh, T-Dog. Of course it's him. But, man. I mean, what a display to wrap up the half. Unbelievable hold from the coach-turned-player. T-Dog. One down, 30 seconds to go. Does he manage to stifle all of that good work that this Omen has done?
There's an actual opportunity here
I have
for the spike to get planted. T-Dog has threaded the needle through. Running out of time here, so has to go loud. And yeah, that means that this is going to be a 2v1 scenario. Wouldn't count Qbert out of this one just quite yet. Although it is looking like Winthrop should be able to win.
First blind, no go. A lane, early approach, better angle for Infiltrator. So yes, indeed, Ollie's work will pay off. And get Winthrop to 5 in the half here. But, I mean, the same questions that were being asked in the beginning of this first half, they're going to be asked all over again. I think we're going to go at a blistering pace these first 5 or 6 rounds of the half here for Winthrop's attack.
potentially. Does this even count as spray transfer at this point? Like, they just kind of went into the exact same spot, and I mean, that one is just a spam through the wall, but I mean, shout out to Cubert Academy for making Ali almost be tied now for the top fragging on Winthrop University, I guess.
It really is a pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just whoever gets the multi-kill suddenly is going to be at the top of the Winthrop University board.
They're not
yeah,
even
kind of
doing
crazy
that bad,
here.
though. They're down 2 rounds, and that's the state their scoreboard's in.
And it's like, it's so weird because you look at the kills, and just in general, Cubert Academy are running away with a mile ahead. And yet still Winthrop University are keeping this very competitive. So here we go. Going to be swapping sides. Cubert now on this defense. Well, Winthrop University, we saw them be so aggro, so aggressive on Icebox. And I don't think that this composition really allows for that to happen. I imagine a little bit more explosiveness once they decide where to go. But these early rounds are going to be mostly for that information, especially going up against a lot of this Sentinel utility. Scuba stuff is going to make this so annoying for them to push in, especially if they choose the site with the Killjoy.
E-Dog will get boxed away by the fault line. First entry up. Scuba holding it down on the site. Moves. Beautiful turn to deal with both eyes watching him. W key up the sight line. Redux has an opener, though. Moves can at least trade that away, but the window for an easy pre-plant's gone. Nismo almost aggroes this in the right pocket of time, but Winthrop will have enough time to realign and take this fight completely and utterly, which they will. 6-7 now.
Who else but Moobs? You know, you expect Moobs to be lurking around, all that type of stuff, but that time around, it was very similar to when Moobs was on that Reyna. Just kind of going in there, clearing out the site. Excellent gunplay to enter in onto this. Of course, I do think that Scuba was doing a good job at least holding Vanguard. Redux coming alive, but gets taken out around the corner. And so Winthrop University, very close to tying this up, should be able to, given the fact that they've got the better weaponry this time. Looks like it's going to be more of a C-side split. It's going to be, yeah, Infiltrator as well as Moobs trying to push down onto the A side, cause a little bit of noise before a potential gate crash. And I imagine it's going to be all hands on deck when they do end up storming that C site.
Somewhere around the boat, at least, for when the spike goes boom. Yeah. Certainly 7-7 in the cards here after that pistol round from Winthrop. We want to turn this into kind of that background check after background check type play where you're just continuing to challenge Cubert's know-how and ability to just continue playing at that high level. That's how they beat him last time. Knight's good turn to actually grab a quick dink and net a trade on top of the C site. But that doesn't necessarily establish any hope for Cubert this round with all the trekking they'll have to do back over.
On top of that too, like Moobs didn't have a gun there. And so now that outlaw can very easily be recovered. Moobs can play the long angle. Got plenty of Cypher traps to watch that back there. It's more or less just a guarantee that we've completely zoned out Cubert Academy from doing anything onto this retake. And so it's looking more and more likely that we will be seeing that tied up 7-7 scoreline. The rivalry between these two teams just continues to bubble up and boil over as Winthrop at this point, they were just going hunting, looking to get more ultimate orbs as Nasi will get taken down, but that's okay. Got more than enough, and Winthrop University are pretty happy with how that round played out.
Yeah, 100% satisfied with how Cubert chose to respond to it. Not too much in your way there. And even here, you'll see T-Dog can't even grab that Vandal or Phantom. So Winthrop continuing to try to trip him up here. We'll see how they decide to play out this round and how far Cubert stack into it. But again, this slightly slower approach from them, I really appreciate. It allows you to switch up that tempo with the Yoru TPs to an even higher and crazier extent, and throttling Cubert University, or Cubert Academy, same thing, Cubert Prep, to and fro.
Oh no.
is a fantastic way to wear them out. Oh, Knights. Gorgeous wrap.
Yeah, uses the gate crash as well, able to just get out of there. Completely scot-free moves. A little bit of a weird spot here, but gonna be fine. Ismo just watching from the back here.
Yeah, Qbert perfectly content with not taking this fight from beyond the doors. They know Winthrop's gonna have to util dump when they make the approach onto that. I'm gonna let bygones be bygones till the post plant. C-site, they may not be so keen, but Winthrop is setting their sights on it, at least with a couple pieces of util. Remarkably indecisive they continue to be with 40 seconds on the clock and some util starting to run dry. Nismo completely unaffected here in the back of B-side as well. Where do you go from here if you're Winthrop? Waiting for a perfect opportunity, a frag back, and Qbert, crazily enough, haven't handed one to them on a silver platter.
Like, look at that. Look, Qbert right now is like set up in like a nice arc around the map, completely boxing in Winthrop University, and they're slowly creeping forward here. So time ticking down. This has to work out perfectly for Winthrop.
And there's just no time at all, like you said. T-Dog even managed to get one, and he was coming all the way back around from T-Spawn. So, very easy round taken up by Qbert Academy there. No problems at the moment, but of course, now the full buy comes in from Winthrop University. Yeah, they can start making a couple more confident decisions. And perhaps they will util dump that B site. Thank you very much. They certainly have the power to at this point. But yeah, I mean, if Knights is able to get around that way, if T-Dog can come back through spawn there, then, you know, at slow tempo, gotta find a moment for Infiltrator to start making this team go crazy soon enough.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Definite opportunity there. That last round felt so labored from Winthrop University, and nothing really even happened after that first kill. This time, injecting a little bit more confidence, injecting a little bit more speed. Nismo just showcased the gun for a second, so moves aware that could happen. But I like this from Qbert. They've been doing a much better job at keeping this Cypher in check. Flank watch has been a little bit more on point at punishing it. Here we go. Rifle spotted out. Infiltrator finds it.
Again, amazing reaction time here. Knights has to solo hold, and he'll grab his one, no more. Nismo giving his early position away thanks to the decoy sent out, and Infiltrator will just TP over to safety where he can take the wide angle and go for the next fight that has already begun. Nismo will migrate up top, already giving himself away, but Redux, the opener shot on the flank watch, means that he's rushing on over to what is a 2v3 as long as Nismo stays alive, but he can't.
Yeah,
Redux
shot there from
Flare. Should get walled out here. The end of time. But Redux will, of course, give it a go. Certainly able to make moments like these happen!
Uh-oh.
How do you find a high-low that quick, my guy? You gotta do the rest just as. And unfortunately, Ollie still has too much room to wander. Still keeping it fun, though. We're tied at 8.
Oh, my heart rate. My poor heart right now is just like, oh yeah, this one's done. Let's close up the book. This is going to be easy. And then suddenly like a collab happens and you're like, hold up a minute. This could be very much alive, except not going to be the case. I feel like that has happened actually quite frequently throughout all 3 of these maps here. Honestly, Infiltrator finding an excellent timing there to open up that site, and still Qbert, they tried to hold on to things, but it doesn't quite work out because Winthrop University just do their due diligence this time to clear through all of these different areas. And so we're tied back up at 8-8 between these two teams. And now Knights on, okay, so far forwards. Flare finds that first kill, and this looks like it should be an easier round for Winthrop University to win it out, especially with the neural theft online.
You can see how scared Nismo is, the fact that somebody could already be right up at this lane, tossing that aftershock so prelim. Oh, Loops just kind of rushing it down, and Nismo has a world of time to deal with it. Rest of Winthrop, is it that easy to contain? No, thanks to the blind and entry Infiltrator.
Wow.
I mean, it is so consistent when you're this good at it. And Redux, I think he will abandon ship this time.
And great execution coming in from Winthrop University. Like, you could tell Qbert Academy, they had a couple of ideas. You know, also, too, the Armageddon does an excellent job at clearing things out, pushing people away. And it's just an easy site for them to take. Like, they just kind of waltz in there. They look around. Oh, hey, here's somebody. Kill. Here's somebody. Kill. The utility was fantastic, making sure that all the blinds were coming through as well. Just very clean and very tidy Valorant coming through from Winthrop University on that round. Qbert honestly really didn't have a chance to even react to any of that type of stuff. And yeah, like at this point, Winthrop University, they're really starting to pick up a lot of momentum here as they are going to be taking the lead now. Once again, this is map number 3, so whoever wins this one is going to take the series. And Qbert Academy, their economy is not looking so hot, as this will be a save coming through for them, not even really having any ultimates online to really compensate for that fact.
You might have to just go for the long haul here if you're Qbert, or the stack. And again, on A lane, it's been a great place to find these easy pieces of prey. Knights did get caught out last time, but they're able to sort of pack it in. Yeah, Redux is going to be the one to creep up there. Heavy dimensional drift that'll be able to easily crunch Scuba. Takes a moment, but they will get it done. And another easy C site here guaranteed. Rest of Qbert has already manually cleared all of A and B site though. So they know there are no lurkers, know there are no flankers. They can take this fight completely head on with what little they have left. Knights on that rifle, first to peek, first to die. From there, it's basically curtains. Again, a shred of a chance this time around, and Qbert will come to terms with it inevitably here. Nismo's gonna try and extend it, get a kill on the way out, but cannot. A flawless round 18 for Winthrop University.
Okay, this is good. This is like the game determining round, in my opinion. If this continues to go further, Qbert Academy, they have to win this one. Because if Winthrop pick up this round, they're going to be put out at 11. Qbert Academy are going to have a little bit of a tough buy. It's going to be so much easier, especially with some of these ultimates, getting closer to being online for Winthrop University. Qbert Academy are able to turn things into their favor. They do have at least that 100 series. Scuba is one away from the lockdown as well. Then this can still be a very hotly contested map. But they have to really keep Winthrop University in control right now, because Winthrop are finding those timings, finding those isolations onto one of those members, and they're doing a great job at splitting them up, making sure that they can secure the kill and just steamroll in onto site. It's almost like a death ball whenever Winthrop decide to move in there, and unless Qbert do something to really disrupt that, it's just going to continue to punish them over and over again.
Knights is ready to exit if the going gets too tough immediately, so you can at least re-up the fight one time around. The lurk up A will finally work out here, and moves will get taken care of. Yoru clone ignored by Qbert. The rest of the fight, though, not. Salvos do catch Scuba on the escape, though, and site is still Winthrop's. It's just, unfortunately, a 2v4. 45 seconds on the clock, though, so Flare is going to plant immediately here. Look to see if he can find anything interesting. He can't now. It's Nazi's turn, and ducks into T-Dog. That should be all she wrote. The stabilization round that Qbert Academy were looking for. Everybody firing on all cylinders that time around. It's 10-9.
Cutting through.
Yeah, and just some very instrumental picks coming through. First of all, Moobs goes down on the other side of the map. And then just in front of here, Infiltrator gets cut down, somehow picking the right person, because the Yoru clone was just in front. I guess that kind of makes sense, but still only getting the Yoru and not even touching the clone to make sure that the flash doesn't happen, allowing for Knights to escape as well. So Qbert Academy, they find two very instrumental picks just as the engagement happens, and then the rest of the round is nice and easy. We're seeing now Winthrop University. They will be calling this timeout, try and group themselves back together, because a lot of those advantages I talked about, if Qbert Academy won it, are coming to fruition. A lot of ultimates are going to be online here, and if they use them, then it's very possible right now that we're seeing Qbert Academy get to 11 and start to really disrupt the economy from Winthrop University. And if you're Winthrop, you don't want to make sure that happens. You've got the lead right now. You fought so valiantly to get back, and to let it slip away at the very end has got to hurt.
Such a huge issue with, being able to use those ultimates and being able to kind of deathball back is that so much of this Qbert defense, so much of the prowess that they've shown is their ability to purely receive and purely just take whatever swing is coming at the moment, react to it so appropriately, and then deal swiftly with the frag. That's what's gotten Qbert over the line on this defense, the 2 rounds that they've won it so far. And I fear that may be how it has to continue. I fear they won't be able to rely heavily on the post plan if Winthrop continue to, like you said, go for these steamrolls, these rototillers up sites that just continue to plow and plow and plow and plant these players as you go. It is really tough to try to take that land back. And so instead, Qbert, they opt to continue to have these people posted up front like Knights. He's still up here.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder on top of him to TP out. That's such a beautiful trap that Redux takes with ease. Now T-Dog with the Hunter's Fury and Qbert are once again alive and kicking.
More than kicking. Right now, they're kicking Winthrop down. Hunter's Fury as well. T-Dog doesn't have to worry about saving it to try and counter any Killjoy because Winthrop University simply don't have it. Now it's going to be a dry 3-man push into this A side already. Knights gets the spot as well.
Knights prepared with this ricochet. Ismo with the shots. Knights somehow with the kill onto that running away flare. Don't know how you maintain that spray. And it is yet again complete restabilization. And this time, they do win the round in an entirely different way. They do find the way to bring the fight to Winthrop before Winthrop can bring the fight to them.
30 seconds left.
And they get rid of an ult in the process.
Yeah. Like, it's so good for Qbert on this round. They only expend one of their own as well. It's just T-Dog with the Hunter's Fury. So they've got a lot to work off of. And suddenly, it really feels like Winthrop University are going to be the ones
10 seconds left.
on the back heel. Scuba could potentially also make sure that Ali's not able to carry this operator forwards as the time will finally tick down here. A flawless round coming in from Qbert Academy.
Truly in every way there for me. And now, again, Qbert can reopen that playbook, start going for the angles they like going for on any defensive angle, on any defaulting round. They can adjust their responses to what they would normally do to a degree after the kinds of psychological games that they've been playing on these past couple rounds. Winthrop's here and there aggression can no longer work when the executions are becoming as fragmented as Qbert was earlier.
So like a little bit of psychological damage at play, huh?
Yeah, it took some psychic damage for sure here. Is it enough to get Qbert over the line, though?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Like, if you're Winthrop University, you got to have the tenacity, the resilience to continue to keep yourself into this. Oh, excellent job baiting things out here. Oh, Nismo almost able to find one, but it's actually Moops who comes out on top. And somehow, despite all of that utility, Qbert Academy, they walk away not even finding a single kill.
Yeah, Nismo just unfortunately a little indecisive on that gap in time, just really scared of who could open it back up from lobby. Only saw 2 flee back behind those boxes. And that's just such a short window of time at that point to work with. Really could have launched that aftershock in and maybe grabbed one, but again, really tough gap that he's gonna pay for by just taking an infiltrator up and clone to the face, and then some more on top of it. A lockdown to help defend him at this
30
point.
seconds left.
And he doesn't need it. 4v3 as Winthrop scurries back over to the C site. But T-Dog is already here and waiting. Salvo's in the back. Are they expecting this log hold? Wide swings from both ends, and they're not checking!
No.
Not one damn bit! 4 stay standing. Qbert up to 11. Are we so back?
I think we are. It's so funny to me because the desk, you know, oh yeah, let's glaze Nismo on the KO, specifically on the KO. But I really think that the supporting initiator utility from Nismo on this reach has been immaculate. And of course, we get to see a couple of pop-off moments like that, being able to find Infiltrator and Ali as well. Like, It's just so good coming in from this breach. And once again, I really do have to highlight that a lot of the utility is doing a very good job at deterring Winthrop University or disrupting how they want to be moving things through, allowing the rest of the team to make sure that they can find those opportunities to find those kills. Cubert Academy now take the lead 11-10. Winthrop University, you can feel the tension in the air. They don't have proper weaponry onto this round. Moves simply down onto a Sheriff, but it's still going to be good for one.
Every time you think he's done finding connections on the flank, he sprouts back up like a weed. And he's just gonna he's continuing to walk up A lane, by the way. He has not backed out to meet with his team that is at the front door of B site right now. He's still walking around looking for a kill in the sewer.
Spike down.
Scuba able to hold it down. Spike is actually a little stranded on the other side of his front door, a little bit awkward, so Winthrop's just kind of brute force their way through it, and they're going to. Infiltrator good for the one. Nismo takes his place on the trade back, and they can't spray through the smoke to grab that kill. Moves has grabbed his second in the lurk on sewer. Are you joking? That'll be a free ace site here for the rotation.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go in completely scot-free, get that spike down. 2v3 here. Armageddon's still online for Flare as well. There's a real opportunity that a bunch of wishes are going to be made. Winthrop University could potentially win out this round and make it that 11-11 scoreline.
Hot shots up top. Aware that Nismo's here. Ready for the inevitable collapse. On top of Redux's paranoia, moves very much ready for it. No longer the one that needs to take the fight. But I think he wants to. Oh yeah, he does. Flare the trade out. And once again, we stand 11-11.
Man, this is such a close match, and I'm so glad that we get treated to like this level of Valorant where it's so competitive, because this is like the funnest type of Valorant. And yes, funnest is a type of word, but still, once again, like this is just a very classic Winthrop University round, specifically relying on moves to take so much space, able to find so many kills, and then just open up the site completely for the rest of Winthrop University to make that mid-round call, to flood it onto the site, get themselves set up. And once again, I said that they started on a little bit of an economic decline on the start of that round, so the fact that they're able to turn it around makes it that much better. This time around, we're seeing the dimensional drift get ripped right off the bat. Infiltrator looking for a potential opening here, scouts out a lot of this Killjoy utility, and spots out one in the back of site being Redux. Let's see how Winthrop University want to play off of it. They will be running through as Nismo catches moves.
Portal closed.
Be able to walk in and meet with the rest of this team. Infiltrator closer up on the steps. How is this fight executed? Cubert ready for the collapse on top of the blind. First peek out to the window. Scuba the first pick off from the window. Infiltrator still planted here. So is Moobs.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Armageddon onto the site here. That'll get absolutely nobody. That one step from the clone goaded out the entire Armageddon. Infiltrator at least deals with his. Hubert on. Free plant for T-Dog. Gets half. And Knight steals with Infiltrator as well. It's just the lane they have to deal with, but the sprays are so powerful. Nazi! Not good. 4 enough. And it's match point Hubert Academy on top of a defuse that they just managed.
Oh boy,
Another
here
great
we
deception
go.
play as well. I mean, that one clone to goad out the Armageddon was perfect.
I know. Like, I was looking at the minimap when that happened, and I'm like, there's no way they just got away with that. That's crazy. And immediately, too, you see that they're just able to waltz right back in. You know, they were so ready for that Armageddon play to happen. They had everything ready to go that they were just like, oh, yeah, there we go. All right, all according to business. Now let's go in and win the rest of the round. Almost like it was scripted from the beginning. Hubert Academy, 1 round away. A half buy coming in from Winthrop University, forcing whatever they can. Knights takes forward angle. It's going to be a fast hit onto this B site. Winthrop looking for at least 1 more round to take us to OT.
Moobs will not find anything on his search, but Hubert will not find anything in the passive trading throughout these doors. You have this TP ready as Redux. But with this B-site plan, it's really hard to effectively use it. Ali on the Spectre deals with T-Dog. And Hubert, it's got to be another raw entry. off the blind. Knights to open us up. Rolling Thunder to the back line. Infiltrator still finds the shot.
Enemy remaining.
It's at least circumvented then. Moves alone on the Stinger. Good for one. Spray! What? Gets the move! Are you out of your mind, Moves?
Switching
An
sides.
impossible clutch
Overtime.
to bring us to an impossible overtime. Winthrop University keeps the comeback story going.
Oh, where are my Stinger gamers at? Oh my, there's no way. A triple kill with a Stinger? That is, oh my word. That's unbelievable. What a way for us to now go to overtime. Winthrop University still somehow in it, despite the fact that so many advantages were ready for Qbert. It feels like they may have overheated just a smidge. And Winthrop take advantage of that completely. What a round. And now we go into OT. Could go either way. One of these teams has to come out the victor. Just need to find a defensive and an attack-sided round. Honestly, Tedrick, like, this could go either way. I have no idea who's going to come out on top.
This has been such a deadlock for the entirety of the match. And for the pinnacle of it to be here, it's only so appropriate. The endurance that these teams are able to retain at this point as well in the year speaks to that. And clutch after clutch, hero moment after hero moment from everybody. This has been the banger match that you and I asked for coming into this for sure. And it will continue.
I literally messaged you earlier, like, I think this one's gonna be a fun one. And like, here we are. A Stinger triple to send us to OT. Oh my God.
Unbelievable. All right, well, Winthrop's back to creeping up A main. Back on this defense again. The Infiltrator's just a glass cannon this time around. Peeks blind outside of smoke into a clear lobby. This is absolutely bonkers, and he will inevitably get punished for it. Nismo with the follow-up onto Ali, and Qbert have an easy 5v3 for the start of the attack round. Oh, Flare though, pokes back out. Nope, easily traded away, and Qbert, they've got the mental gymnastics down pat on this attack, I think, Marks.
Look at this, moves. Already making so much headway, has to back off here, and this is the right move, but might be a little bit too late for Nasi. Has to back off the site. Uses a flash here, but overwhelmed.
Spike down A.
Aftershock did do a good job of splitting the board, but at the end of the day, there's just too much in your way. Oh, look who it is! Hey, do it again!
No Stinger this time, no Stinger this time.
Do it again! All right, for realsies, let's watch this man work. Oh, you spotted him.
Oh my.
Okay, an idea, but certainly not a possibility this time around. Another match point for Qbert Academy. Hey, surely they get it done this time, right? Surely they managed to not let go of it this time, right?
My guy, why would you say that out loud?
I like my Haven, Marks. What can I say?
You know, fair enough. But like I feel like it's so hard to predict how any of this could go. I mean, obviously, Qbert Academy, they felt a little bit stronger on the attack side there. But I mean, the same could be really said about Winthrop. So let's see how this goes. If Winthrop finds this one, get forced back to OT. No more shenanigans from these Yorus right off the rip here. But it is Redux just around the corner with the paranoia. Could catch people off guard.
No follow-up angle for this. Nasi's gonna match up right with him. This lineup could be good for 3 on the paranoia if his timing's right. But is it going to be? T-Dog with the immediate follow-up angle. It's gotta be perfect. No, he lets it go. It catches all 3, but Redux gets paranoia right back, and Ollie saves face for the remainder of Winthrop's attack. 4v4. Nismo spotted by Moobs on the lurk here in Garage, and Nismo deals with it.
That's my breach player right there. Look at this, Winthrop University. They're looking for an opening to try and find anything. It looks like they might have actually predicted this properly. Looking at that C site, Qbert Academy, they've spread themselves out, but I think that everything should be all right. They do have plenty of utility here, potentially, to get that retake underway.
30
Still,
seconds
though, I
left.
wouldn't count Winthrop University out of this just quite yet.
Not for a moment. This is their bread and butter site.
Cover going out.
Smoked out long ways. Got to double clear the link. Full send with the stack. Cubert's gonna try and make it work. Stun will split the diff. Curveball back, enter for Knights. He's good for 2. And that'll probably be more than enough. Nazi's got to clutch up against 4. Time is slim, but so are Winthrop's chances. They will get it done, folks. This comeback story, this win, this 2-0 record in the Swiss stage, it will belong to Cubert Academy today.
And big congratulations to Cubert Academy, Sentinels Cubert Academy. Flipping the script on Winthrop University. Like we said, the last time these two teams went up against each other was in Split 1 playoffs, and we saw Winthrop University come out on top of it, inevitably leading to Cubert's elimination. This time around, like when it just came down to a lot of those strategies just being put in place, it really did feel like Cubert Academy had their ducks a little bit more in a row. Things were a little bit more organized, and really, it felt like Winthrop University were relying on some more of those hero plays to really make sure that they could get across the finish line. Look at that stinger for moves. But at the end of the day, when you just kind of rely on things, keep it calm, first of all, and just go back to those fundamentals of teamwork and friendship, then you know that Cubert Academy are going to be the ones to come out on top. So great showing from them, especially too, given all the role swapping we saw.
Yeah, despite those new maps, new developments, new roles in these different players, they continue to look cleaner, more developed, and their ceiling continues to go sky high. We have not seen the last of Cubert, certainly not the last of Winthrop. We'll get to talk to the winners and hopefully get a good look at that moves clip after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to ascend.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
Takes till the rematch. It takes till an overtime, but in the end, Cubert Academy to take down Winthrop University on Haven 14-12. I mean, Roy, this match had it all. It had the cinema, the drama, the heroics. In the end, Cubert Academy to end off strong. And I mean, I say end up strong, but like they played strong throughout. But Winthrop University definitely gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle from start to finish. I think we can all pretty much agree on that, right? But yeah, we saw a lot. I feel like my mind has been opened in so many different ways. We saw the Redox controller. We saw the Knights duelist. We saw the role swaps. We saw, you know, level of play like was Winthrop University fluke their win against Cubert last time. Like, I think it's safe to say that this was indeed a 50-50 match. This could have gone either way at any point in time. And I think the level of competition has most definitely leveled up. The bar is raised, and this is what we can expect from Winthrop University. But of course, with Cubert Academy closing up that series, getting their revenge, that must feel nice. A sigh of relief for sure.
Especially too, I mean, you're talking about your mind being opened and we're seeing Redox controller and all these switches. I mean, Ash, I don't know how long this has been cooking, but it hasn't been too long since we've seen Cubert Academy in the playoffs where, I mean, it was everyone on their old roles. And this is a day where they're winning, but winning with switching everything up, which is also just super impressive to me.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. I think we did see, you know, some of what needs to be worked through with those rule swaps, but I think it's a really great start for them overall. I'm liking what I see so far. I know we're going to talk about Redux a little bit more later on there as well. And then I think Knights has been doing really well on the duelist role. I feel like there are some moments where we saw, you know, maybe the spacing wasn't perfect on the side of Cubert, but Knights was doing great as far as performing his job here. But it is insane just like how close today's series was overall. This is a Winthrop that by no means does it feel like they've slowed down since their like growth throughout Split 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a team that can shoot back against against the team that we've praised for having so many of these skilled players and even their own heroics. I mean, there is the opportunity of this to just be closed out in regulation by Cubert if it wasn't for moves and the Stinger craziness that was happening there. Yeah, that was nuts. But Roy, in the end, I mean, Cubert Academy really being able to step up when needed.
Yeah, this is what we expect from this team, right? And I think we're going to be seeing this development in this direction. Like they have the talent, it's there, it's on the table. They really just need to find their identity, find their flow, and kind of get into the rhythm. And it really does feel like they should have everything at their disposal. They have a good caller, they have good players, they have good closers. Like everything will come into form eventually. I really do believe it. Obviously, this was a hard-fought battle versus Winthrop University. Once again, Winthrop proving that they're definitely not an underdog anymore, and I think it's unfair to call them so. And this is a hard-fought battle, but shout out to Redox. He had a monster performance in that third map. 6 first bloods, 26 kills, and 14. I mean, we say he had a monstrous third map, but he honestly had a monstrous series overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's this duelist that we've talked about so much, and now this different look to him. And I mean, yeah, you can talk about Omen being, you know, duelist light, Ash, whatever you want, but still, what the message remains, he's coming out here, being able to provide for the team with the utility, and having the kills and the numbers to back it up as well.
Yeah, it is insane. I know that we're looking at the stats here. His damage per round looks great. His KDA was popping off today too at 1.8, nearly 2.0. But the main thing that I want to highlight, I know we're not able to see like the full numbers for that first blood percentage, but he went 14 and 3 on first kills and first deaths, which is actually just crazy from your controller player. The fact that he's playing that aggressively to be in those initial engagements in the first place, and then the fact that he's also playing so well off of his own trap plays that's set up with the rest of the team as well, and at most of the time able to get out afterwards too is just wild to see.
It's been cool to see too, because obviously they played on the side stream yesterday, Roy, and we had seen for their map pool, and I was like, oh, wait a second. But to see that, yeah, throughout today, yeah, we're keeping him on controller, yeah, Scuba's on Sentinel, and seeing that all these switches were just sticky. This wasn't kind of a one-off. It wasn't just like a one map. I think it's been really interesting, but when we're looking at the team, like, I don't know, like this Omen fit pretty well.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think we kind of laugh about it, but Omen is the most duelist-esque controller in the pool, right? Like you're able to play him so flexed, and I feel like Redux really fits his playstyle. But I think for me, what is impressive is not just his ability to put numbers on the board. It's really the fact that his util was very well rounded. He had really good adaptive smokes, like even off the strategy, off the set pieces. He had super well-timed smokes in the best, most optimal spots, and he really did feel like he was a complete controller in every way possible. And the level of play that he showed on that controller role is impressive for such a short amount of time that he's been playing it.
Yeah, so definitely a great way for Qbert Academy to be starting off this stage too, with not 1 but 2 wins under their belt. But now we have none other than newly formed controller player on the line for the post-match interview. Let's talk to Redux a bit more. Congratulations on the win. New looks coming out from the team. We're seeing so many role swaps across the board. What kind of caused this from this look that we had back in stage 1?
Yeah, so just thinking about the roles, like I think the roles, like, they don't really matter like too much, but it just like depends on like the team you have. Like I feel like Scuba is just like such a hard to punish player, and I feel like Sentinel fits him like perfectly. And then I could play like double dive, double entry with Knights, and Knights and Redux on the entry. It's kind of ridiculous. So, and we have Nismo and T-Dog throwing God util.
I mean, with all of these role changes and stuff, everything as well, it's only been like 2 weeks since we've seen you guys in playoffs. And I know that at the end, it's a gun game, shooting, whatnot. But how has it been behind the scenes kind of adjusting to all of these changes? Or is these things that just kind of clicked pretty quick?
Well, I played Omen before, so it wasn't like a hard switch for me. It just like sometimes I'm still getting caught on like timings with like smokes and stuff, just because like I'm a little new to the Adrian. I just need reps. I mean, Knights loves to duel, so putting him on duelist is like it's a no-brainer. And Scuba also, he just likes that that lurky, like really playing very annoying play style. So I think it fit pretty perfectly.
Glad to hear everybody on ages that really just kind of suit what they're about. And talking about this revitalized look of Qbert Academy, then how are you feeling heading into this entire stage? Because I know that this is a team with so much potential, and 4th place in the playoffs isn't necessarily where you would have wanted to end up.
Yeah, for sure. And I think split 1 was like a little bit of like a wake-up call. We realized that we gotta like put in the work and show up and do that consistently every time. And I think losing early on, it was probably very good for us, because it shifts us out of like that mindset of complacency or whatever. But we're definitely gonna carry on this flame. We're gonna keep working hard. We're gonna own the next few matches, hopefully. And yeah, I mean, we're just here to play. We're here to have fun.
Glad to hear. And last but not least, I mean, Qbert Academy, like this was something that way back, it was kind of just you playing with a couple of other guys, and then it turned into this, I mean, this whole new identity when we're looking at on Twitter, these engagements. Like Qbert Academy is like one of the most talked about teams and everything else. So how does that feel to just go from, yeah, it's just this team playing, to what is involved into now the plush shirts, like everything?
Well, it's great, honestly, but I wouldn't have been able to do it without like my teammates, as well as like the guys from Sentinels. Rob was the one who made this happen, so shout out to Rob. And also the social media posters have been like doing amazing on the engagements. Like where I saw like a graph that were like top 3 out of like the VCT teams, and I was like, that's kind of crazy. So shout out to the Sen guys.
It's been crazy, and it's been so cool to see. And then the team with the winning ways as well. I mean, you guys got everything right now. So Redux, congratulations on the win. It's been a long one, so I'll let you go, but thanks for chatting. Have a good night.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. You too. You too. It's been so cool to see the evolution, not just the team, but of all the players themselves, and definitely a well-deserved, well-fought win. We still have one more match on the day, so don't go anywhere. Up next is Ambrosia and TSM. Stay tuned. a quick break, everyone, but we are back with some more Valorant. One more match to be ending off our week here, and it's between TSM and Ambrosia. I mean, starting off at this stage, Ash, there's so many questions, everything else, and Ambrosia was one of those teams that we had questions about. They showed up, they get a win. Now it's going to be the real question. Can they do it again here up against TSM?
Honestly, like I want to see them riding the momentum. I feel like Ambrosia looked really good up against M80. That is insane. The fact that they took that 2-1, the upset that I don't think anybody expected here for the first week of stage 2. And sure, the first 2 maps were close here and there, right? But Fracture, they completely blew M80 out of the water. A map where M80 was kind of known for this map within the beginning of this split. They looked really comfortable on it, and it was just a night and day difference.
That Fracture, I could not believe what I was seeing with my very own 2 eyes. That was some crazy stuff coming out and really showing that this team that had made so many recent changes really came out here to play. Like Ambrosia, again, guys, this is the team that they got put into the relegation promotion tournament based off their stage 1 performance. Like this team was like, not necessarily cooking. They make a couple changes. They pass with flying colors. And now the first game, they looked so good.
I mean, it has to be at least validating, right? To make roster changes, and then in your first match, you're upsetting the grand finalists. Like that has to feel really good for this team. And I am kind of, a part of me is really hoping they're going to ride that momentum. They're going to ride that confidence. But I'm actually a big fan of their pickups. I like the changes that they're making. Glyph, we highlighted Glyph last split. He's been that vocal player for the team. It makes complete sense for him to take on the IGL mantle. And of course, they're adding Welly, a really strong initiator player. And they're adding in, of course, Acrean as well. Acrean he's always been a monster statistically in every role that he's played. He's debuting now in the initiator role, and he's been playing very, very well.
Yeah, and being able to see this first game performance and talking a little bit more about Acrean to be starting things off. This is someone who we got to see picking up the Tejo, and you have someone that on the Tejo on your team is performing. I mean, Ash, it kind of seems impossible to go up against at some points, and he was just such a big key part with this team to be able to put them in such a driving force in the first place.
Oh, absolutely. I think that he had incredible utility that was being thrown out there, great like zoning opportunities to help Satellite get onto those sites. But then what really stood out to me was just his own micro play and a lot of those like clutch situations where he had perfect timing. It felt like he was in the heads of M80 at all times. He had great intuition from what we saw within that first matchup. And I'm looking forward to seeing if he can continue forward with this kind of performance, because I know he was itching to get back into the server for sure.
100%. And it'll be so fun to see. But someone else on this team that, Roy, was just a delight to watch. We got to talk about Satellite, because there is sometimes, players on teams that aren't necessarily near the top of the scoreboard get kind of overlooked. And like Satellite, like no matter what Ambrosia's path is from here on out, like don't count this guy out.
Yeah, I mean, this player is honestly maybe the most underrated duelist that we have in the league. And I think a lot of his performance has been largely overshadowed by the lack of results that this roster's had. But individually, he has shown impeccable form. And not only that, but he's also had these performances even against the best duelists in the league. He's putting up these numbers consistently. He's flashy, he's fast, he can op, he can rifle, he can play every single duelist. And I feel like when this team really gets going, and if they do turn the ship around, we're going to realize just how much of a monster this player really is.
I think what's great about it too is that we were talking a little bit about on day one how these new players coming in and with Sean Dex and with Welly coming into the fray here, it really helps solidify like the role issues that Ambrosia were dealing with during the first stage, just because, we had Adder who was like slotting in as a sub. Acrean wasn't able to play the entirety of the stage, and we saw a lot of just like shifting map for map. And now that these players are going to be able to really focus in on their designated roles, I think that's going to be a lot more comfortable for Satellite to build this continuous synergy with the rest of the team to actually really lock down on having that proper setup for him to help him continuously succeed.
And it would make sense with those changes, being able to have people on these more comfortable positions, that we already got to see such a strong look from the team. And I'm assuming then with time, it's only going to look stronger. So it'll be a lot of fun to see them play today. Going up against, though, one of the top teams that we have here, Titans in themselves, TSM. I mean, this team, as soon as like we got this 4th and 5th man Roy, it's only been up for them. They've got the core, they got the firepower, they have the depth. There's a lot to take down.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting this team to just rage peak everything this split. This is like their favorite word. They just love rage peaking things. And I feel like we're about to see, and we have said this many times before, right? We've always said, oh, we feel like TSM is going to have a great split. We feel like they're going to have a great split. But I actually do feel like they are, right? They just needed a little time to get Rico a little bit more experience. They needed Bora to settle into the IGL role. They've had that time. Their opening match versus YFB looked great. Yeah, they had a hard-fought battle on map 1, but map 2 was a complete blowout. And we saw the glimpses of and the potential of this roster. And I have a feeling they're going to keep this train going.
Yeah, and then I think like when you're talking about this roster, we're talking about the potential for them as well. We have to lock in a little bit on Seven, who has been so flexible for this team, you know, most well known for him running on this initiator role for the most part as of late, but his ability to even flex onto agents like that Cypher to just add that additional depth to the adaptation possibilities for the compositions when it comes down to TSM, and really the fact that he's able to perform so consistently even when he is going for those role swaps is no easy feat there for this player.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a big fan of this player for so long. Like, and despite the fact that he's been signed to orgs almost his entire career, I actually do feel like he's still pretty heavily underrated, right? Like, whenever he's having monster performances, we're not batting an eye. And I think that speaks to the level of expectations we all have for this player, because it really does feel like whenever he's having these pop-off games and these pop-off moments, TSM is getting the easiest wins that they possibly can have.
Yeah, and it's easy to see then with that being the case. We have such high expectations for these players, for this core, on why this is a team that decided to stick together throughout this. Not just the core throughout these ages, but seeing the same team from stage 1 going into stage 2 and everything else. They definitely have the key to victory here. It's about truly unlocking that and seeing everything truly come together. But someone else that has been a mainstay and just always a delight to see in the server, talk a little bit more about Sim. It's always Sim, Sim, Sim. We never stop talking about Sim. But like, Roy, like, can people blame us?
I don't think they can, to be honest. I mean, this guy is the opener. Like, if you think of an opening in first engagement type player, like this is the player you're looking at. I'm pretty sure he's, statistically speaking, he has the most first engagement per round played in VCL ever, I think. He's a super high octane player. He plays every single duelist. His op is really scary when it's on point. And he's willing to attack op, something that, you know, a lot of teams struggle with because they don't get a lot of practice against it, because most teams are just rifling, right? They want to capitalize off the breach util. They want to capitalize off the Tejo util. So they don't get reps. But he's willing to take out that attack op. He's willing to be that annoying duelist. And when he really gets going on these openers, if you're not shutting him down, you're struggling.
Yeah, that's the thing, is the fact that he's such a big win condition. And the match that TSM won on two days ago up against YFP, sure, Lotus was a close affair, very momentum-based for both sides, but then Haven was an absolute shutout for TSM. And that was on a day where Sim, like, he was doing his job, but he was not like at, you know, the top of the leaderboard or anything like that, not having nearly as flashy of a day as we're used to seeing. So once he is able to get that, start off on the right foot and get that momentum going, it becomes a really scary affair. I do think this head-to-head, though, is going to be insanely intense. Both these players share a very similar agent pool as well, and the Yoru head-to-head is about to go actually insane.
Crazy.
In the server.
Oh, that'll be so much fun. And Satellite, I mean, Satellite had 3 maps to get all, like, a bunch under his belt and was just needed to really be stepping up for the team here. When you are looking at an M80 on the other end, that's been a team that we've praised so highly. Whereas Sim, I mean, yeah, Sim doesn't always need to get the kills. When he shows up in the server, like, Roy, it's lights out for the other team. Do not get me wrong. But it's someone that can also just, like, do his job, get a normal amount of kills. And at the end of it, it's like, all right, like, everyone else on the team was able to step up too. Like, they're just so well-rounded. So even if the numbers are very, like, skewed on Satellite side for that, it'll still be really good.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's crazy is we were talking about Sim, we're talking about Seven, and like, yeah, when these players are popping off, but there's still Recoil, there's still Vora, there's still GMD. Like, GMD's controller has looked insane since he got off the IGL duties. He's had a lot clearer of a mind, and he's able to find his moments, right? And I think overall, this team is definitely scary on all fronts right now.
100%. But hey, Ambrosia has shown that they can tank out the best. So let's see what they can do in the series and head over to the map picks and bans and see, because that could be a deciding factor too. When we are looking at an Ambrosia that are still kind of fixing stuff with this roster, even if it did not look like they were fixing, they just slayed their last match. Don't get me wrong. I'd be curious about their map pool in general, but going into this, split from TSM, Ambrosia, Ash, going to be picking up the second, and then with the Ascent, then Icebox to round it all out.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Ascent doesn't seem too surprising coming up from Ambrosia. We saw them pick into that with M80 and whatnot. Sure, it's a really like close map, but they still managed to take that win. It really just came down to, you know, some of the momentum on the defense to help them close that one out. But I think I'm really interested to see how Split's going to end up going here for Ambrosia, especially now that we have, you know, the new players coming in, seeing what their approach is going to be like compared to stage 1, where they did have good results. They were running like a Yoru deadlock composition, which was really fun to see. And that was during the promotion relegation, though. So a little bit of a difference, I would say, as far as the caliber of teams that they found success up against.
Yeah, just a reminder, Ambrosia actually played Split in their last match versus M80. It was the second map of the series. They ended up running the deadlock composition as well. They were running the Tejo Breach and the Yoru on the satellite. So I think the reason why TSM picked this is, one, it's been a strong map for TSM, and two, they have footage. They can see the flaws. They can see the cracks in the way that Ambrosia was playing that map. So I'm not surprised at all to see Split being the first map.
It just makes it not as interesting when we debate about what agents that we're going to see.
Yeah, true.
Recent take. You know, that's all that's being done here. But definitely think that for TSM, this is a pickup for the very first one in the series. Makes a lot of sense here. And I'm excited for how this one's going to be turning up overall. Be able to see if Ambrosia, yet again, like you could take down a top team once. Can you do it twice? But TSM, they've been looking good so far. So that's why when we look over at like our official predictions and everything else, even if I liked what Ambrosia was selling on their debut match, man, Ash, I still had to go with TSM, and we're almost all unified. It's only Arnold at the end who's going to go with Ambrosia.
Arnold? You mean Arthur?
Arthur? Oh, bro. Guys, it's been a long day.
It's been long.
I'm actually so deceased at that. But yeah, I think that, you know, overall, I want to say it was actually pretty hard for me to decide between Ambrosia and TSM. I was pretty high on Ambrosia after their matchup against M80, because I feel like that with getting that win up against the team that went second during the first stages playoffs, that has just such like a long line of like history and achievements within VCL, that's really got to gas you up when it comes down to that momentum and the vibes heading into today's match. But the TSM that we saw up against YFP, honestly, it felt like the calling that was coming out from Vora, he was running a clinic, and I'm really excited to see how Ambrosia is going to look to deal with how they're running some of those defaults, the way that they're looking to cut noise, starve some of that information, and I just can't wait, Roy.
Yeah, I definitely feel like TSM is looking a lot more well-oiled right now, right? They're finding their dynamic between GMD, they're finding the dynamic between Seven, and of course Vora, the main IGL. I think there's a reason why they look so terrifying, but I can also understand why Marks picked Ambrosia, right? They beat the grand finalists after they just added Victor and Chet. Like that is crazy. Yeah. That has to feel really good, right? That has to be very validating. So I'm excited to see what kind of level of confidence they bring into this match versus TSM, because I feel like TSM is just looking a little bit less awkward right now.
I mean, we're one step closer to getting into the matches. The agent select is ready. So let's head on over to that. Again, Ambrosia, they've played this pretty recently, and it was close, even if it wasn't quite a victory for TSM. This is something that we've seen quite a few reps on. So Ash, getting into this, I don't think there's any surprises here.
Yeah, no changes here whatsoever, right? And I think it's going to be interesting to see, you know, we hyped up the duelist head-to-head between Satellite and Sim, who's going to continue forward with that Raze pick. And the big thing is for the side of TSM, that means Sim's going to be much more reliant on his team setting up for him. Satellite has a little bit more of that freedom with being able to play more for himself on that Yoru, have that get out of jail free card. And for TSM, it's going to be looking towards a lot of that spacing and the utility to help Sim succeed.
Absolutely, and TSM is running the same composition they showed in the last split. So there's going to be maybe some footage available for Ambrosia to sort of get an idea of how they want to approach the map. Obviously, there's been a lot of time since then. A lot of changes could have been made, but ultimately, it's going to be up to the prep of TSM going into their match pick.
I mean, even prep aside, that we know that both of these teams are more than capable of shooting. So let's see it happen as it's time to head into Split. It's time to get the first map of the series and head back over to your Castrix, Tenric, and Marks, who I know has a lot to say about what we got to talk about on the desk.
Certainly, I mean, a hell of a thing to put first on your resume for Ambrosia coming into this matchup. Beating M80 in your very first match back in Challengers with a roster that was, frankly, quite primed to get to a point where they could do it at some point in the year. These are 5 players that have just been grinding and making their way up the ladder of Tier 2 for so long. And they've got to climb it a little bit more, Marks, for win number 2. TSM, another storied roster that has 5 of the deadliest players you ever did see.
All right, Ambrosia, don't let me down. I gambled it all on you guys right now. I mean, okay, if I'm being completely honest, when we were doing the pickups there, just watching the game against M80, I was really liking what I was seeing from the squad. I think that the pickups that Ambrosia did were working extremely well, and it felt so much more cohesive than what I was really expecting from them. Obviously, they did go up against M80, which whenever you slot in new players, there is still a little bit of time that you need to kind of solidify things. But still, this is really going to be the limit test as they go up against TSM, who is quite the storied roster here.
They're already setting up lickety-split here up on Heaven, but with the GravNet, Satellite's able to divert and get back onto site where the real fight's going on. There's the first blood thanks to the salvos. And so TSM a little closed off once more, but kind of already on site, so they've got to make it work. Ambrosia will make sure that doesn't happen. Beautiful shots from everybody on the squad, and it's a flawless round 1 for this defense.
I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, it's a
I don't
great
know what
start
to tell
for
you.
your Prez, man, I gotta say.
Oh man, I'm out here back against the wall, up against the world. No, but just taking a look at how they set up their defense there, like, I think that there is a lot that can be brought to the table thanks to this deadlock. And this is something you don't see too often on Split, but I like how Shondex has been setting up a lot of this utility there, more or less to just kind of play a little bit more stall tactic style, whereas given the fact that you've got that Yoru, Satellite can just zip around the map pretty easily to reinforce any of those pressure points, especially too with Glyph watching the other side. So the net does an excellent job as well as just trapping people down. Glyph, a little bit aware here, but Salvos will force that reposition.
Sim gonna get left planted. As will Watts back on over to mid, as that mesh is gonna retire. Immediately, Shondex just gonna slowly collapse on top of it with the help of Satellite. No stone left unturned just yet for this defense as they remain stalwart. Frontal assault will take out Satellite though on the vents. Get a free gun. Hand over to Vora. And really any way you could go here if you're TSM. Into the sensor. Ambrosia, nice turnaround to keep both fronts going, but Vora and Recoil eventually went out that war of attrition. Leading to a 3v2 on site that TSM still look to be willing to fight for, actually. Vora continues to stay up close and personal with this Ghost and grab himself one more for TSM's favor. Welly alone with that Bulldog, as this round has already been turned on its head. So many things you have to open up, and we go with the fault line to at least keep away one. That'll negate the first check. Still so much to clear, though. Rotation through onto Recoil, jump shots. Well, he can't finalize. Thanks to that fault line set up by 7. It's a thrifty clutch back from TSM that ties us up at the 2 mark.
I need a drop.
I am no longer looking forward to my Preds. I'm flipping and flopping like a fish out of water right now. Like, no, I'm kidding. I do think that that was very well executed from TSM. They found so many opportunities where you could tell a lot of the utility was lined up for Ambrosia, but it wasn't that cohesive at the end of the day. And that allowed for some of those openings to happen to allow TSM to find the necessary picks, convert the weaponry over, and suddenly they're just able to steamroll onto the site. So excellent showing from TSM. This time around, they're going to be poking in onto this A site. A lot of people just on the other side. I'm looking at that GravNet. That could have dire consequences if they get caught.
No escape.
Immediately shot in. 7 early to the punch, so we'll grab a kill, but everyone else a little stuck. TSM willing to fight it out. Welly, the only one to grab a pick. TSM winning the lion's share of that duel. Glyph gets the off angle and a free headshot, but it is simply not enough this time around. 2-1 TSM.
Yeah, get a nice little plink there with the classic, but it felt like they weren't expecting the amount of players from TSM to be there. I do think that a lot of the utility setup from Ambrosia should have allowed it to be a little bit more contested, but instead, like, they get one, and then they're like, okay, we're probably chilling. And then all of the members of TSM just poke out around the corner, guns in hands, ready to mow them down, and you can tell Ambrosia, they thought that they were just getting that space for free after that first kill, so not really working out in their favor. But now we're finally seeing the equalization happen. Sim going to be bringing this operator in right off the bat here. And that's going to be the barrier mesh immediately expended in the middle to try and slow down some of this play as Satellite's playing on a nasty pixel angle with the op.
Still no action from TSM just yet. Just seeing if anybody from Ambrosia wants to get uber aggressive up either of these lanes. You got GMD watching hella back. Still just fine for this extraneous mid control. The stealth drone can wiggle under that mesh and at least spook Shondex a bit. As it goes bye-bye, TSM will slowly creep up.
There.
Playing so aware off the sonic sensors as well. You see that they're cutting noise. Should be able to take a lot of space, but if caught out here, the utility could be good.
Spotted the arm of Shondex, so willing to wipe out that sonic sensor, just waiting for the jump, and Sim is on top of it. Comfortable as ever on this raise. And we're back to that slowdown again. TSM.
There. 30 seconds
Not willing
left.
to level any amount of disrespect just yet. But 25 seconds on the clock. Got to get a little into it, and Ambrosia are ready to intercept. Glyph and Welly from below. 2 for 2 as Vora trades it back, and GMD making that impact, finally crossing through Garage. That'll be enough for Satellite, who's holding on to that operator, to say, I'm out, and leave us to a 3-1 scoreline.
And so I think that this deadlock is a really good conversational topic here, because usually what you would expect is you would expect either the Vise or the Cypher, especially as Vise is becoming more and more viable in a lot of these compositions. Teams are just like, let's bring out that crazy shear and it's going to be great. But Cypher trips also worked out pretty well because you get that information at being able to isolate some of these areas. The Deadlock kit is built a lot more like an initiator style kit where you want to, throw your GravNet at the right time or completely deny entrance into one of these areas to catch your other team off guard. And then at that point, you can kind of spring on them and take them out pretty easily. And yet right now with this TSM offense, they're doing a really good job at just negating a lot of that utility that exists for those stuns and taking out the problem before the GravNet can even go off. I think that this is an excellent example here where Sim obviously gets that nice clean kill, but all of that pressure just completely dissolves as soon as the deadlock goes down. And then it's just the flood in from TSM up top from heaven that makes sure that they can secure that B site without that much of a headache. So excellent job coming in from TSM at keeping the deadlock in place. I'm still looking at Ambrosia to come up with a couple of different solutions because while novel, it doesn't work if you just keep on doing the same thing, especially as TSM has started to figure out how to play around some of the traps that you're setting.
Op for op, and Satellite will nail it. It's a good start in the eco. And so Ambrosia can play a step back again and try to make this a series of blows. Welly on is the secondary as 7 deals with Satellite through the screens. And TSM find their way onto site even easier than intended. And still, here's GMD. That 2-pronged attack with such perfect timing that not only pressures Shondex, but the rest of Ambrosia as well. And this team is so damn tight-knit. Their timing's impeccable for it every time. 4-1 now.
I'm a big fan of 7. Ever since 7 has been kind of playing in this level of Valorant. Originally was on the duelist role way back when for TSM and eventually got swapped off, is now playing the initiator role, but is still crispy as ever and has that just awareness of what's going on. Somehow able to pick up 2 headshots through walls. It's unbelievable there. And you could tell that Satellite, just hopping around, shorty in hand, come at me. I got a shotgun and I'm not afraid to use it. and yet just gets completely screened, blindsided by Seven here. And so a very good start from TSM. All the players feel like they're shooting on all calibers, and it is really Ambrosia right now that is leaving a little bit of room for, you know, wanting something a little bit stronger from them. We haven't really seen any of their combos really pay off in dividends. It always feels like there's just one person getting caught off guard, or they're just holding on to an angle and getting overwhelmed when doing so. So I wonder if this is just the TSM just rolling over them right now, but really TSM feel unstoppable after those first 5 rounds.
Yeah, whether or not it's of Ambrosia's own volition, the wires are getting crossed at some stage in the round. And TSM, I mean, the poster children when it comes to clean Tier 2 Valorant. They are not going to let you go scot-free for it. Full-blown garage send this time. It'll be util sent in to dissuade the frontliners that Ambrosia has occasionally sent, but nothing doing just yet. It'll be Glyph holding on the back line with the sonic sensor up, and Shondex again holding up the tower. Ambrosia playing miles back this time around as Glyph will try and spray through the smoke on top of the sonic sensor. GMD not dead for it.
Man, that's so unfortunate there. I thought the spray down was going to be immaculate. And the one thing I have to say is it really feels like TSM are getting so much space without having to extend a lot of utility or anything. To be fair, it has been mostly that pressure towards that B site, but like they've got everything that they need in their pockets still. And so when they engage onto these sites, it's a lot easier. They just have to wait down that barrier mesh, and suddenly all avenues are going to be ready for them to just crash in. It's going to be, once again, Shondex just going to be holding the front line. Does have the Annihilation available if they want to go fishing here for one of these TSM players.
Grabbing that good timing to catch Sim. He somehow avoids everything, though. GMD now the one holding this operator, gets blinded away, so can't land the opening shot. Cosmic Divide placed up the back of B site, so this will attempt to be a sandwich from TSM, but it's just a little awkward. And so Glyph can get the opening shot on the approach from Sim. TSM still have a lot of ground to make up, and Vora can't land the shots for it. So it's got to come down to GMD to open it up organically to some degree, but with 10 seconds to go, and the spike's stranded. It's pointless to give that a try. Recoil will still go in anyway, but an operator is all TSM will hold on to, and Ambrosia, they can hold the fort down for once.
Yeah, they're able to just shut it out. GMD, who took a lot of damage just at the start of that round, able to walk away with the operator in hand, looking for a cheeky shot there. You could tell a lot of these moments are rehearsed coming from Ambrosia. Just the calling as soon as they make contact, all of the utility flies through. Shondex, unfortunately, I think just hit a box in front of him with the Annihilation, so not able to find any players there. But all things considered, like everything was ready to go from Ambrosia. They had a game plan and they executed it on it brilliantly. TSM were doing a really good job at kind of threading their way through a lot of these cracks in where Ambrosia weren't. But that round, it felt a lot more put together from Ambrosia.
Adapt or die!
Now the Steel Garden placed on top of this B site. So again, try to isolate the right members. Shondex still the prime target to pressure from this mid attack. But that'll slow down as Recoil has infiltrated this B side of the front line. Sim watching mid with this out, and he's the one that'll find the purchase this time around. Recoil circling completely. Glyph, oh, your back's not out long enough to get the kill. And now Shondex can come back for damage control, but Recoil's already too far in. Sim uses it as the opportunity to use the ultimate, and it's a 2-for-1 that now the operator holder is gonna fully invest in. The second that TSM lets Sim stretch his wings, you know the round is over.
I was gonna say, I was so curious. Like, we see the Steel Garden get popped out, and there's no real push coming in from TSM. And yet still, it seems like as soon as the barrier mesh goes down, that we see the flood in happen. Sim uses the ultimate there, the showstopper online, able to just navigate through, find so much value on the site. Recoil as well, just kind of worming their way on that B site completely unchecked. And Ambrosia, like, they just looked a little bit confused there as they just got picked off one by one. Of course, this is TSM's map, but right now they're putting on a very dominant performance compared to Ambrosia on the Ambrosia's defense right now.
And this is already looking like a fantastic start for TSM. Just consistently more game plans going in and out of different sites, and always willing to attack on at least 2 channels, if not 3, if they can find their way to it, which more often than not, they have found a way that they can. So really so many options that they have to work with for these last 5 rounds of the half. And Ambrosia, they've still been giving a lot of space over preemptively, planting 1 or 2 sole defenders on sites to try and play for these retake games and, you know, spray throughs to, again, just slow down TSM. But, you know, again, when you're able to approach from these secondary angles so consistently like TSM has been doing, and spring it, again, at the exact same time, it's so tough to do on split specifically, but they manage to squeeze in that time window every time.
And I think that this might actually be a result of the static nature of Ambrosia's defense. We don't really see them poking through. We don't really see them taking those opportunities. They just kind of set up the lawn chair, kick their feet back, and wait for TSM to push into them. Unfortunately, what that does mean is that they don't have a lot of information as to where potentially things could be ending up. They don't have those initial pushes. They have no idea what could be happening a little bit early on in these rounds. And I think that that's why TSM are having so much success, because they're always catching Ambrosia off guard, because Ambrosia just simply don't have a read. Like, look at them. They've been extremely static in where they've held their defense this round so far.
Must have gotten the read onto Recoil's position at least.
30 seconds left.
So Ambrosia have an excuse to stay stagnant, but now there's an excuse to get mobile. Armageddon for Armageddon up opposing lanes, but neither's fully occupied. Of course, one is a little more of a point of issue. Salvo's right on top of that same entry point, and Ambrosia's ready to intercept, but Vora is ready to collect 3 kills for that Tejo, as TSM barely scrapes onto site with 10 seconds to go and only 1 person to deal with, but it's Cliff, and he's got his. Does he go for more? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Once again, the call being made to save. An Armageddon on an Armageddon. Matched, of course, with a little bit of chaos, but GMD just taking heaven control. And that really was the linchpin. You could see the Ambrosia players getting ready to push in and potentially catch the TSM members who are all stunned up on the site, completely off guard, and yet GMD just cleaning house. Make sure nobody from Ambrosia was going to get that oversight. Not going to take advantage of any of those stuns up. And like, these rounds are just so, they're over as soon as they begin, as soon as TSM decide, now we're going to execute. It's looking so clean from this squad thus far, and Ambrosia are just really having a hard time at even finding a foot in the door.
Yeah, very decisive pretty early on in these executes. Ambrosia not really giving a second chance for these reapproaches. But I must speak to their ability to be able to play for that first point of contact more often than not. Certainly this round, Vora went a little cray-cray, but they've been more than willing to fight. Welly and Glyph in particular have been doing a fantastic job of matching up these peaks when TSM times them right. Clearly, Ambrosia has their finger on the pulse. It just needs to all come together at the same time, and TSM just happen to be so much better at doing that specifically.
All right, looks like we're going for a little springtime adventure from Ambrosia. Playing a little bit more forwards, a little bit more risque on mid. But still, it's so static, and Satellite playing very close with a Bucky here. Might be able to find a timing, but it's still a little bit of a tall order. Ambrosia on a little bit of a save.
Oh, Sim's not watching. He's looking above! That's exactly what Satellite was counting on. Luckily, GMD with the trade back, and can just barely get that operator. Oh no, Glyph punishes him after the kill on Welly. So 2 for 2 there from that controller. What do you have now for TSM to open the site up? Just this Tejo breach. So you've got to find a way to isolate the picks. Luckily, you now know a way to do that with the weaker side of A. And Shondex, again, target on his back, ready to intercept.
Yeah, like, it feels like Ambrosia are just so unaware of what could potentially happen. It doesn't seem like they have a read on anything that TSM are doing. Left. Finally, 30 seconds left on the clock. They will be pressuring Shondex now. Only a pistol in hand. Has to hold the ground until the reinforcements come.
Yeah, just has to play the waiting game here. Aftershock to flush him out. Just still finds the shot from the corner. Continuing to stall this out. Another one from Shondex. Target no more. He has become the hunter. That's a 3-piece on the Sheriff. for a thrifty round win, at least on his behalf, for Ambrosia's favor. Now 3-6.
Hey, yo, my bad, Sean Dex. I didn't recognize your game.
I was not familiar with your
That
game.
is crazy coming through. Headshots, making sure that the Annihilation is back online. And it all started out, too, with Satellite somehow finding Sim. TSM, despite the man advantage, despite the utility advantage, and despite the weapon advantage, fall short to just the Sheriff on site. Unbelievable stuff, making sure that Ambrosia are definitely still in this. And look at this, so aggressive right out the bat, trying to catch some people out there, but at least buys some space for Ambrosia on this defense as Akrian goes out there. It will spot out quite a few people, so Satellite will be watching nice and close with the op.
First time they did this, it was a trap play to get intel. This time it's a trap play to insert Satellite, and this time it'll work wonders for the opener and the duelist Ditto. Now you have every excuse to play far back and let Satellite continue to work on this operator freely. Smash is about to go, though, so GMD could creep up kind of any which way. Ambrosia will need to respread the defense if TSM doesn't give anything else away here.
Thankfully, Satellite can watch this with the operator. And you see the pings on the minimap right now. It still looks like TSM will be looking for the engagement over here. Time's starting to go down, but that's an excellent smoke. Make sure that Satellite not able to find as much value as GMD's going exploring.
Brave walk in there, and that's a grab net from GMD. Recognizes the catch. Now we'll just let Glyph get escorted on up. GMD has to make the choice, and he makes the right one. At least grabbing his. 25 seconds, TSM is circumnavigating all the way back to B site that just got re-cleared. Ambrosia's gonna meet this head on. This is certainly a call. How do you plea? Sonic sensor immediately. No connection from Shondex. You're safely on site. You got time. Salvos to dissuade. Armageddon from Shondex though. Right on top of the plant. Dimensional drift to block the entry from 7, but nothing is working out here for Ambrosia. Everybody's stuck. The Armageddon did catch Mora though, so it's Welly versus Recoil to end things. And he's gonna step in on top of the spike first. No catch just yet though. Now that he has that Arc Rose active, he wants to play a little farther back. No, Welly's got the peak. Ambrosia managed to claw it back again, and it's 4-6.
A little bit of a brawl happening on that site there. We see even after the Annihilation gets popped, immediately traded out. Perpetrator was able to find Welly in the midst of all that. GMD somehow being able to find that kill as well. Yeah, it just comes down to the very end here. Stunned up as well, down in the 1v1 up against Recoil. And it will be Ambrosia coming out on top. 2 rounds away now from tying things up. TSM, they do have the Cosmic Divide available. 2 away from getting the Rolling Thunder for 7 as well. Meanwhile, Ambrosia, they do have more than enough weaponry here. However, they don't have any ultimates to contest. We saw them being a little bit more exploratory on that last round, taking that advantage forward. Satellite able to pop out and find a nice little kill. But unless we see more of those opportunities, I think TSM can continue to run the circus today.
Launching thorns.
Yeah, they should be able to get the discipline back in order and turn this to an 8-4. If things go according to their plans. Great hold from Vora to catch Satellite before the shot rings out. Now it's on Shondex again. Gravnet in hand for this tower. It's Sim who's done the creeping this time and is ready for the steps. Here's Akrian, catches Akrian, kills Akrian. Now Welly the feet back. You can't contest with the guy either. And A-site's been entirely carved out by the duelist.
Spike dropped.
Yeah, it feels like there's those opportunities where when Ambrosia are expecting something, when they've got the heads up, they're just like, yeah, we're gaming now. We're finding kills. Everything is nice and fine. But if TSM throw a wrench into their plan, it almost feels like panic is on set here. And that's when we see TSM really start their steamroll over. Ambrosia are making the call for the save, but TSM are going hunting.
Right into Shondex's active op. And so TSM will not leave with too much, actually. Of course, getting rid of this operator would be crucial in nailing that last round and a half. So it's good for GMD to once again get this creep up B going. Just a little bit longer, and doesn't appear that Glyph will be able to get that gun back. Oh, he's gonna make a gun. He's gonna make a run for it. Oh, he got it. All right, so Ambrosia will not have to buy that, but I mean things are stiff for this defensive side this time.
I would agree, but at the same time, like compared to how this half started out here, I mean, Ambrosia kind of looked like timid children at first, right? But now we're starting to see them be a little bit more aggressive. They're taking more of these opportunities there. They feel more confident, and now we're starting to see the squad that was able to take down M80. So I wouldn't count them out just quite yet. They're really starting to impress me as they're getting these heat ups and matching TSM blow for blow right now. So never say it's over yet, I still believe.
No, I have every reason to. So much more to play. This is still TSM's pick. Seeing Glyph already rotate over to the boxes, at least for now. He'll sort of play the angles, try to goad out this util. Oh, he did a perfect job of it, actually. Salvos are now spent. Only a paranoia thrown back to make sure nobody pushes him individually. Ambrosia's stacked on top of this, so if TSM can gun it through mid, he might be able to beat them to the punch over on A site.
And just good reaction coming through from Ambrosia. Dumping all that util, making sure that TSM don't really have an opportunity to be able to run things forwards. Because I do think that TSM, if they had that chance, we could have seen Sim just kind of fly through. And a little bit of a scout happening. Spots out GMD, so might give an idea that this mid crunch might be happening. Rolling Thunder and Showstopper still available.
Wow, triple ult committed to this, and Satellite still finds the lurker and recoil anyway. 4 ultimates now for TSM. Might as well use them all, I guess, but Ambrosia's not taking any of it, and they're doing all of the damage. Sim,
what?
You can only see your gun. That was the quickest shutdown of 4 ults I've ever seen in my life.
Switching sides.
Like, once again, the protocols were ready. Ambrosia seemed like that they were anticipating those ultimates to be able to come through. And so you see that nothing really finds that much value. This time around, Ambrosia are playing so far off that site that when TSM go exploring, nobody's home until, they all just pop out from around their corner, find their timings. The smokes are excellent, and Ambrosia find that final round. 5-7 in this half, and it's looking a lot more even here, as Ambrosia are going to be on the attacking side now. 2 rounds separating this team. And I don't know what to tell you. I think that this could be a little bit more attacker-sided friendly for Ambrosia based on their composition. So I'm curious to see how they want to be able to roll things out. I think that their utility really says they should be just pushing people out and taking advantage of that weird spacing that can happen off a lot of this utility, but they need to make sure to follow up on it too.
AMB playing that same starting role that Glyph did here on the B defense. Glyph, open peak, demolished by recoil, but so much of a death ball that Ambrosia's just gonna make it work. Crashing onto site. Early mesh up, but the paint shells to stave off the plant, at least for now. Head back over to safe spot. Sim can't land any headshots, so nobody killed in the process just yet. And TSM still pretty walled out. Is that barrier mesh? Will eventually fade away, though. Everyone will begin their re-entry, and the salvos will catch Welly. Everyone else climbing into the waiting arms of these pistols. Shondex's wraparound finally about to make an impact just in time for everyone else on Ambrosia to be dead. There's your first backstab. Nice headshots for 2, but that's as far as Shondex gets. It's going to be 8-5 for the defenders.
An amazing retake utility coming in from TSM there. As soon as I was looking at like which members are still alive, I'm like, oh, they have a fault line and some salvos. And everyone knows where you're gonna go hide.
Wait a minute.
Who could have seen that one coming? And like, yeah, it's just so excellent. Like, they had such a clean retake there. Obviously, Sim just watching the other side. Sure, Shondex gets that flank underway, and it was looking promising for a little bit. But still, just fantastic job from TSM, just playing it nice and slow, and they're able to scoop up that pistol, getting a little bit more distance between these two teams on that score line. It's a little bit fast this time. Nice little 3 circles of death, just in case anyone from TSM got a little bit rambunctious. They will walk away with that ultimate orb, giving it over to Shondex, who's getting closer and closer to having that annihilation online. Ambrosia, though, just so ready to inch forwards onto this B site. GMD watching from the other side.
Ambrosia just playing for whatever material they can muster this round, understanding that They're likely walking into handing TSM 5 free orbs. They just arc rose themselves to like gas themselves up? Or am I crazy? Sim could spray down TSM. I mean, the force is here, but good shots from a couple of the members of Ambrosia. That is going to hand Sim an ultimate for the following round, though, so this bonus certainly still going to be an ordeal for Ambrosia.
The arc-rosing your own team is the equivalent of dunking your head in ice-cold water. You know?
I was going to say it was like hitting your head in the mirror before you like go out to the gym or something. I'm him, I'm goated. I'm rage peaking.
If I can't see, my senses will be focused on lifting instead. No, I do think that was a little bit of an error. I think the Archers was supposed to go through onto the other side so they could flash themselves in.
So.
But, you know, mistakes happen. At the same time, you were already down in the weapon game, so not the best round, but out of all of the rounds that could happen, that's a good one for the mistake to kind of come through. We do now see Ambrosia have rifles in hands. Moving up on to this A site, the Sheer just on the other side. Satellite doesn't really have that decoy anymore, so can't really just activate the Sheer willy-nilly. We'll just step around anyways and set it off at the very minimum. But look at this, TSM, completely different look on this defense. They have such a good read on where Ambrosia are going and are ready to shut the door on their faces.
Yeah, they're right in front of this, and they're willing to move house the second that Ambrosia does, which they still can. Acreon posted up on this B flank. Even stealth running to clear it. And TSM starting to understand this lack of commitment could lead to some lurks. Nothing doing though. No easy kills found. Head back over to where the execution has to go. Those salvos are so crucial to the push. That still has yet to come through until he gets here. 35 seconds. It's cutting it close for sure. And Seven's gotten impatient. Let's go some util.
30 seconds left.
Now Ambrosia does the same. Recoil gets the pick from the site onto Satellite. Tried to hop onto the backside. Couldn't make it happen. No execution plan from Ambrosia. And brother, it shows. 4 and 7 going crazy in heaven to take TSM to double digits.
Yeah, once again, just the awareness, the understanding. Felt like TSM were just seeing the matrix, seeing the code of Valorant in front of them as to where these Ambrosia players were going to be going. An excellent job just shutting down any single advance that they had there. And that's the thing too, like you see the early util dump to try and get that orb. Sure, Ambrosia, they make that one work here, but the engagement in not enough time, perfect timing on the flash here, and you're just in the shooting range for the two members of TSM. I believe that was Seven and Vora to gun down all these members, and this time around Ambrosia getting a little bit fast and furious with it.
AMB right on top of the box, sees again, trying to get the drop on this Ambrosia team and does a solid job of it, but now the Annihilation excuse to throw it in and it will catch, but Seven's Aftershock still finds Glyph on that close quarter, so at the end of the day, it's a 2-for-2 extravaganza that now leaves Welly and Shondex wondering where to head to.
So slow right now. I mean, they don't really have that much util to work off of either. Do you have barrier mesh and one more sonic sensor? Welly just gonna have to wait for the fault line to come back online. It seems like they might have actually picked the right site, and this is gonna be a good time because they should be able to rescue some of these rifles, make this a lot closer. Of course, Vora's still alive, has the potential to launch some of those salvos, force out some of those repositions when the retake is underway. But all things considered, what was looking like a pretty desperate round from Ambrosia is slowly getting recovered.
This is very much possible. You got a sensor you can set up. Looks like Shondex is going to do that on the front site. Where do you spread from here? It looks like Welly is just going to play right on top of it for the crossfire. Mesh, and it'll just get broken down. TSM can't waste any time. And that's going to be both guns heard, so no reason not to just toss this grav net in and waste even more time. Vines tossed in the front, salvos in the back, arc rows not utilized. They try swing it, and Ambrosia connects. A thrifty round 16 stabilizes Ambrosia here on the attack.
Yeah, somehow Welly just dodging the salvos, tiptoeing around that little circle painted onto the ground and able to survive. Finds a perfect angle to allow for the excellent crossfire. And it does feel like family is the solution after all. Fast and Furious on at the site, so much disruption happening, playing those very close angles and just overwhelming the defenses from TSM to make sure that Ambrosia still have a leg in this race. Still 4 rounds separating the team. Sim does have the showstopper online. Glyph, the only person on Ambrosia with an ultimate available. Stealthbot doesn't necessarily scope anybody out here. But look at the Sim so far forwards, operator in hand, waiting for one of the members of Ambrosia to just peek around the corner to get an easy kill right off the bat.
It would be Shondex who will jump back, and that'll be the opportunity gone. So Sim's just gonna look for a new one. Blinded away and scared out. Satellite says, my peak now. And Sim says, no. It's, oh, he's running away, okay. Vora, oh, good for the second too. And recoil on the follow-up after Welly tries to play from a distance. Nice management from TSM in the early stages. TSM, the operators have met at a different location, and it is Sim who wins out that duel. Fun little dance these two duelists are doing. I'm really enjoying it. Shondex is finally up and running here this round, and unfortunately, can't get more than one. TSM 2 rounds out from taking their pick.
And it's looking so clean from them. I mean, we saw all the peaks come through from Ambrosia, unsupported by any utility whatsoever. They thought that they could just kind of go in and get the space for free, and just one person from TSM watching an angle. Of course, the operator, yeah, sure, that's happening on that side, but Vora just watching them poke their heads one at a time, not even swinging together, mind you, just walking up ramp, and that's just easy headshots. The, crosshair placement is perfect. So, once again, from Ambrosia on this attack, I need to see them playing a little bit more coordinated, going for more of these site hits. We know that they can shoot well. We know they can play off of each other. And right now, it doesn't seem like that is necessarily coming through. And I don't think that that is like TSM playing out of their minds. They are playing very well, but it's Ambrosia gifting TSM some of these opportunities. And so we're seeing Ambrosia now take this time out. I'm hoping that they can, pull some of this stuff back together so that we get more of a competitive map, because this is feeling very one-sided from TSM thus far.
This was, of course, the map where Ambrosia did falter against M80 as well. It was clear that the weaknesses were spotted from a distance. TSM able to really condense Ambrosia and, like you said, kind of prevent them from being able to play on top of themselves like they normally do so well and so mechanically. Either they end up completely ISO'd and way too slow to a push to really make a dent, and they all have to push in together into one piece of util that will shut them all down. Or, arguably, even worse, what we're seeing a majority of the time here, which is Ambrosia getting so stuck together, so condensed, that TSM barely has to lift a finger to find any member outside of it anyway, and they can just unload even heavier.
You know what they say, diamonds are made under pressure, and Ambrosia definitely feeling pressure right now. As Recoil just on the other side of this is aware, though, that people are coming. Armageddon gets launched, but not going to find any purchase.
First rise up from GMD, intimidated out, and Glyph can find it with the Stinger. Free entry for Ambrosia onto the B site, and the plant on top of the barrier mesh immediately burned away. TSM ready for the fight at a given notice. Especially once this smoke fades away, a free operator sight line from the tower. Ambrosia, a whole lot of clearing to be done once these faux walls go down. In comes the creep from Sim. He's the bell ringer. First shot rings out, rest of TSM enters on. Fault line, showstopper from Sim. Inside the smoke. This is insane from Glyph. He's gonna drop down and go for another. Vora, the only one able to do anything this round, and Ambrosia are the ones that spring the trap on TSM here on B site.
And quite frankly, I think that it is mostly because of Glyph there. I mean, as soon as Glyph slips through the smoke, just dodging a little bit of timing there, spots somebody out, completely neutralizes TSM's retake, and Sim uses the showstopper as well, doesn't quite find it. Ambrosia were just ready for TSM to enter in from all of the different areas onto that site. And Glyph, once again, just able to stay alive in the midst of all of that. And it's just really well done. Like, a lot of these angles were just being watched to a T. And so TSM, as soon as they walk in, they just hit the ground dead.
Again, is it something that can be replicated? That's the big question. Overall, TSM still look to be the cleaner team. That being said, with the double TP, Ambrosia very easily take the space they need to for this A site, aggressively at that. Once again, the mesh setup right after the spike goes down, just to play for that time and force at least 2 members to commit to either burning it or waiting it out. Now that that's done, you've got to, again, get a little proactive with it. Start your peaks early, and Glyph will do that on top of a Paranoia. But the blinds out onto site let TSM enter for far freer. Satellite on the shorty, good for the one. Have to get up close and personal at that stage, and Sim's gonna try and do the same. Glyph can at least shut that down. 7 and GMD now entering on the site. And the rest of that army is gonna do enough to break through. Game point, 5 rounds strong for the defenders in TSM as they continue to look cleaner and more put together, at least here on Split. But that was the same story for Ambrosia last match, and guess what they did?
Match point.
Pulled the rug out from underneath M80, that's for sure. But that was a heartbreaking round for Ambrosia. You could see how they wanted to play it. They got the spike down. They got themselves nice and set up, but it felt a little bit uncoordinated when it came to all of the ultimates. They dumped everything they had in there, and unfortunately, Valorant isn't one of those games that you can just press the ultimate button and expect to win out a round. You have to actually do some follow-up, do something more on top of it, and just the lack of coordination coming in. Sure, the ultimates did go off, but there wasn't really anything that was gained from it. So they lose all of those tools. Doesn't matter though, running it down yet again. Glyph able to find 7, just looking the other way.
Oh, Sim has to open up with the paint shells, but it's a little too close. Thank goodness Vora is there to once again get 2. He's feeling himself today. Luckily though, it was all facade. The mid-fight was really a tool to get the rest of Ambrosia up A, and they have gotten up A. Has Shondex just meshed himself in?
It's all a clever ruse, Tenrek. You don't know what's going on.
I would love to know what's going on, Marks. I need some semblance of an idea there, because now it's all down to Acreon. He is playing Tejo, so he can definitely still win. Nice shots on a recoil. Has to get up close on top of that Armageddon. He was kind of, they were kind of asking him to kill him there, if I'm being honest. Vora and GMD, just making sure that this is extended as long as possible. Acreon, are you joking? The perfect angle handed to him on the rat back. And this game will at least get extended 1 more round.
And that was all because of the mesh from Sean. No,
this plan worked all along.
I do think that was a little bit of like a, you know, oh, if the mesh is up here, no one's going to expect me. And I think that there was an attempt to try and take a timing onto Heaven. But unfortunately, like, Recoil was just watching for it. So it looks a little bit silly when you think about it like that. But all things considered, Ambrosia still in the midst of all of it. TSM this time are the ones who are back onto the save. We see a little bit of utility getting expended right off the bat onto this B side. Satellite looking, though, for an opportunity to do something. And Sim is the only one who's got that judge in hand, waiting for them to move up forwards and potentially get a spray down there. And still, it's just nice and quiet from Ambrosia. Their most successful rounds are when they kind of run it down, but this time around, they're playing that slow style. And that makes me a little bit nervous for this attack.
Oh, Satellite whiffs up mid. So Ambrosia has to reconsider the attack once more. Ambrosia, stiff setups closer to the spawns, waiting for people like GMD to get impatient. Who's next on the chopping block appears to be Recoil by default with all of this setup, but the Vines will slow things down. Glyph will make the call to TP on in, and it'll work out for him. Now it's a TP out of the Aftershocks too, and that'll work too. Well, he's got his back. Everybody working out for Ambrosia on this round. Nobody able to make a dent on behalf of TSM, at least this round, except who? Oh, take a guess. Take a guess who got a kill this round for TSM.
Hey, for what it's worth, Sim got like a lot of damage in, because they were all lined up. And that one shot out of the judge, like it pinged a lot of people, okay? But yeah, now we're seeing TSM take this tactical time out here. Obviously, it was one of those rounds where, you know, they didn't have the right weaponry to make that one work. Ambrosia just kind of steamrolling off them. But taking a look at the ult economy as well, there is a very realistic scenario where Ambrosia can force out this overtime. The ult cycling could work out in combination with a punishment onto this utility, or sorry, the economy of TSM, where they could be looking at a potential comeback, which would be crazy. So yeah, TSM, they want to make sure they can close this out. They don't need more of a headache. They don't need this map to stretch out any longer, because that gets closer and closer from Ambrosia potentially getting yet another upset.
And they're really going to wrap this up, prevent any more opportunities from sprouting up here, because Ambrosia is very easily able to take advantage of them at the drop of a hat. So this should be the fulcrum round for TSM. They will get one more for themselves after this, of course, but with the Rolling Thunder in tow and nothing else really that close except Recoil Steel Garden, I suppose, they will not be able to go for a full-blown set play. And with Ambrosia a lot in the tank, I fear this will be another slightly slower round for the defense, just playing that discipline, playing for the peaks, trying to bait out as much as possible before the going gets tough. Ambrosia already very forward approach on this A site, setting up the sonic sensors, lickety split, just walking right in. Boris is gonna get rid of it now, and Satellite immediate punish.
That's not good. Vora, the top fragger for TSM, has been doing so much damage and immediately just kind of plucked out in the midst of a smoke. Ambrosia, they stall themselves down, they halt things up. Satellite still watching here onto this site. We hear a pin drop at the server. Such slow play from Ambrosia. Finally, they get themselves ready to go. Setting up the smokes as well as the utility. Sim is going to be the first point on the flood in through.
The TP will catch him, so Sim does have to move away. And luckily, he will get out so he can recreep. Ambrosia, full-on assault up tower, and the Rolling Thunder is the perfect counter to that. They've fallen right into TSM's trap again!
30 seconds left.
7! Gets the easiest assist list of his life! Thanks to that immediate change in course by Ambrosia. What is no doubt a tragic conclusion to at least this map, as TSM will take it 13-9. You mess up, you can't hang! That's the message that TSM intends to deliver that M80 could not. And they're one map away from fully sending it.
Yeah, excellent job from TSM. I think across the board, when you take a look at some of the strategies, some of the set plays, and I think just the awareness of the map, TSM just looked simply unrivaled going up against Ambrosia. While Ambrosia, you could tell there were definitely moments where it was like, this is some unbelievable play. We're seeing some very high quality players on this squad. It don't seem like they figured it out as closely as TSM, specifically on this first map. Honestly, like even though there were a couple of flubbers happening from TSM, at the end of the day, they pulled it together and they had such a solid lead rolling into that honestly game. So I think that it was an excellent map from TSM. Was of course their map pick. But of course, then we have map number 2, which is going to be Ascent, and that's Ambrosia's map pick. So, you know, don't count my boys out just quite yet, Tenrek. All I'm saying.
Absolutely. No, Ambrosia, it's clear they know this upcoming map better than Split. They intend to turn it into their jungle gym like they did against M80. This match is far from over. TSM's got to maintain that resolve. We'll see if they do after the break.
really like to give up, and they didn't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to this end.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD were winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
All right, very first map in the series, TSM pick, and we had talked about this being a good map for them, as well as recent tape over on the Ambrosia side. So it's all gonna land how we thought it would. TSM victory 13-9 to be starting things out. I mean, Ash, going into this, I mean, we've talked so much about TSM and how they're just looking stronger going into the split. They've got a little bit more time to cook together. Ambrosia, definitely some good ideas. They're definitely shooting back, do not get me wrong, but just not enough in this first map.
No, and I do want to give, the fact that for the side of TSM, I think their macro has just looked really good overall. They have a really good idea of how they're looking to approach a lot of these rounds, especially in those retake situations. I think Vora was popping off with a lot of that Teho utility that was being thrown out. And TSM just looking a lot more cohesive, I think, when it comes down to that game plan. And for Ambrosia, I do think they're working up to that macro game sense with Glyph, slotting in. Again, reminder that he's just, stepping into the IGL role for the first time, which is a huge amount of responsibility being put on his shoulders here for Split 2. And it's going to take time to work up to that.
Yeah, and that's really the key thing is time, right? Like, I don't think it's like an discomfort in the IGL role. I really just think that it's really hard to balance a wide map pool when you've made so many roster changes and so many role changes within the team, right? So I think we do have to give them a little bit of grace in that regard. But on the other end, TSM just looked so good. This is a version of TSM we've been wanting to see. They look very well oiled. Yeah, there was a little bit of hiccups towards the end of the game, but ultimately this was a pretty one-sided affair for the most part from start to finish. Their attack looked phenomenal. They had clear goals, except for the round where they had 5 ultimates and got no kills. We'll ignore that one though, but we'll scratch that one out. But besides that round, it was a great attack side. They had a lot of good early round ideas. They had a lot of good early mid rounds, excuse me. And they also were able to close out rounds as well, late rounding extremely well. So overall, I'm happy with what I see with TSM right now.
Can't believe you have to throw just a little hater energy in there. Just like
I have to.
Just to keep it interesting, right? But hey, you got to keep it interesting. It's for the content. It's for the content, all right? That's what we got to keep saying. But still, regardless of any quote-unquote content, still going to be a strong start to the series for TSM. And across the board, I mean, we had highlighted Sim and 7 going into this. But Ash, what's really nice about this team is, again, something that I said about Sim is we don't always need to see all these numbers here because everyone on the team is capable of stepping up. And that's something we got to see throughout the series as well.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think that something that TSM also did really well was just a lot of the ground conversions, considering, the deficits that they maybe started off on here on Split. Because for this team, they only had 5 first bloods, I believe, on this map. And it's pretty crazy to think that, overall they're able to make it work like so well for them to be coming back from that numbers deficit. The fact that they're able to really pull things together and find those trades and those opportunities to even up those numbers. And a lot of that it comes down to, I think, the IGLs popping off on both these teams. Vora's calling with the micro. And then you also have to give Ambrosia the kudos there as well with Glyph. Like, talking about these two players with a head-to-head, I think that we already, alluded a bit to the difference in, the experience under their belt. Vora has been IGLing for a bit longer than Glyph. He's had time with this squad on TSM in this role during the first split to really solidify that, and able to perform so well while in this role as well. And Glyph, we're seeing the glimmers of him starting to get there, Roy.
Yeah, definitely. I cannot agree anymore, to be honest. But we have to remind ourselves, Vora came onto this team. He wasn't even meant to be the IGL. He was quite literally picked up as a fragger. And the fact that he's able to pick up the role, have so much more mental tax that you have to pay, and still put up these kind of performances is obviously insane. And it really could not be understated how hard it is. But of course, shout out to Glyph as well. He's had a phenomenal performance in the opening match versus TSM. But that was TSM's map pick, guys. We cannot forget. They came in with a clear game plan. They looked well. They executed well on that game plan. But now we're looking forward to Ascent, which is going to be a whole other beast, guys.
Yeah, this is where it gets interesting. Because, of course, when we do get, the team that's favored in the matchup winning their map pick. Like, I don't think you can put the most stock into it. It's kind of, yeah, things are happening exactly how they should. And Ambrosia didn't just roll over in that map, right? That's another thing. This wasn't just like a 13-2 or something. So now heading into Ambrosia's own map pick, and something we've gotten to see from them before, this should be interesting. Of course, Ascent is back, you know, so this isn't going to be unknown territory for TSM, especially when you're looking at that core team here, Ash, because this is something that, you know, throughout the years that they have played. But obviously, there's been a couple changes. There's been different agents. So it's what look they're going to have for it today.
Yeah, I think that's a big conversation, right? Is how are TSM going to look to slot into the current meta that's being built up here on Ascent? We've seen teams experimenting. You know, the Yoru has become like a pretty big mainstay on this map for a lot of squads. And then a lot of teams are also even giving the Waylay a shot as well. We're seeing even some double duelist comps to try and capitalize off that Waylay as much as possible too across the different leagues. And I'm really excited to see if TSM are going to look to bring a fresh look. I think Sim does look great on the Yoru if that's something he wants to slot in here on the Ascent too. As much as we know that, you know, for Sim, of course, the Jet is his bread and butter, I think that I'm really excited to see the take that TSM are going to have.
Yeah, I could not agree more. But what's weird for me is when you don't know what to expect from a team on Ascent, picking it can be really, really hard, right? Because you're going to most likely be on the attack side. We've seen what happened with Winthrop University versus Prosperity. It was the same sort of idea there, right? Prosperity picks it into Winthrop University, and they just couldn't get anything going on that attack side. And that happens so often on this map, especially when you don't know what to expect. How are they playing their defense? How are they spreading out? You know, what are they doing with their ultimates? What's the Opera's tendencies, right? Like, are they going out mid? There's just so many factors that can happen on that Ascent defense, and there's so much control you can exert when you're defending on that map that it can be really awkward on the attack side when you're going in blind.
Oh, it definitely can be. But I think we've talked about as well how, you know, at least for Ambrosia, it is the fact that they are going in blind up against the TSM because they don't know what to expect. But then for TSM on the flip side, they have the opportunity to go look back at that M80 game. Sure, Ambrosia did win, but it was a long map there as well, that 13-10. That's a lot that Ambrosia is revealing in that VOD there as well. And we know that TSM loved anti-strat.
And heading into our agent select, if you're talking about, yeah, this is a dangerous one to pick, Ambrosia, they played that dangerous game here with M80, and they were still able to come out on top no matter what M80 was thrown at them. So assuming there has to be a smidge of that again today. Love to see Satellite back on the Euro. On the side of TSM, it's going to be Sim on the Jet. 7 here on the Deadlock, Ash.
Okay, I actually don't know how I feel about this. I think that for TSM, they do have an insane comp to be starting out on defense with the double sentinel. A lot of retake potential there as well, or zoning and stall with Vora's kit and GMD as well. And you're going to be expecting maybe some more like set plays where you see the Sentinels looking to anchor one side of the map, and then you're having like the 3 other players trying to like kind of push Ambrosia into some of those like trap plays that might be going on. I'm really excited to see how this does work out, but it's also high risk, high reward, because I think the second we get on attack there in that second half, then I have questions about how TSM are going to look to work towards this comp.
Yeah, that's a really good shot because, I mean, on the defense side, they're chilling, right? They have the 2 Sentinels, they have the Tejo utility, they have the Omen. There's so much utility for them to work with on that defense side, but when it comes to attack, the lack of flashes, that could be problematic. I think overall, I like Ambrosia's composition. I feel like it's a little bit more well-rounded. There's a lot more to work with on both sides, and of course, Yoru slots into the current meta extremely well. But I'm thinking this is going to be a really interesting one, guys.
I mean, hey, up 1 in the series, might as well put a full gamble into this defense, and I'm excited to see if it pays off. It's time to head into Ascent to see if Ambrosia can, in fact, take the map down and take us to a map 3. Back over to Cassius, Henrik, and Marks. Have fun.
Thanks so much, Sierra. And indeed, all eyes are on this secondary Sentinel in Seven's Deadlock, who has to really enable these openers in Sim and Vora, and even GMD to an extent now that Seven has to play the Deadlock on this attacking side. Until then, though, Marks, it is a pretty terrifying comp to have to deal with if you're Ambrosia, despite the fact that their comp and team looks great on this map.
It's, you know, I got a lot of question marks here, and I'm hoping that I'm going to get a lot of answers when we're actually in the map here. But, you know, once again, Ambrosia pulling out a composition that seems pretty standard as to what you would expect on this map, given all the recent changes. Yeah, TSM, like, I think that the lack of flashes is going to make things hard. And sure, they can deny a lot of space thanks to a lot of that utility, but it doesn't feel like there feels like there's 3 agents that are more on the, like, hey, let's play it nice and chill, and then 2 agents being a little bit more attack forwards. And we're seeing one of those agents right now, Sim, already so deep in the lines of Ambrosia, but you know what, Ambrosia, they just give that respect, and Shondex actually finds Sim first.
Yeah. TSM with the util combos they've got to go for. You got to army crawl under barbed wire and some mud to grab a kill instead of the current modern day power trick. 1 agent can get 3 kills with swinging yourself in. It'll be a bit of a long-winded match, but TSM have been willing to play that on split, and the more actions that they take, the more actions they force Ambrosia to take, the more prone they are to making those mistakes that they saw Ambrosia was prone to making in that previous map. That salvo is going to be able to clear the rest of the board for TSM as they'll storm onto site with 3 standing and take that first pistol.
Yeah, an excellent pistol round coming through there. Of course, Shondex had the opportunity to make it big and was able to find at least a kill very early on onto Sim, of all people. But yeah, once again, like, TSM's composition, it feels a little bit discombobulated already in how you would want to set up a lot of these types of things. But at the same time, I mean, hey, the defense, this is where it should supposedly shine. A lot of utility can just kind of get dumped out. Make sure that you're denying all sorts of space from Ambrosia pushing in from all these different angles. So let's see how this one plays out. This time around, it looks like it might be a little bit more chill. I don't imagine TSM are just going to be flying things out right off the rip. And yep, setting up that one way there. So Ambrosia are going to be the ones who have to kind of take the attack.
Recoil is actually going to step out in front of it. It's a little bit chaotic, but he's got it completely covered, save for Shondex, who actually does require a little more attention, especially now that he's got that Bulldog in tow. To get that door set up, understands there's only window of time to get the spike down, to get those extra creds, so he will. Turn this to a 1v3 that he actually does have some maybe capability of winning. No, Sim immediately adjusts back on and just immediate shot to the dome for good measure.
Yeah, great stuff coming through that time around. I mean, like lambs to the slaughter, walking in front of Recoil, just getting sprayed down. And Shondex, of course, is able to find 2 kills there. Even things out, get a rifle in hand, but it was a lot of aggression coming through from Ambrosia, and they more or less just get stifled right at the door. So good stuff coming in from TSM. You can even tell that there's so much support utility coming through, like the paranoia flies just off rip as well. A lot of stuff available for them to make sure that it's so much more difficult for Ambrosia to take space for free. Now, rifles in hand, Ambrosia, let's see what you guys got cooked up here. There's a reason why you beat M80 on this map. Let's see if you can do it again to TSM.
With Recoil getting that 4K the previous round, he's only 1 orb away from that Steel Garden, so TSM could very easily go for a full-blown retake. That's why you see Ambrosia going for this B-side plan, so they can have more people hide in Boathouse and the extremities of Market and avoid a lot of that radius. Shondex, good opening pick onto a hiding 7. Having to dash back out. Glyph has got the lurk peek on a Recoil, so now Ambrosia can safely turn around and head over to A site that is far less occupied. Glyph able to play that Gatekeeper as well. Will actually get mega aggro on top of this box and meet GMD before he can get a word in edgewise. Very good execution from Ambrosia thus far.
Now the spike should be able to go down nice and easy. Sim able to find one, but trade it out.
Now it's Vora's turn, and they can just spray right through. Good bonus taken up by Ambrosia at the end of the day, taking every possible high road along the way to keep 4 guns as well. That was just, yeah, very clean.
And we saw a little bit of a glimpse of what to expect from this TSM defense on that last round. And the name of the game is just, oh my goodness, there's so much utility flying in my face, I feel like I can't walk in onto the site. It's a little bit of a complicated name, but that's essentially what we're going to be seeing as Ambrosia try to attack any of these sites. So that's what we need to kind of keep our eye on if you are Ambrosia. You need to go in there, bait out some of that utility, make it so it's a lot easier for you to be able to move in, because there's so many traps available thanks to all these different agents here. And you don't want to get caught in the middle of that. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing Recoil line up a 4K yet again. TSM going a little bit exploring and get the information there. as the mesh going to get utilized shortly, as this A site is going to be locked down, at least for the time being.
With intention to plant, GMD to go for the trap play into the TP. A step has been spotted from Acrean, so Sim does not have an excuse to leave this. Now he does after he misses that first shot. Satellite taking over the site, and now the double-pronged attack on the doorway will force him away. Bora takes the place for the safer angle, the help of this rifle, and he won't find anything either. Perfect jump from the stun onto Acrean to continue to keep TSM guessing. Satellite does flash himself in, unfortunately, though, so TSM can readjust on this defense and hold down Tree for letting this door down with 45 seconds to go. Ambrosia has to make the call. And with 3 members still up here on Cat, seems like it's gotta be the A site crunch. I understand that someone could still be here planted on Dora and they're able to deal with it, but not before Bora still gets the trade back.
No!
Double pump on the shorty, and Sim doesn't find either, but 7 is able to pick up the pieces and TSM make it 3-1.
You know, Sim was like, nice, I got 2. Wait a second, both of them are alive. Are you kidding me, man? Just not close enough to secure the kill, but yeah, did more than enough damage, so a single bullet from any of those rifles will make sure that it's going to be kills confirmed. Now, TSM, we're seeing them gain a lot of momentum again on this map. And things are still looking very clean. I mean, the desk talked about it. The macro from TSM looks very good. Of course, based on the composition, we're expecting them to be a little bit stronger on this defense. And that feels like it is definitely ringing true. 7 as well has the Annihilation ready. Could fish one of these players out from Ambrosia very early on and make sure that no impact can be felt from them. And look at this, like, it's just a simple combo of utility being utilized every single time, and it's so effective at keeping Ambrosia at arm's length. It really is almost just like a stall down until the clock is really against Ambrosia, but taking out Sim is a great way to start out this round.
Yeah. Being able to heat check that heat-seeking missile. And so Ambrosia can go for a better reset. A mesh placed on that B doorway to force Ambrosia to make the split-second call with 50 seconds to go, and Shondex is going to opt to burn it.
Rip and tear.
You play this as proactively as you want if you recoil. No reason not to hide the fact that you're here, especially if 7 is 2. GravNet hitting 2. Immediate Hunter's Fury into the Annihilation as well. Steel Garden 2. TSM letting no stone go unturned. And 7 the first to grab the frag off of it. Well, he did do some decent ship, though, with this ultimate. Oh, but 7 was able to still grab Acrean. So a 3v4 and 7! Just getting all the action this round. Trying to farm another Annihilation back up.
Also, too, got the kill with the Annihilation as well.
Yeah.
7. Just hanging out there. And, you know, I talk about different Sentinels that you can kind of expect on this map. And the Deadlock is a lot more frag forwards, right? Like, anytime we see some of these Challengers teams bringing in the Deadlock, it's usually like you're playing off the GravNet, you're playing off the meshes to try and trap some of these players so that it's just easy kills, easy life. And we're seeing 7 really just come into that role perfectly, especially on some of these rounds. And yeah, I mean, we're getting the timeout now. It's going to be a good call because TSM are kind of rolling over Ambrosia. Given the fact that this is Ambrosia's map pick, they're already down 1 in the series. They got to start figuring some of this stuff out because TSM, like, they're feeling like a very well-oiled machine and simply cannot be stopped at this point, Tenrek.
It's really a shame because I think Ambrosia are doing a good job of playing this pre-plan and mid-round effectively as best they can, just trying to burn through whatever util they can spot and just wear down what TSM can throw at the issue. The problem is with 2 Sentinels, it just takes forever to do that when TSM's response time can be so good. And it always is. There is always an answer defensively at the moment, and that's exactly how this comp is built to work, which is why, as a TSM fan, you should thank your lucky stars you've already gotten 4 so far, because it is going to be so much harder on the attack half.
You say that, but, like, who knows, right? Like, they might be cooking something up here.
You're so right. Well, we'll find out in T-7 rounds. Until then, TSM gonna try and make a run for it on this half. Sim, once again, the one to poke out. Doesn't do it nearly as long, though, as Ambrosia's mid-presence seems like far too much of a priority. Luckily, that shear will at least slow them down momentarily.
That's so annoying. Like the shear goes up and then they're like, okay, we'll just wait this one out. Barrier mesh goes up. All right, I guess we can wait this one out. And then Sim pops around the corner, finds the outlaw too. Like, it's just so difficult for Ambrosia to even get a foot in the door. And all of this utility coming out from TSM, once again, it's just like zoning utility. It's not necessarily, you know, finding kills, isolating moments or anything. It's just really annoying and slows down Ambrosia at every single step. And that is starting to weigh on them a little bit because they're simply not getting the ground that they would want to on this map and are getting punished for it. As Satellite's already down, that's one of those ultimates completely gone. And they're making the pivot at least to try and take that space out towards Tree, even though the spike once again is ready for that B-side hit. They're just going to have to deal with Seven, who's hanging out at the back.
It's got to be Shondex on this Guardian. He was able to infiltrate Market, and Ambrosia found a way to seep into the cracks, find the elasticity in such a stalwart defense, but you just can't get past Sim. TSM easily get to 5, flawlessly, in fact. Ambrosia sitting on some ultimates, now some guns as well, I do believe. But even still, like you said, by the time Ambrosia gets through all of the util that's thrown at them, the person that's throwing them has all of the time, spacing, and peaks available to be able to absolutely destroy them.
Yeah, I mean, this is such like a tough composition to go up against if you're Ambrosia. And once again, we still have to keep in mind that a lot of changes have happened to this squad. A lot of new experienced players kind of coming into their role for the first time. Whereas TSM, like, they've been playing together. The roster's always looked really good. It feels like they're finally getting that cohesive play style that we've been expecting from this squad. And so at the end of the day, it might just be that new team experience shining through a little bit stronger here, whereas TSM have all the reps that they need. It is going to be a successful engagement from Ambrosia this time as they get that spike down. The TSM are going to be ready for this retake with everything they need.
And some shots did land. Shondex and Welly at fragmented health. So the targeted angles are a little bit different here. Acreon's the one holding logs. Oh, Sim now stepping out. He is having fun with it, but Acreon stays true and Satellite stays close with this Judge. Dealing 2. Now picking up a rifle for this remainder in GMD, who's got to clutch it up, and he can't. Glyph holds it down on sight. So Ambrosia are the wall breakers this round. They managed to get through and then hold down the post plant long enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we wanted to see from them. It still didn't feel like that was like the most like, oh my goodness, Ambrosia, they're so back type of round. It just came down to TSM, you know, moving in at the unfortunately wrong time, and then Satellite coming absolutely clutch with the shotgun to be able to shut down all this pressure on one side. But you can still see Ambrosia, like, even after they got the spike down, they were a little bit concerned as to where do they go. And I need to see them gain a little bit more confidence in their game plan to be able to find some of these more openings here. And that's just going to come with winning these rounds one at a time. It's still pretty early in this half, all things considered. Satellite gets taken out very early, and that's just like another hindrance from Ambrosia really being able to do much in these rounds. Is sure, you take out the sonic sensor, and it looks like they're posturing towards that tree side, but still there's going to be a lot of stuff deterring them from moving in.
Seven sitting right on top of this mesh at the moment. That was such a nasty shot from Sim, dude. Poor Satellite was just trying to get rid of the shear with the clone. He still found him. Acreon, good off angle taken from Tree, and again Ambrosia will make the crunch work on the site itself. Armageddon up on Heaven as well to force Vora downstairs early. Lucky he's the only one there. Seven still all the way over in Dodge as the spike's already ticking down. So with 4 still standing, question is simply just how much is Vora going to be able to get on the way out? Now that a smoke has been tossed his direction, the answer is zip, zilch, nada.
Yeah, save going to be called here. Thankfully, the door was down. Otherwise, or I could have an excellent timing with a rendezvous being called on mid. But I think that was just kind of TSM not doing their due diligence and trying to move in onto the site. Like they were just caught by surprise from a lot of these off angles from the members of Ambrosia who were just kind of watching them And sure, the spike wasn't down just quite yet, but Ambrosia are good to lock down those angles. And I'm specifically thinking about the one coming in from heaven. I mean, you know, it was just Glyph watching it, Phantom in hand, didn't even move anywhere, and is able to find a double kill, making sure that TSM can't really retake it as easily as they would have. So TSM, while we've, you know, complimented them all sorts of times throughout this, at the same time, they got to make sure to calm things down and not over-aggress in some of these moments there. You still got to be very meticulous about how you want to do it. That's when we see them playing at their best. And now Ambrosia are slowly closing the gap between the scoreline.
Remember, they went 8 for 11 against M80 on defense. They're already getting to that threshold that they need to get to here on attack against TSM, who needs to stay awake, stay involved. 2 different chokes to check for Vora on top of that clone, and the smoke to shroud out the first. The swing from Satellite is not good, and Vora holds it down. Glyph, another opening pick, but 7 can trade it out effectively this time, and no one's there to back it up. 3v4 now for Ambrosia, and the spike is isolated. Vora swiftly deals with that as well, continuing to pop off on this Teo for TSM. Not a lot of options left for Ambrosia this time around, so we'll see what they can come up with in the B. Crack, trying to salvo out one, but yeah, just can't spray through that. Bit of a gamble, unfortunately, but that's all you can go for at this point with the position you're in.
Keep in mind, there's a shear as well there. So literally, it's just like, there's so much deterrence of like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we can win this. Maybe we can move in on the side. Maybe we can take some map space. And then it's just like, oh, there's a wall. Oh, there's a barrier bash. There's so much in the toolkit of TSM specifically on this defense to just deter any like part 2 plans that Ambrosia have. Any of this mid-rounding calls just gets so much more difficult unless they found the relevant kills. And out of all the players who you would want to take out in order to make sure that they can move in onto the site, Sim is not the one, because that jet does not have anything really utility-wise to anchor down any of these sites. Literally all of the other 4 members have something, but they're the 4 members who are still alive, and so Ambrosia, like, it's just not even worth it to go into there, because they're just going to get trapped up and taken down one by one.
That is kind of a strange turnaround from when they've just had to react to TSM sending out Sim, because they're also aware that Sim is their safest player to let go of. And yeah, in the meantime, he's just been able to get planted up, and Ambrosia's happily tried to contest him. And more often than not, Sim's just happily taken the re-up for it. Even in KDA at the moment, but his impact is undeniable. So is every other member of TSM at the moment, as their defense continues to look as dominant as expected. 6-3 here. And now with still that annihilation in tow as well, they can approach just about any bounceable angle with ease. Trade up mid though, they have that control. Nothing else though at the moment.
And at this point, Satellite just wants to play the game. I don't know how many times Satellite's been the first pick off. When it comes to finding a lot of space and navigating through a lot of this utility, that Yoru is kind of what you wanted. Especially too, you got that clone, can walk through a lot of those trips and, you know, all that type of stuff, and then you can teleport into the back of the site. And unfortunately, Satellite really hasn't had even really the opportunity, the privilege to showcase some of that, you know, strategic depth that would have allowed Ambrosia to go exploring a lot more. An annihilation right off the rip here. Fortunately, doesn't find anything. Ambrosia now going to be moving in.
And no salvo. Vora doesn't need it. No one's checking the lane.
30 seconds left.
Oh my.
Easy 2.
One enemy
Is the rest of Ambrosia able to shuffle in? Glyph just barely after Acreon makes some headway. And with the TP ult available, they'll head over to B site.
Spike planted.
2v1 here. Keep in mind, Sim has now swapped out this rifle. If they swing off together, this should be an easy pick, but Glyph could be hiding around in the back of that site.
Great natural cover to work with. The smoke is going to fade soon. TSM just have to wait it out, and now he's multitasking. Both coming from the same direction. Smoke number 2 up. Easy first pick as the smoke falls down. Recoil in the 1v1. Has to step out, but Glyph's given the position away. Stepping back around. The circle goes Recoil's favor. And TSM will scrape by with their 7th on the D.
So close there. And this is something that I've been seeing a lot of Omen players do lately, where it's like they'll drop the smoke, and just as it's dropping, you can see the feet of the other team, so you get the spray through a lot easier. I'm starting to see that a lot more, and that was just a prime example there. Glyph almost clutching the round up for Ambrosia, despite the fact that some of those moments, like Vora just popping around out of nowhere, finding a free 2K, and still able to get a third amidst all of it. TSM, they're looking very dominant, but this is the half that we expected them to be very dominant. Could completely change around. We've only got 2 rounds left in this half.
Yeah, this half is the biggest of the Swiss so far. Of course this comp is going to do well on defense. Of course Recoil and Seven are going to have the time of their life. Look at Seven right now. He's so jubilant right now. He's like a kid in a candy store. He's like, I get to grab net whenever I want to, and my annihilations, I could just throw them anywhere. It's crazy.
Deadlock players holding the Gravnet, peeking corners.
Dude, those North American Deadlocks, they love this map so much. They get so giddy.
Oh,
well,
Sim.
2 to go. Yeah, this is a fun shall, isn't it? Best to step out with that operator, my friend. As the shear gets procced. GMD. Again, Satellite unfortunately unable to make a dent. Oh, defensive Armageddon as well. That'll split the board on the B approach and force the crunch a little early here. Shondex will get the opening frag and some more. But Sim is back again. Almost lands the second off shot, but the salvos will dredge him away at least a little bit here. Let one get past the lane. Luckily, GMD already here in the boathouse to get that next pick off, and Sim still here in the back, misses another shot, and suddenly we got some presence. Recoil can quickly shut that down, though Ellie does find the timing on GMD. So 2v1 with little time to go. Luckily, the double swing is good for TSM. 8-3, the path we all expected to go down, Marks, just one more round strong.
Yeah, I really think that this is coming down to Satellite not being able to be the spearhead for Ambrosia on this one. Would be curious to see how often Satellite's been the first pickup. Feels like every single time he's just taking a little bit of space, immediately punished for it. And there's no real opportunity for that Yoru to take the space naturally. And so then the rest of Ambrosia just kind of have to go in without their duelist and hope for the best up against such annoying utility, which that Yoru should be able to more or less circumvent and be that kind of knife in the back. So last round in this half, Ambrosia this time full sending it down mid. Sim kind of getting cut off here, but this shear could cut people in half, and yeah, GMD unchecked.
Completely. So now Ambrosia's a little stuck, but Hunter's Fury from Welly finds Recoil after he's spotted. And so that'll open up the B site artificially here. Akrian, though, pressured by the stun. He's got to watch out as Seven starts his approach up the door. As the plant goes in, Akrian's got it. 3v1 against Vora. Going for this clutch. Same spot as well. First fight against Akrian, and Welly can peek it out. And Ambrosia can swipe away one more round on this attack. And I'd like to mention something as well. Going into this defensive half, while it's true, Satellite so bent on trying to infiltrate all of this util that TSM was willing to throw at them. I'm sure that's what they had going into this half, and Satellite certainly did the best he could. But when it comes to first bloods, Satellite got 5 of his 7 on the defense last time on a set against M80. He is going to infiltrate far harder on this half than they did the previous one. And TSM's approach game will be the least of Ambrosia's worries. That'll be the easy part. The hard part, that's up to Satellite, and he's going to quickly rise up from the bot frag if everything goes well for him. I will tell you what.
I'm excited. I want Satellite to pop off, you know? It's been a little bit sad to kind of see how this Yoru has just been consistently getting picked off there, but yeah, now the big question marks will get answered. How does TSM make this composition work on the attack? Not a lot of tools for them to use because it's so anchored in them just being able to hang out, and Satellite starting it out with a pick onto Sim. Not the recipient of that first blood, but giving it this time. That's got to be Ambrosia slowly feeling a little bit more better about their current circumstance.
Locating targets. Go down.
TSM having to go for the full stack a lot earlier on than they potentially intended. Aggro Sentinel util is the only way forward, and that's what they'll use on top of the salvos, but the reactive salvos will split this board again. 7 alone on the site for a couple crucial seconds. Akrian sprayed through by Vora on the ghost. That's some game sense for you, baby. And now Shondex is alone. TSM turning this round on its head. Lickety split. Now we got the heaven presence from Ambrosia, but that's all.
Oh boy, there's no way that they just there's no way that they just continue to use aggressive Sentinel utility, right?
It went in Rome. Oh yeah, just spray through it. That'll certainly work. Glyph is still so stuck up here in trees. Got to clear the door. Well, he's got the one though. Oh, the salvos on top. Stops him at least. Double swing with a decent health pool. Very doable for Ambrosia. Drop down, more instant shutdown. Vora for 3 this round. All kills that I got questions about, but I will leave them for later in the post game that TSM is trying to speed run us towards.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, yeah, once again, to be fair, Deadlock, yes, Sentinel, but at the same time is more on the initiator side, just thanks to the grab net being utilized. If you can get some people into that trap, then it's super easy to engage off of, especially too, there is a lack of like immediate flashing, but you do have that arc rose as well as the paranoia. So we're going to be seeing these very like burst, run in, try and get a kill moments, I think, from TSM here. And if they can continue to capitalize on those pieces of utility, then they get themselves an advantage, should be able to move in and take over those sites. That's the path forwards, I think, but still, it's a little bit of a gamble because there's a lot of moving pieces in there that all kind of have to fall into place, and it's very possible that you can just kind of get caught out and no value. But, well, Satellite down again, this time to some salvos. Didn't see that one coming necessarily. And yeah, great start for TSM.
Forced approach into the B main, and well, he does land some decent headshots to keep things interesting, and Shondex posted up in the cubby to, again, keep TSM on their toes, but everything cleaned up for the most part. Still 3v2, though, and Akri in full health with this Bulldog.
Spike planted.
There's certainly potential to get something out of this. The question is, does Ambrosia go for it and feed these orbs over?
Barrier deployed.
Barrier mesh active now. That may discourage them fully. Oh, never mind.
Kendrick, you forgot about parkour.
Onward, yeah. That was sick. We got time. We got people. Let's see what we can do. Sonic sensor onto Glyph. Akrian's got to hold it down. That's what they were asking him to do. And unfortunately, everyone from TSM is ready to fight for it. Double digits here on Ascent.
Can't parkour your way out of that one. That's for sure. But yeah, I mean, at this point too, like TSM get 2 rounds. Of course, because they won the pistol, Ambrosia are on the back foot. Things are not looking that great for them. But like, so this is what it comes down to, because I genuinely think that this is just Ambrosia not being too aware how to play off of this composition. They're not expecting things, and so because, like, you know, it's Ascent. Everyone used to play the same combination of utilities, same agents and everything like that. But because this is something so novel and different, they're struggling to really get their strategic footing on the ground. Versus TSM, like, they've got a game plan, and they are very much executing on it.
Oh, Shondex caught the drop on him. Traded away. Satellite trying to take the pot shots and just can't land a thing. TSM stormed the battlefront. Sim good for 3. And it's dominance on the B site. 2v1 now for the attackers. Everything working for these guys. The double Sentinel util getting as aggressive as it needs to be to enable Sim.
Cover going out.
They clearly had a plan coming into this map, and they are executing it so well so far. That may be the round to fully silence Ambrosia fans this match.
This is where someone says something pithy.
A slim chance at making anything more than a 4-12 comeback at the moment, Marks.
Don't mind me just crying at the club right now. Ambrosia?
Yeah,
like,
how do you feel now, huh?
Okay.
How do you feel
all right,
now?
you know what? Wow, way to rub salt in the wound, huh? But it feels like they're expecting TSM's competition to be almost like a tank, you know? Like, it's so fortified. It should be slow moving. It should be very like, oh, they're gonna move in nice and slow. They gotta manually clear all their corners. Exactly. Very methodical. Almost like that like old phone game Snake where you're just going and getting the 1 dots at a time, right?
Yes, yeah.
Not the case though. Like, it's actually pretty fast, and Sim is getting away with a lot of space for no good reason. Like, we're seeing the Jet just kind of go for the the smoke in, dash right into the smoke, taking up so much room before the rest of the tank engine can really catch up with the rest of the squad. And then once they do that, like, you see Ambrosia just not have any idea about how they necessarily want to approach that. And so TSM have more or less just been walking away for free. Sim not even really getting punished that often, despite some of these full sends in onto the site and being in these like ridiculous scenarios. Ambrosia aren't really there to kind of punish that. So when it comes to the trap plays, we saw how TSM were so good with their utility to set some of those up. But Ambrosia, like, it feels like they just don't know how to do trap plays against this specific composition, because everything that they've been trying so far is kind of getting nullified.
And we'll see that same blistering speed despite the eco here. Nice blind from Satellite to at least keep Sim on his toes, but unfortunately, still can't connect a kill on top of it. The timing is just a little off. Shock dart onto 7 will deal some chip damage as Ambrosia once again already here to play, but the deadlock util is set up just in time, and Vora starting to spray through to play keep away. Now the mesh set up as well, and TSM can just start collapsing piece of util after piece of util, stall tool after stall tool, frustrating rage bait after frustrating rage bait. And Ambrosia continuously boxed, walled, spaced, whatever you want to call it. They are out. And now they are getting killed. Slaughtered by recoil up in tree. Rest of the push comes from on high. And that will not come with much more gumption. It'll be 12-4 here on Ascent, an attack half that looked, honestly, just as strong, if not stronger, than the defense.
And Recoil finds the last kill as well. And I love the way that you talk about how TSM are playing that. As soon as the round starts, it's like, zoom, zoom, we got that spike down. What? You blinked and you missed it. That's crazy. And then they can rely on all their utility. And it feels like they're just trapping Ambrosia in this maze of ways they're not able to go down. It's so frustrating, exactly like you said. Oh, we're just gonna do this retake like normal. Walk through tree, walk through heaven, we should be fine. Oh, wait, we can't? What do you mean we can't? Oh, there's a barrier mesh up in front of me? That's cool, I guess. Oh, and now there's thorns in front of me and I can't walk through this? It's so annoying.
Dude, yeah, throw me in this lobby, I'm throwing hands, genuinely. Steel Garden immediately upon Recoil's frag, so Ambrosia have genuinely no tools for this push yet again. The only time they'd like to intercept, and Sim is hungry for more. Armageddon up the back line, though, to prevent anything more. Sim still gets the kill on the flush out to Shondex, too. TSM just going for raw dominance. Hunter's Fury. Sim chases it down with the knives. And this star's getting extra aggressive on the blades. Some style points to wrap us out. No rage peeking necessary. TSM ain't mad one bit. They picked up right where they left off, and here they sit 2-0 in the Swiss.
At that point, TSM basically doing the equivalent of popping a wheelie on a motorcycle, just zooming right over of Ambrosia there. And this is the TSM that we have wanted to see in Tier 2 for the longest time. Everything just looked so well rehearsed. The macro game felt extremely strong, and it just feels like they have everything put together. It was a good effort by Ambrosia. You could tell that they were trying some things out, but I do think that that little bit of new teamness behind them, especially with all the roster changes that they have, simply was just unmatched given the level of preparation that TSM have put into this map. Keep in mind, Ambrosia defeated M80, who went to the finals in last split. But right now, if you're watching this, TSM is definitely a contender to make, waves in this tournament because they are looking really darn good.
Yeah, this Ambrosia coming out of that first match was a killing floor, but TSM, they are a polished, waxed ballroom, and they are dancing their way to that 2-0 position in the Swiss stage. Congrats to them. We'll get to have a chat with at least one of the members after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
people really like to give up, and they don't really have that drive.
The expectation should be to win first place.
Get them to this end.
We kind of just threw at the end.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, MAD, we're winning 5 versus 3.
Look how quick this one. Oh!
It's been a long day for the final day of our first week here in Challengers NA, and TSM trying to hurry it up just a little bit. A very strong victory on the second map in the series, 13-4 victory over Ambrosia. Ash, I mean, that was a map.
Oh, it definitely was. It definitely was. A swift 2-0. My predictions are right. Marks, you know, he's got his fist clenched right now. You know, the Arthur fist equipped at the moment. The only one to vote out Ambrosia. To be fair, we did give them their flowers, you know, before this matchup started. They did look really good up against M80, but this team looked like a far cry from what we saw 2 days ago, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't even know if it's Ambrosia playing bad or if it's the TSM has absolutely leveled up, right? Like what we saw today was just so on point. It really did feel like full throttle, at least on Ascent, right? They had the 8-4 half. Okay, they're double sentinel on that defense side. We kind of expect it. Now, you know, we had our qualms, we had our concerns about the attack side, right? The lack of flashes, but dude, they were full throttle on that attack side. They had set piece after set piece, and they just looked seemingly unstoppable.
I think that's the big thing is just we expected it to be maybe of a bit of a slower approach, very similar to what we saw on Haven on their matchup earlier this week. And it just wasn't that kind of tempo whatsoever. They played to their strengths. I think a big thing was, you know, Seven was popping off round after round in that first half. Sure, maybe slowed down a little bit in the second half, but his utility paired with Vora's was so nice for clearing out a lot of those angles, these little trap set plays that you were talking about to secure those initial picks and to really isolate every player on the side of Ambrosia from being able to play together.
I mean, looking through this, I mean, the fact that there was concerns and TSM just put them so swiftly to rest was just amazing. And to echo what Roy said, whether it's a TSM that's just leveled up so much or an Ambrosia that, you know, like, it's kind of hard to say on that one, but I do think it's safe to say that TSM throughout this is a team that we had a lot of expectations on. They followed through on a lot of those stage 1, and we're going to see that promise stepping up right away here in stage 2. So absolutely love to see it. There's confidence throughout, just this capability. Anybody can step up at any point and get a 4K. Like, this is a TSM Roy to watch out for. We already knew that, but really making sure it's heard.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're one of the only teams that hasn't really made roster changes. Their complete roster from start to finish. They looked good in the first split. Yeah, they didn't have the results that they would have liked, obviously. But what we're seeing right now is that refining that we said they were lacking in the first split, right? Like they're more well-rounded now. They have their set pieces. They have their protocols. It really does feel like a much better oiled machine. And it overall, they look tight in terms of spacing, in terms of executes, their retakes, their flexibility. And when, you know, we kind of towards the end of that second map, towards the end of Ascent, we saw just how wild TSM was getting, right? As soon as they got a whiff of that confidence, they're kind of swimming in it. It's just complete chaos by them and fully in control the entire time.
Yeah, I think what's really cool too is we talked about, again, you know, maybe the expectation of how they want to approach things with this composition. I do wonder if maybe just that general tempo shift was something that Ambrosia maybe struggled to deal with because they weren't expecting that high octane type of play on the attacking side, considering the comp that TSM are running, which again, it looked really good. I'm excited to see like the additional depth that we can expect from this team and how they're going to continue to build forward and add more to their approach here on Ascent if they carry forward with this.
100%. But time to put this conversation aside for just a moment. We can come back to it because we have none other than IG Alvaro on the line to chat a little bit more about that last series. So it's been a long day, even though it was a quick series there. So we'll keep it relatively short. But I want to talk about this hot start that TSM's gotten to the season because there's quite a few teams that have changed things up. I had talked about that with Seven at the beginning of the week. Like, this is a team that didn't. How does it feel then that you can show you're sticking together at the roster and you're going to get these strong victories to start off the stage?
Oh, it's great. Slowly, with more time, we're all meshing together even better than before. And with more time, we start like getting our ideas in place. We all start getting more connected in terms of the mid-rounding, which is a big part of this game. And once we get that down, even better, like judging from this game, it's going great so far for us.
I'd love to hear that. And talking a little bit about this game, this is the first time we've gotten to see your guys' ascent, right? And we see this deadlock and the Vise. And we had a couple of questions when it came over to the attacking end. And you guys, like, we didn't really get to even see much. That was a really fast game. Like, I want to talk about this ascent and how you're feeling with this double senti comp.
In practice, our ascent is really good. I think we all find this a comfort map, and these agents all fit us really well. And ascent, it's just like a map it's like an older map that everyone's kind of like understands well. It's easy to pick up, and with the new agents and stuff, and with like the new B main changes, I think the map is a lot more fun and enjoyable, like to call on, to move around on, rotate on, like play in. It's more like comfortable for all of us, and yeah, we love it so far. We're gonna show new stuff, and we're gonna get better as time goes on.
I mean, already a strong showing today. So if that's just what it tastes, in for a treat in the future. So last but not least, I want to talk about your journey IGLing this team, because obviously when we're looking at the start of stage 1, you and Recoil coming into the roster, both newer, and then yourself having to pick up this IGL role. Now that you've had an entire stage and playoffs under your belt, how are you feeling now going forward?
I'm feeling a lot more confident for sure. I've got an amazing team to support me. I've got a world champion coach that is guiding me through the way and showing me how to be a better leader for my teammates, call better. It's a great environment to be in when everyone trusts you, especially as like a new IGL, you know, the one being brought up in this type of environment is extremely, it's just nice, you know, to be nurtured in that way, to be brought up and yeah, used in that way. It's really nice.
I mean, that's definitely been showing with his results. So I'm really glad to hear that. Roy, congratulations on this win. Best of luck in the next one. Hopefully you keep up the undefeated streak.
Thank you very much. Happy night.
Thank you. Thank you. You as well. Back over to the desk. I mean, be able to see the confidence from the IGL. I mean, this is a TSM that, yeah, maybe seemed risky at the beginning, but now a whole stage. Roy, this just looks so strong across the board. It's a great time for any TSM fans out there.
Yeah, I feel like he's being a little too humble. I'm going to gas them up a little bit, because what we saw today and what we saw from them in their last match as well versus YFP that looks really good coming into this split as well. I mean, it just looked great. They looked a lot better. The IGL tax is most definitely settling in, and it feels like Vora is finding his place and this team is finding their identity, and I'm excited to see more from them.
It's been really nice to see so far, and that's going to lead TSM starting off the stage really, really good. And that was the last match that we had for this week. So let's pull up the bracket to fully just talk about everything we've gotten to see. Of course, we only got to see 2 matches on the main broadcast, the other happening on the side one. But the continuation of round 2, Ash, we're going to have to save that till next week. But how the other matches have turned up, like, am my eyes deceiving me? Is that Core taking down SRB over there?
It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. It's been a wild week 1 here for the start of stage 2. And, Shopify Rebellion Black, it seemed like they broke through the ceiling there during this first split. But I feel like that this just tells us how close the competition is getting with the time that these teams have had to work on things with those couple of weeks before the start of stage 2. Core is a team where I feel like was kind of solidly in the middle of the pack last split, but deserves a lot more respect, to be honest. I've always been a fan of this roster, and I love seeing them being able to kind of clap back with a vengeance now up against SRB. I think that this is a squad that can carry momentum forward, and another team that also stuck together there.
It is so cool to see. I mean, it's definitely a team that deserves a lot of praise. I just thought at this point, like, Shopify Rebellion Black, maybe just a little untouchable, but it's always interesting in the world of NA Challengers. Let me tell you what. So, Keyword Academy, TSM, Core undefeated, and of course, start off our next week, we get to find out who in Trust and Plug and NB is going to be joining them. But that is unfortunately it for this week. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in for all of the matches, all of the fun, and we'll see you next week for more. Take care.
Done necessitates the TP again, and so we're spread quite thin. But the spike continues to tick away. Nasi on the field, flips around for Nismo. How do you find that? But Scuba next to the spike grabs the 2 back. So low, but so little time as well. He's got to hold this peak against Ali first before getting onto the spike. It's so over here. Moves as the, and it'll bring us back to even footing. 3v3. Great opening frag there, though, from Hubert on top of Nismo's flash. Redux, some beautiful shots to be able to find the end of Moobs' health pool there. Oh, Infiltrator, you've been gifted another. Let's send him some more. Give him the ace. Oh, please.
Oh my goodness me.
He's him, bro. He is terrific do-si doing around his Viper's pit.
Oops.
It's all right. We reset and we enter. Still a little too early. Nasi again, the back. He's fully blind, and he's good for 3. Unbelievable. I call it good old-fashioned know-how. Oh, while he's close, that'll get punished, but quickly traded upon. Flair has got to just make it work, and he certainly will this time. That's a redemption on this A-side. Hold it 5 event for a scene 1. He is playing Tejo, so he can definitely still win. Nice shots on a recoil. Has to get up close on top of that Armageddon. He was kind of, they were kind of asking him to kill him there, if I'm being honest. Vora and GMD, just making sure that this is extended as long as possible. Adrian, are you joking?
Versus Ambrosia are going to be the ones who have to kind of take the attack.
Recoil is actually going to step out in front of it. It's a little bit chaotic, but he's got it completely covered, save for Shondex, who actually, frustrating rage bait. And Ambrosia continuously boxed, walled, spaced, whatever you want to call it. They are out. And now they are getting killed. Slaughtered by Recoil up in tree. Rest of the push comes from on high. Done necessitates